Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
I'd like to ask everyone to join us in a Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all. I'd like to welcome everybody to today's Planning Commission meeting. Make sure I get this so it doesn't pierce your ears. Here in Kings Beach today, meeting is open to virtual participation and may be observed online through Placer County's website. To prepare us for a long day ahead, I'd like to make a few announcements regarding today's discussions on the Village at Palisades specific plan item. First, I want to remind everybody to be respectful and use appropriate language during the hearing. I understand that this project evokes strong feelings, but it is important to remain considerate of different opinions. Disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. Sheriff deputies are present, and if someone behaves disruptively more than one time, I will ask them to leave. Second, an overview of today's schedule. We'll start with staff presentation, which is expected to last approximately 1 hour. Following that, the applicant will have their presentation. After each presentation, there will be a question and answer session where planning commissioners will ask questions of both staff and applicant. Once the presentation of Q&A are complete, it is likely we will take a break. Following the break, I will open the floor to public comments. Each commenter will have 2 minutes to ask questions and make remarks. We will take comments from public in person here first, followed by comments on Zoom. Due to the anticipated high volume of comments, staff will be responding directly during this period. Instead, they will not be responding during this period, Instead, they will be taking notes and addressing questions by category after the public comment period concludes. Following public comment, we will likely take another break. When we reconvene, the county staff team will respond to the questions raised by the public. From there, the Planning Commission will ask for additional questions and begin deliberations. In speaking a little more on public comments, we are expecting a lot of in-person and virtual comments. Therefore, Planning Commission clerk is handing out speaker cards and will announce when you are to line up and provide testimony by number. As I noted, each commenter will be entitled to 2 minutes of comment time. In the interest of time, if someone before you raises a comment that you agree with, please feel free to reference them instead of repeating comments over again. And the reason I ask this is a lot of people have to go to work. There's kids that may have to be picked up from school, and I want to be able to have everybody have equal time to hear what everybody else is having. So it's out of respect for your neighbors that are here today. Also, for reference, we do not anticipate deliberations to begin until afternoon, and there is a possibility this meeting could extend into the evening. At some point around noon, I anticipate that we'll break for a half hour so people can get a chance to eat. That may be before or after during public comment, or during public comment at this time period. So the way the timeline is probably going to go out today is there'll be an hour for staff, a half hour for us to ask staff questions, maybe another half hour or so for the applicant, another half hour for us to ask the applicant questions. By that time, I anticipate it's going to be about 11:30. So most likely we will take lunch at 11:30 and come back at 12 o'clock for you guys to come in and have public comment so we don't disrupt your public comment. So that's kind of the timeline so you guys can figure out what you have to do. The final comment I'd like to make, let you know that today's hearing is being recorded and will be available on the Planning Commissioner's website following the hearing. Also, for people on Zoom, at 10 or so people on Zoom, make one last request to raise hands, then state the commission will hear from those who have their hands currently raised. So if you're online, you'll have plenty of time to raise your hand, and we will take those people that already have their hands raised. So once we get through all the hands raised on public or Zoom calls, we will stop there. So just to let you know, keep your hand raised so we can get to you guys. We don't want to miss it. I'll now move to the next item on the agenda, which is a report from the county's planning director.
Good morning, Chair DiMattei, Commissioners. Chris Pooley, sorry, that was a bit loud.
No, it's good.
I do not have a report for the commission this morning. However, I do want to remind the commissioners and the public that there is a planning commission meeting next Thursday, September 12th at 10 a.m. in the planning commission chambers in Auburn. And that completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now open public comment for any matters not on the planning commission agenda. As a reminder, you have 2 minutes to provide comments. Is there anybody who would like to speak about something not on today's agenda? Seeing none, anybody on? No. Good?
Roll call.
Oh yeah, I gotta see if we're all here. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Dahlgren.
Here.
Commissioner Alves.
Here.
Commissioner DiMattei.
Here.
Commissioner Beckler.
Here.
Commissioner Rentine.
Here.
Commissioner Watts.
Here.
And Commissioner Johnson.
Here.
Sorry, I was too excited to get this meeting going. Okay, I will close public comment for anything not on the agenda. Next on the agenda is our first and only hearing item of today. The item is the Village at Palisades Tahoe specific plan. Before the staff presentation, the planning director will make introductory remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the commission, and good morning. I'm at Crystal Jacobson. Actually, I don't know if it's on or not. There we go. I'm the acting director of the Community Development Resource Agency for Placer County. And so before we do hand this over to our planning director and planning team for the presentation, I just want to acknowledge that there's been a lot of history on this project, which our team is going to cover today. This is a major redevelopment project that has been around for several years, as you know. It was submitted years ago for review. It was scaled back after it was first submitted to Placer County in terms of the number of units. And then with that scaled back version of the project, it was approved by our board in 2016 and then litigated. And as a result of that litigation, rescinded by our board and now back again. So I know that there's significant interest in the project and concern about it. We are hearing, I'm sure you have heard, understand the community sentiment around that. There also still seems to be some confusion about why it's back after being rescinded and why it's really before your commission today. And so our intention today is to try to provide you background and answer those questions. You're going to hear today from our team that while the project description is the same as what was approved in 2016, there have been changes in the project that's before your commission today. So a couple of changes, based on the direction from the court. We have conducted additional environmental analysis. So you're going to hear about that today and how we've addressed deficiencies that the court found in the EIR. It's also important to note that we believe, another change here is that we have worked to ensure that the project entitlement package includes additional concessions. And we believe that these concessions provide a more robust public benefit to the Tahoe community, and that they are important to help address a lot of the community concerns that we have heard about in current conditions since 2016. So with that, I want to thank the commission and folks in the room for joining us here in Tahoe today. There is a lot of material we're going to cover. We do appreciate your patience as we navigate through the presentation. I'm going to turn it over to the Planning Director, Chris Pooley.
Thank you.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Chris Pooley, Planning Director. Thank you, Crystal. I'm pleased to be with you today for the Village at Palisades Tahoe Specific Plan project. Today marks a major matters and concern about the size and scale of the project and calls for it to be smaller. As it relates to the environmental analysis, key topics including water supply, transportation and traffic management, and wildfire risk and evacuation planning. While we believe we have adequately addressed these concerns and all prior EIR deficiencies, we value the community's genuine concerns and want to thoroughly explain our analysis. To ensure the community and the Planning Commission have access to the best information possible provided by the county's experts, we've organized the presentation so that our subject experts will cover those 3 topics as part of our staff presentation. In addition to the team of presenters, we have a full lineup of county and consultant experts with us that are on hand available to answer questions from the commission. Regarding the calls for a reduced project, there are multiple reasons why the county staff support the current project, which we will discuss in detail during the staff presentation. However, there are several reasons I'd like to highlight at the top of this meeting as to why staff is supporting the project. First, this project is the result of extensive collaborative work over the past decade to right-size the project. While a reduced density alternative was evaluated and rejected in the EIR for not meeting project objectives, the current project is a reduction from the applicant's original 2012 submittal and is significantly less intense than the Olympic Valley General Plan allows for the property. The project before you today reflects countless meetings and input from the community, including the Olympic Valley MAC, the Design Review Committee, and staff. Second, staff believes this project aligns with the vision as presented in the Olympic Valley General Plan for a top quality year-round destination resort. Additionally, the requested entitlements include a specific plan, which provides that comprehensive framework for the Palisades property's redevelopment, including allowable uses, development standards, and design criteria. It's important to note that all future development projects in the specific plan will be subject to subsequent entitlements, including tentative maps, use permits, and design review agreements, all which will be reviewed for conformity with the EIR and the specific plan. And that's very similar to other projects that the commission is familiar with in the county's other specific plans, such as Placer Vineyards or the Placer Ranch specific plan. Third, although the specific plan remains unchanged from the 2016 version, the renegotiated development agreement, as Ms. Jacobson mentioned, includes several additional and significant community benefits that we will address during this staff presentation. But they do include substantial funding for regional transportation and transit projects, improvements to parks and trails and Washishu Creek restoration, a new fire station, and much needed workforce housing. For these reasons and the reasons you'll hear about during the presentation, staff is recommending that the commission take action to recommend approval of the entitlement package to the board. So as I mentioned, today's presentation and our answering of commission and public questions will be a collective effort. For the staff presentation, Patrick Dobbs, senior planner and lead planner from the county's planning division, will provide the presentation, and he will be supported by Chad Taylor from Todd Engineering to address water supply. He'll also be supported by Rich Moorhead, the Deputy Director with the county's Department of Public Works to address transportation and traffic management, and Lieutenant Connors of the Placer County Sheriff's Office, and Assistant Chief Wastner with the county's Office of Emergency Management and Placer County Fire to discuss evacuation planning and wildfire risk. To further support our team today, we have representatives from Ascent Environmental who prepared the EIR. We also have support from Fair and Peers related to traffic modeling. And we have representatives from CAL FIRE and the Sheriff's Office to support in answering questions that might come up today. So all are here, all of those are here to assist with the staff presentation and again, the questions that might come up following public comment. So with that, I'm going to wrap up my introductory remarks. I'm going to ask that Mr. Dobbs come up to the lectern and deliver the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks, Patrick.
Thank you here. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, members of the public. My name is Patrick Dobbs of the Planning Services Division, and this is the Village at Palisades Tahoe Specific Plan. We do have a large presentation today, and so just in the interest of the Commission and the public here, if I could just take a moment to outline what we're going to discuss. You can kind of think about it in three parts. The first part, I'm going to cover the project entitlements, orient you on where the project area is and the vision and the community plan, talk about the existing zoning and its development potential and the proposed zoning and what build-out would look like under the specific plan, some of the components of the specific plan, and ultimately the 2016 EIR impacts, mitigation measures, and alternatives. So the first part is just kind of the lead up to the previous 2016 approval. From what I've heard, most people know what the project is and know where it is, and so I'm going to go through part one pretty quickly. Part two, in the middle, is this timeline, and then this is a slide that is going to walk you through the initial submittal, the revisions, the 2016 board approval, the appellate court rulings, and the subsequent rescission of the approvals as a result of the court ruling. And then part three of the presentation is post rescission. So that's going to focus on the discussion of the partially revised draft EIR and partially revised final EIR. I'm going to platform a few of these key issues in terms of water supply assessment, transportation and transit, and emergency preparedness before I kind of hand it off to some experts in those fields. And then I'll come back and I'm going to wrap it up with some key provisions in the development agreement, include with the community plan consistency, discuss the Olympic Valley MAC recommendation, and staff's recommendation. So if that sounds good, I will go to it here. The Planning Commission is requested to conduct a public hearing and recommend the Board of Supervisors the following 8 actions. Adoption of a resolution to certify the Village at Palisades Tahoe Specific Plan Environmental Impact Report. Adoption of a resolution to approve the Village at Palisades Tahoe Specific Plan. Adoption of an ordinance to approve the Village at Palisades Tahoe Specific Plan Development Standards and Design Guidelines. Adoption of a resolution to amend the Olympic Valley General Plan and Land Use Ordinance. Adoption of an ordinance to rezone all acreage within the specific plan area to SPL VPTSP. Number 6, approval of the specific plan large lot vesting tentative subdivision map. Number 7, adoption of the ordinance to approve the development agreement, and finally adoption of a resolution to approve the water supply assessment. So that's what's being requested of you today. The project is located in eastern Placer County in the community of Olympic Valley. It is within the 4,700-acre Olympic Valley General Plan, which is a community plan. The specific plan comprehensively plans development of a hospitality and recreation-based year-round mountain resort community located on 93.3 acres of land in Olympic Valley. The specific plan includes, the area includes 2 sites in Olympic Valley. They are outlined in that yellow dash line on the slide. It consists of the main village on the main part of the exhibit, and the east parcel is there in the lower right in the inset. And so focusing on the main village just for a moment, it is 84.5 acres. It is at the existing Palisades Tahoe Resort base area at the west end of the valley. It is primarily surface parking lots today. It is adjacent to other resort facilities to the west, like the Intra-West Village, Red Wolf Lodge, and Plump Jacks. Surrounding development includes single-family residential to the north. There's a golf course and meadow to the east, and ski resort and related facilities to the south. Washishu Creek is that green strip that bisects the main village there. Just a couple of photos, I think in kind of winter time, that give you a sense of the main village area, particularly that photo in the lower right taken from the tram. It kind of gives you an idea of where the buildings are currently and where these parking areas are that are slated for environmental redevelopment. Shifting to the other site here on the east parcel is 8.8 acres. It's just 1/3 of a mile west of the intersection of Olympic Valley Road and State Route 89. the name indicates, on the east end of the valley. This was previously a rock quarry. It's been used for construction staging, so it's heavily disturbed. There is an existing driveway onto Olympic Valley Road. It is across the street from the Olympic Valley Public Service District and Fire Station and Tavern Inn. Generally, the surrounding development is single-family residential. So as I mentioned, the project's within the boundaries of the 1983 Olympic Valley Community Plan, and this is the guiding land use regulations. This governs growth and development in Olympic Valley, and its purpose is to ensure that Olympic Valley is developed into a top-quality, year-round destination resort without adversely impacting the unique aesthetic and environmental assets of Olympic Valley. County-wide general plan and housing element has similar land use, infrastructure, workforce housing, recreation, and conservation and goals and policies that support compact, transit-oriented environmental redevelopment and efficient use of land and protection of natural resources. This is the existing zoning today, and this reflects the vision of the destination resort at the west end of the valley. Focusing there on the main village, what'll pop out to you is all of the village commercial areas in red. Those are the opportunity areas for environmental redevelopment. There is high-density residential in orange on the west end of the plan area. The purple is heavy commercial. That's where the mountain operations and maintenance area is currently. And there's a number of segments and fragmented conservation, preserve, and forest recreation zone areas. So this is the mosaic of zoning that is out there today. It does allow most of the uses that would otherwise, or that are proposed in the specific plan. As I said, it's zoned to be a destination resort. Looking at the east parcel there, the westernmost 3/4 is currently entrance commercial, and the easternmost quarter is high-density residential. It's fair to say that the county and those involved in development with the community plan in 1983 were optimistic. Alterra bought this property with the understanding there's an approved community plan that calls for a destination resort and existing zoning and development potential to realize that vision. Today, the project area has potential for 1,542 units, be divided amongst with 3,085 bedrooms. And that's without density bonuses that are available for structured parking. So that is the what's on. Those are the colors on the map today, and compare that to the proposed specific plan zoning. The commercial areas have now been concentrated into 2 nodes. The red is the village commercial core. The yellow is the village commercial neighborhood. The heavy commercial in purple is moved to the west end of the plan area. Day skier parking are the lots 11 and 12. In blue, there will be a new fire station constructed in the blue area. And there's an increase in the area and connectivity of forest recreation and conservation preserve areas shown in green. Just shifting down to the east parcel, the frontage area and the developable portion would remain entrance commercial, and it would be buffered from the surrounding development by conservation preserve zoning. The capacity under the specific plan would allow for 850 lodging units with 1,493 bedrooms, 50 units of workforce housing and 150 bedrooms of workforce employee housing, 298,000 square feet of commercial development, and of that, 91,000 is replacement. So as Chris indicated, what is proposed today is a significant reduction in the development potential that is otherwise allowed. Just wanted to touch on a few of the specific plan components here, focusing on the village core and the village neighborhood. The village commercial core is in the southeastern portion of the main village. This is the more active area. It is a mixed-use, pedestrian-oriented location. It'll have timeshares, hotels, and condominiums above, retail, recreation, and restaurants. It's in close proximity to the ski slopes here, to the resort base area. It does include the Mountain Adventure Camp. This is a 90,000 square foot indoor recreation and activity facility. It includes pools, climbing walls. There'll be possibly a small movie theater, arcades, bowling, so alternatives to on-mountain activities. In the northwestern portion of the plan area is the village neighborhood, and this is the lesser intensity setting. It's going to have a similar range of accommodations, but fewer retail offerings. The specific plan includes lot specific development standards and design guidelines that implement the specific plan goals and policies. They detail things like maximum building coverage allowances, minimum open space, maximum density and floor area ratios, setbacks and number of stories, height limits, and architectural stepbacks that need to occur as buildings go up. So again, building colors, building materials, landscaping, all of these aspects are for the plan area development are detailed in the development standards and design guidelines to create this pedestrian scale village with varied built environment. Much of the project includes redevelopment of existing ski resort surface parking lots, and to address this and demonstrate how the project will meet its parking demand, a parking master plan was prepared. Day skier and surface, that is surface and structured parking facilities will be provided on lots 11 and 12, as I showed you previously in blue. There's also the preferred parking area. There will be some overflow parking on the east parcel. And Rich Moorhead from the Department of Public Works is going to talk a little bit more about the parking program. There is comprehensive plan for stream restoration of Washishu Creek. This focuses on the trapezoidal and Olympic channels. This would restore functionality of the creek that was previously channelized and disturbed for construction of the Olympics. This will reduce sediment load transport, increase wetland habitat, restore natural habitat. It includes a linear interpretive park with trail signage and viewing areas. There are a number of active and passive on-site and off-site recreation improvements, including in this interconnected network of bike paths and walkways throughout the village. There are improvements to the Granite Chief and Shirley Canyon trailheads and significant enhancements to the existing network of hiking and biking and horseback trails on ski resort and on U.S. Forest Service property. There'll be flush restrooms and a sewer connection brought to Olympic Valley Park down near Highway 89, Class 1 trail across the east parcel frontage, and the east parcel also includes an employee recreation and fitness center. And you know, how is this all going to be implemented? The build out is estimated to occur off and on over a period of 25 years. There are subsequent phasing plans that will be carried out in accordance with a specific plan. There is a master phasing plan, and there's master infrastructure plans for things like sewer, water, drainage, landscaping, and parking. And so these master plans, they include the detailed triggers for implementation of the plan area facilities and infrastructure improvement. So as future phases come forward, I know the commission's become accustomed to implementing specific plans, particularly in the west portion of the county. But as future phases come forward, you know, those considerations will go back to the Olympic Valley MAC. They'll go back to the Olympic Valley Citizens Design Review Committee and either the zoning administrator or the planning commission, depending on the use, for those consistency determinations with a specific plan and EIR. Just shifting quickly to the east parcel here, the project requires workforce housing for 386 employees. That represents 287 new employees, and there's 99 replacement beds. So that up to 300 of those employees will be located on the east parcel. As I mentioned, it also includes an employee fitness center. There's a 5,000 square foot retail market and a 15,000 square foot shipping and receiving facility to intercept large vehicle trucks and then take those goods up to the resort during off-peak hours and clean air vehicles. Shifting here to the 2016 EIR, the EIR previously, there was an EIR previously completed. It was a comprehensive evaluation of all the resource areas and covered the summation of the environmental impacts that this project could contribute to. The EIR analyzed 79 total project-specific impacts and 44 total cumulative impacts. And the 2016 EIR includes a comprehensive package of feasible mitigation with 63 unique mitigation measures and 81 total mitigation measures that still apply and will reduce the majority of the impacts to less than significant. But as you'd expect on a project of this scale and this duration, there will still be some significant and unavoidable impacts. There were 6 alternatives evaluated in the 2016 EIR, the no project, no development, The no project under the existing zoning Olympic Valley General Plan land use development alternative. There's a reduced density alternative, a widened Olympic Valley Road alternative, preservation of historical and wetland resources alternative, and an alternative water tank. So that's kind of the end of part one here. And now I'm on my slide for part two, which is the timeline. And so the specific plan was originally submitted in 2011, again, located near the base area of the resort. It initially proposed to develop 1,275 units with 3,187 hotel condo bedrooms. It also included commercial and recreational uses. Following the first draft, it underwent several revisions, and in 2014, the applicant submitted a reduced density proposal with 850 hospitality units and 1,493 hospitality bedrooms. Again, workforce housing and on-site and off-site recreational amenities. As I mentioned, an EIR was prepared as required by CEQA, and in November of 2016, the county's Board of Supervisors certified the EIR and approved the Village of Palisades Tahoe specific plan. A lawsuit was filed challenging the EIR certification, and the plaintiff asserted that the specific plan's EIR analysis was inadequate for numerous reasons. In August of 2018, the Placer County Superior Court upheld the county's EIR analysis and denied the lawsuit in its entirety. Trial court ruling was appealed. And 3 years later, so in August of 2021, the Third District Court of Appeals issued its ruling and upheld the majority of the county's EIR analysis. However, the appeals court did partially reverse the Superior Court's decision and identified some deficiencies in the EIR in these four areas: public transit, construction noise, hydrology, water quality, and air quality in the Lake Tahoe Basin, and wildfire evacuation. In 2022, the Superior Court entered a new judgment against the county and required the county to rescind and vacate the 2016 approvals as a result of the CEQA lawsuit. And on November 8th, 2022, the Board of Supervisors took that action and rescinded the project approval. But the project merits weren't overturned. The ruling didn't say the project was too big. The decision of whether or not this is the right project lies with the county. The court order directed that the county not readopt or certify a revised EIR unless and until the county complies with CEQA by correcting those EIR deficiencies identified by the Court of Appeal. So Alterra Mountain Company, the owner of Palisades Tahoe Resort, wants to move forward, and so the county has worked with our environmental consultant, Ascent Environmental, and we prepared a partially revised draft EIR, and this specifically addresses the issues and impacts identified in the court ruling and those areas where the discussion and analysis was previously inadequate in 2016. The partially revised draft EIR was published on November 30th, 2022. There was a 60-day public comment period that ran through January 30th of 2023. The partially revised draft EIR does include this consistent chapter and section numbering with the 2016 EIR. It includes a supplemental analysis in those areas that the court said were previously inadequate. So as it relates to Chapter 9, there's additional details on mitigation measures to reduce impacts to transit. Chapter 10, air quality, analyzes the potential effects of vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, on the Lake Tahoe Basin's air quality. Chapter 11, the noise, includes an expanded discussion of thresholds of significance used for assessing noise impacts, the potential construction noise impacts, and the totality of sensitive receptors that may be affected by those construction activities. Revisions in Chapter 13, hydrology and water quality, focus on the potential effects of increased VMT on Lake Tahoe water quality. And revisions in Chapter 15, hazardous materials and hazards for wildfire, has an expanded analysis of the project's potential impacts to emergency evacuation and the availability of emergency responders to provide traffic control at key intersections. So the partially revised draft and final, they're not a complete reprinting of the 2016 EIR, but there is sufficient information to address the issues identified in the ruling and enough background and context for the lay reader to understand the analysis. The partially revised the Planning Commission held a public hearing on January 19th, 2023 to receive input from agencies and the public on the partially revised draft EIR. 2,718 comments were received during the public comment period. Responses to all comments, thank you. Responses to all comments received on the partially revised draft EIR have been prepared and included in the partially revised final EIR, which was published on August 9th of 2024. There's a couple terms I'd like to just go over because I think they're probably going to come up in the staff report and they're going to come up here today. And that first is a legal principle called res judicata. This is a Latin term which translates to a matter judged. And based on CEQA and legal requirements, the county is not required to address comments on issues that were covered in the 2016 draft and final EIR that were not overturned by the court. An exception to that is this term significant effect. And so as significant effect is defined by CEQA as substantial or potentially substantial adverse change in any of the physical conditions within the area affected by the project. And so that, those terms are discussed more in Chapter 1 of the partially revised final EIR in the introduction chapter. Chapter 2 of the partially revised final EIR includes modifications and revisions to mitigation measures and other sections. And then Chapter 3 includes the comments received and the responses to those comments. And where the county has received numerous similar comments on the same issues here, we have prepared these master responses. And it's not just that we've received a number of comments on the issues. These are valid concerns, and we get it. But these responses address a variety of issues in these comments. We have 16 master responses, and you can read them on the board there. There's no reason for me to read them all off. But when you think of the complete EIR for this project, for the specific plan, it includes the final partially revised EIR that was published, or the final partially revised that was published on August 9th, the draft partially revised EIR that was published in November 2022, as well as the prior 2016 EIR, both the draft and the final, except for those sections of the 2016 EIR that were overturned by the court. So I am just going to transition here to a few of these major, the areas that we received the majority of the comments on, kind of the big three here in terms of water supply assessment, transportation and transit, and emergency preparedness and evacuation. And then I'm going to hand it off to some experts in those fields. But first on water supply here, the project required preparation of a water supply assessment to determine the sufficiency of supply to meet the demand for the project and non-project development over a 25-year period. Several comments received suggest that primarily due to climate change and other factors that impacts to water supply are more severe today than they were in 2016. The partially revised final EIR master response titled Water Supply as a Change Condition responds to those comments. In general terms, the basin experiences a surplus of water conditions in winter and spring when more runoff is available to be stored than can be stored in the aquifer. Because of the basin's small size compared with the large volume of water that's flowing through it, it fills sufficiently and recharges every year, even when precipitation is below average. The project includes a number of mitigation measures, and the water supply assessment demonstrated that there is sufficient water with a margin of safety, so long as those mitigation measures are implemented. One of which being will serve letters or letters of availability from the water provider for domestic water service. So this is not the last time the water will be looked at. There are a number of checks and balances throughout the process to ensure that water and sustainable water supply is available for the future. In dry years and even multiple dry years. There has been ongoing management and groundwater conditions of the basin are routinely tracked. The previous or published reports since 2016 indicate that over that period, conditions remain similar. There is one change that's beneficial, and that is that basin-wide pumping has decreased a little bit, and that's due to conservation efforts by the Public Service District and Olympic Valley Mutual Water Company. But the water supply assessment in Chapter 13 of the 2016 EIR recognized and addressed potential impacts of climate change to the project's proposed water supply, and determined that there is a sufficient supply to meet the project and non-project water demands. The trial court rejected challenges to the 2016 EIR's water supply analysis. The issue was not raised on appeal, so the Court of Appeals ruling does not address it. But the WSA and the EIR have demonstrated that there is a sustainable sufficient water supply available to serve the project and reasonably foreseeable non-project development during normal, dry, and multi-dry years. And there's no new information or data that has been provided that changes those conclusions. One area where we have seen some changes is in the transportation sector. These are some of the public transportation improvements and changes since 2016. There's a signal down at the 89 Alpine Meadows Road intersection. There was an additional westbound lane added on Olympic Valley Road in 2019. We're several years into these TART free fare pilot projects. There's been roundabouts constructed. There's a TART micro transit pilot project that continues. And on the private side, the Mountaineer Shuttle Service is providing transportation, on-demand transportation within the valley. The gondola opened in 2022, so that's taking cars off the road in the winter that may be driving between Alpine and Palisades, Tahoe. The parking reservation system went into place in 2023, and there's other incentivized park and ride provisions. So again, Rich Moorhead and Department of Public Works will talk about that in a moment. We did look at current traffic volumes, and we looked at the winter AM peak hour, and the winter PM peak hour, and the summer PM peak, and the winter peak day. And again, generally, what you're seeing there is the solid line are the new counts, and the dashed line are the previous counts. And so generally, the traffic volumes are similar. What we see here is a higher spike in the AM peak, but also a quicker drop-off. It doesn't have those subsequent surges that it previously had. And in the afternoon, we see a somewhat lower peak and then a similar drop-off. So again, some slight changes, but consistent with what we were. As it relates to emergency preparedness, here the county did receive a number of comments stating that wildfire risk had increased, primarily due to climate change. The partially revised draft EIR's analysis and mitigation for the project's impacts were inadequate. There was a suggested need for revised evacuation analysis, and there were some that questioned the adequacy and effectiveness of shelter in place if Olympic Valley, if evacuation isn't possible. There are two master responses in the partially revised final EIR titled Wildfire Evacuation and Wildfire Risk as a Changed Condition. The appellate court ruling did identify one item related to the analysis of wildfire and wildfire evacuation in the 2016 EIR as requiring further discussion and analysis. And this has to do with Impact 15-4 and the traffic modeling that was used to estimate the time needed to evacuate Olympic Valley in response to a wildfire. And this centers around which emergency responders would be providing traffic control at key intersections during an evacuation. And that inadequacy in the ruling with respect to emergency evacuation was corrected in the partially revised draft EIR with an updated discussion of this Impact 15-4. It incorporates information from the Placer Operational Area East Side Emergency Evacuation Plan and identifies the process for directing organizations and individuals to provide traffic control at key intersections during an emergency evacuation. Traffic control would be provided by the CHP on the state highways and by the Placer County Sheriff's Office on the local roadways, with other potential assistance from the Department of Public Works, Caltrans, or other agencies, consistent with those roles and responsibilities that are spelled out in the East Side Emergency Evacuation Plan. And of course, they have the potential to make some adjustments, based on the direction of incident command, depending on the individual incident. You realize these are very dynamic situations. So the updated information validates the 2016 evacuation modeling that personnel would in fact be available to provide traffic control at key intersections during an emergency evacuation. and corrects the information by identifying the proper agencies and entities providing traffic control at those intersections during an event. The plan areas within the service area of the Olympic Valley Fire Department, the county worked with the Olympic Valley Fire Department to prepare an emergency preparedness and evacuation plan that was included in the as part of the 2016 approval. The focus of the emergency preparedness and evacuation plan is on fire, as that is the biggest threat to the community, but it also discusses and addresses things like avalanches, seismic events, and flood events. For this reconsideration of the project, the county has worked with the fire consultant Deer Creek Resources. We've updated the emergency preparedness plan with new, more recent information on topography, vegetation, climate, wildfire environment. We include information on more recent large wildfires in the northern Sierra Nevadas, like the Caldor, Dixie, the Beckworth, the mosquito fires. It discusses the potential threat scenarios from wildfire approaching from different directions. It includes the use of LiDAR data to identify areas with high concentration of ladder fuels that could then transfer to a crown fire. And includes updated information on how public safety information is disseminated, what are the notification systems that are used, and the procedures during emergency events, and the annual staff training that's required on emergency preparedness and evacuation. And ultimately, how this plan works in conjunction with the Olympic Valley Fire Department's Wildland Fire Evacuation Plan, and more broadly, the Placer Operational East Side Emergency Evacuation Plan. So again, I'm going to hand it off to some experts. I think the emergency responders will tell you that it's a process. It's not just a plan. This is dynamic, and they need some flexibility. But backing up for a moment to water supply, I'd like to introduce Chad Taylor from Todd Groundwater to discuss water supply.
Thank you, Patrick.
Hello, Commissioners. Thanks for having me. As Patrick mentioned, I'm Chad Taylor from Todd Groundwater. We were part of the team that authored the water supply assessment, both in 2014 and then a revised water supply assessment in 2015, to take into account drought conditions that had occurred since that elapsed time. Our team was prepared and coordinated by the Public Service District, the Olympic Valley Public Service. Even though they are slightly too small to be a lead agency for a water supply assessment, the county, as the responsible party, decided that since they are the largest local water purveyor, they should coordinate the preparation of the WSA. They prepared a team, coordinated a team that included their local hydrogeology and engineering consultants with long-term local knowledge. That team, including us, used local resources to evaluate the demands associated with the project and the non-project future growth in the area over the same time period, and compare that to available supply. The demand period of 25 years was selected to extend past what is typical for a WSA, but incorporate the entire period over which, as Patrick mentioned, the project is anticipated to be developed. For demand estimation, the PSD and their consultants estimated the future growth within the valley to include all known projects, reasonably foreseeable projects, and any potential projects that might come up within that same time period. A very exhaustive process that was beyond the typical assumptions for non-project growth within an area for a WSA. The supply in the basin comes all from groundwater and has historically. This map that we're seeing here is the groundwater basin. It covers the entire valley floor within the Olympic Valley, but it is not the same everywhere. This map shows that in the west portion of the valley, we have the blue hatched area, which is the deeper, higher quality, higher production capacity portion of the basin. That's where the existing wells for water supply, for municipal water supply, are all located. The eastern portion of the valley, that's a yellow hatch that incorporates the meadow and other portions of the basin, has thinner, lower capacity soils and has historically not been used significantly for water supply development. The PSD, as I mentioned, the largest historical water purveyor in the basin, had access to only limited areas in the western portion of the basin for wells for water supply. One of the benefits of this collaborative approach with the PSD, the county, and the applicant to prepare the WSA and evaluate water supply sufficiency for the future was to open up new areas of that western portion of the groundwater basin to additional groundwater supply development, new wells. The 6 wells that have historically been used for water supply development in the valley are all closely clustered to one another and close to the creek. And so they are limited in their production capacity because of that proximity to one another. There's a significant additional aquifer capacity that hasn't been used in the past because of the restrictions on area that the PSD had encountered with previous property owners in the valley. Our project team for the WSA evaluated that entire western portion of the basin, assessed where it was thickest, where production capacity was most achievable, and how to spread the wells out so that we reduced the per well demand, the per well pumping on an annual basis, even while supply and demand went up for project and non-project future water use, and spread the wells out so there was less well interference between the wells, less effects on other sensitive and beneficial uses of the aquifer, including the Washushu Creek. This is a major benefit of the approach that the PSD and the county took to the water supply assessment, because it was a large opportunity to better utilize the groundwater resource to serve future project and non-project, more importantly, within the valley. The PSD has long maintained and had at that time a computer model of the groundwater basin, a great resource that not all groundwater basins have, and certainly most didn't at that time. And this was a tool developed by the PSD over many years that was peer reviewed as part of the water supply assessment process by a third-party local hydrogeologist who found it to be an adequate tool for simulating conditions within the groundwater basin. The new wells, 9 new wells, plus the existing wells for both municipal and non-potable supply throughout the basin are in that model and were used to simulate future water demand and supply for the project and non-project demands, as I mentioned, and showed that there was adequate supply. The tool that we used, the model, was we needed a threshold, obviously, to develop a criteria against which to judge available supply. Unlike a surface water supply where you might know how much water you might expect on an annual basis, for groundwater, you need a different set of criteria. It's based on maintaining a sustainable long-term supply. As Patrick mentioned, this groundwater basin has a very large watershed where precipitation and snowmelt far exceed the storage capacity of the basin and far exceed the historical and future use of water within the basin, meaning that when snowmelt or precipitation runs off through the valley, through the creek, a limited amount of that goes to recharge and the rest flows right through. From a groundwater-centric perspective, as a hydrogeologist, we call that rejected recharge. It's recharge we wish we could capture if we had the storage to put it in the ground, but we don't, and so we have to watch it pass by. In this case, that rejected recharge component is massive in comparison to the amount that is used in the basin on an annual basis. So we can't really use what would be normally a sustainable yield or a simple yield estimate because the basin fills up every year so effectively. So instead, we developed a threshold based on water levels and aquifer thickness at each of the well locations, the existing and the new well locations. And we used the model to evaluate water levels at each month throughout a period of time covering more than 25 years for every well within the basin, both those existing and new wells. This graph that you're seeing now shows the average water level conditions in terms of saturated thickness. The kind of technical term, but I'm going to try and make it simple for you. So saturated thickness is just the height of water above the bottom of the basin in that location. And so each of the light colored lines represents an individual well in that simulation. And the dark red line represents the average condition for all those wells. The threshold that we developed was 65% of saturated thickness for all wells combined, the average condition for all wells combined on a monthly basis. We didn't want to see water levels fall below that 65% threshold more than 3 times within a year. And there was also a multi-year component for that. We didn't see the water level fall below that threshold for any individual well or for the average condition at all throughout this model period, including this driest period of record. Oops, sorry, I went the wrong direction. Here in 2020, 2021. And that was significant because that was a very dry time when pumping was high. And even then, even with adding new pumping to that period, we don't see a violation of this threshold. We don't go below that significance criteria. And that significance criteria was developed by the entire team working on the WSA in conjunction with the PSD, and showed not just adequate supply, but a significant margin of additional supply available for future growth beyond the project and non-project demands. We also looked at climate change. As Patrick mentioned, climate change in an area where you rely on snowmelt is a little bit uncertain, but given, once again, the large size of the watershed in this valley in comparison to the small size of the aquifer, we saw a large disparity between the volume of water that is available for runoff and the volume of water that is estimated to be needed for the project plus non-project demand. Only 4.7% of the water that falls as precipitation on the watershed and the valley is needed for water supply. The rest of that water goes to local beneficial uses and runoff that leaves the valley on an annual basis. And so in conclusion, not only using existing historical hydrology do we think that there's sufficient supply with a margin of safety at WSA, we think that climate change can also be accommodated with a reasonable margin of safety, similar to what we're showing here. Thank you.
So, Commissioners, next up we have Rich Moorhead, Deputy Director for the Department of Public Works, to talk about transportation and traffic management.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. Again, Rich Moorhead with Department of Public Works. I'm here today to talk about what's being provided for the transportation requirements of the project, and those are addressed through various numbers of strategies. There's managing existing transportation systems, improving transit, capital and operations, bike and ped facilities, improvements, and then contribution funding to regional programs. So the traffic management, as part of this, the traffic management plan is required to be developed, and with that, there'll need to be a predictive model that tells us when those peak days are going to occur, and during those peak days, there'll be things implemented like 3-laning program where they add essentially additional lane with conings on the roadway. Personnel will be staged at individual intersections to help traffic in and out of those intersections. So it's really a traffic control measure that increases capacity of the roadway. There's also the parking reservation system on those peak days, which was done this previous year, and we saw a pretty dramatic, or at least anecdotally, decrease in some of the queuing and some of the operational problems that we saw without that. If people know they have a parking space, they tend to not show up early in the morning and hit this really large peak that then drives a bigger peak. They know they have a space, they can show up when they want to, and that space is available to them, and people aren't coming in searching for spaces as well. There are also trip reduction measures that could be included. That can be things like no in and out of day skiers. So if you leave, you're not allowed to come back in. Staggered operations, there's a host of things that could be there, but all that would be part of that traffic management plan. There's also annual reporting of that plan and ongoing monitoring. And in that reporting, there's metrics that are measurable. So queue lengths, like the length of cars that are stacking up, volumes, and then it needs to include, what worked and what didn't work. And the important part of the plan is that it's an adaptive plan that changes quickly if needed. So at the end of the year, if we see some issues on the what didn't work, we can modify that, but it's also modifiable during that year process. So if you see things that aren't working, they can be modified at that point. There are transit improvements. For the transit improvements, there's a transit center for both public and private that is inside the village itself. There's shuttles in the valley for guest employees and residents that the project would operate. There's also a shuttle that would be run from the east parcel to the village, so that employee housing area to the village itself. And there's also an employee shuttle from the Tahoe City Transit Center, and it's when the requirements are triggered, and there's a mitigation measure 9.7 that defines all the specificity of that. There's also bike and pedestrian improvements that are inside the valley. There are two Class 1 multi-use paths, so those are the separated paths that are separated from the roadway that you see along roadways. There's one up in the village area that's being done, as well as near the east parcel. Class 2 bike lanes are on various roadways. Those are the extra wide shoulders with bike lane capacity on the shoulders of roadways. A couple locations on Olympic Valley Road, well, they'll produce or install a crosswalk with the rapid flashing beacon. You've probably seen those before. You push the button, the lights flash essentially to warn pedestrians are going to go across that intersection, to warn the drivers. There's a network of sidewalks and paths inside and around the village itself too. So in addition to the kind of managing the current infrastructure and physical improvements, there's contributions to some regional plans, financial contributions. And those projects that they're contributing to are identified in our long-range plans. Just a few of those plans are TRPA's RTP, Regional Transportation Plan, the county's TART Systems Plan, that's our bus operating plan essentially. And then we also have the Resort Triangle Transportation Plan that was adopted that looks at the entire Resort Triangle. And those are just a few of them. The fees that'll end up being paid out of the project, there's the countywide traffic fee, which I think everyone's probably familiar with. We have different zones for different areas. And in this case, in this zone, in today's dollars, it'd be about $2.3 million collected. And those escalate over time. So obviously, you have the cost of infrastructure increases, and we increase our fees associated with that. And out of the countywide program, it supports improvements to traffic operations, bike ped facilities, transit, and just safety on the roadways in the region. They're also required to establish a CSA or a CFD for transit to fund that portion of the transit. And until that CSA or CFD is formed, there's a contribution of $97,500 per year. There's also a one-time contribution of $85,000 goes towards transit capital. And then $75,000 a year that supports the free fares for their employees. Currently, I think you're aware, TART is free, and that money goes to support those free fares. And with the construction, there'd be an increase in TOT and TBID funding as well. And in addition to that, there's a voluntary payment of the TRPA mobility mitigation fee of $2 million. And that really represents a similar type project if it were to be constructed in the basin. And what's important about that money too is it's being paid, and those dollars stay in the Placer County region of the basin. And that gets used towards projects that are on the RTP for VMT reducing projects. In addition to that, there's the lodging fee, and that's roughly about $1 million annually. And there's a 30-year expiration on that. But those funds get used in the basin too for reducing VMT or VMT reducing projects. So things like workforce housing and transportation-related improvements. So that's a kind of a high level of what is in the DA. We're certainly around to answer any more detailed questions as the commission has the questions for us.
Okay, great. Thanks, Rich. Appreciate it.
So next up, we have Lieutenant Connors and also Assistant Chief Wassner to talk about emergency preparedness and evacuation planning.
Thank you. Welcome, guys.
Sorry, gotta move over. Commissioners, Lieutenant Ty Connors. I'm the lieutenant with the Office of Emergency Management for Placer County. Before we get started, I wanted to ask one question for the audience. So if you raise your hand, who's concerned about evacuations? I am too. We are too. So we really want to make sure to ensure the community and to you that we're well prepared in how we go about when it comes to evacuation concerns. So before we even get started into the evacuation process, I really want to make sure that people understand how we get there. And it all starts with fire behavior. So I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Chief Ryan Westner.
Thank you, Ty. Thank you, Commissioner. With all fires, I like to say this just to come out like a little bit of an icebreaker, but all fires start small. So that being said, with the fires being started small, the first person that shows up at scene is a company officer, and they're usually within a 5-minute response time to that fire once our alert system starts the first responders en route. And when that first engine gets there, he does what we call report on conditions. So the report on conditions gives us the information over the airwaves, over the radio waves for the area listening, everything that we need to do to set up the next step of this process. So a report on conditions has things like where the fire is at, what street it's at, what address is it at, what is the fire burning, what are the fuels like, is it heavy timber or is it light flashy fuels and grasses, and what's the topography looking like. So using the rate of spread with the fuels and topography, that paints the picture for all of our responding agencies. And with that, that rolls into the company officer's next thing that he does when he cues the mic is a resource order. So that resource order is going to be adequate to fight the current fire that he sees there, and also that current fire if it goes into the first burn period or the second burn period. How he does that and how we do that is once the initial response is activated and people are at scene, the additional resource order is going to go to our Grass Valley Emergency Command Center, and then from there, our local cooperators will be responding. First of all, we'll use the Tahoe Basin. We'll take all the engines out of the Tahoe Basin that will respond to that area, and our CAL FIRE partners in Amador and El Dorado, Butte Unit, and our CAL OES system. And once the CAL OES system is activated, that's the mutual aid system, and that's where we get engines as far as Sacramento, Redding, and as close as Reno, Washoe, and Sparks. And then with that, as the first responders set the stage up for our evacuation process, one of the words that we'll use in the report on conditions is structures threatened. And once that's aired and heard, that's not just heard with our local areas, that's heard from Sacramento to Redding. And what that does is that opens up the avenues for all the wings and all the wheels in Northern California to listen to that one incident commander and what he's got to say and what his needs are. And from there, we're going to set up an ICP, and then we're going to go into what we call unified command. And our second responders will then meet us at that location and set up our evacuation process.
Thanks, Ryan. So one thing we talked about evacuations is, again, people don't really realize how much goes into play before we even make a decision. And so that's why I thought it was important to have Ryan come up here and kind of describe kind of the process that the fire department goes through or fire agencies. But when we do go into that unified command, that's when really we get that information straight from the fire as far as the report on conditions and how we're going to go about doing our systematic evacuation process. And one thing that we go through when it comes to our notifications is we have a wide range of how we notify people of who's getting evacuated, who might be under a warning, who will be under an order, or maybe even a shelter in place. But our notifications are done through the Placer Alert process, and this is where, again, we keep stressing to people that they sign up for Placer Alert, because those are the type of notifications that we're going to get into that affected area. But also what we've done too is when it comes to social media and other outreaches, but when we go into that evacuation order, we want to ensure that we're notifying everybody in those affected areas, and we will actually go door to door. Now, again, the Tahoe station doesn't have, a large presence of peoples, but that's where we work with our mutual aid partners. And we had our unified command training being in the summer. And again, we worked with 20 other agencies on working how do we go through that evacuation process and how we work together to make sure that we're being efficient as possible on that evacuation process.
And with that, we fall back on training. We do 2 trainings a year with Unified Command with all of the local agencies on the east side and the west side. But evacuations is what we do. I mean, CAL FIRE is known for it. Placer County Sheriff's Office is known for it. Some of our wins are the Bridge Fire, the River Fire, the Mosquito Fire, and the Caldor Fire. And all of those had systematic, organized evacuations. Currently, right now in Sierra County, with a very small sheriff's office and a contingent of our federal cooperators and state resources, we've evacuated 500 people, and they're under a current mandatory evacuations with no issues.
So one thing that I want to at least mention also is how lucky we are in this county is Sheriff Wu and Under Sheriff Wright have made it their priority to make sure that we are effective and efficient at what we do in our training process and being prepared to handle the situations. And that's why I'm very confident in our process that we come up with. I know that there's been other concerns when it comes to a recent report that came out with the Tahoe Basin report, saying it's going to take 14 hours to get out of the Tahoe Basin, and obviously I would have a concern with that as well. But the concern I have with it too is how that report came out is the jurisdictional authority when it comes to evacuations does land on law enforcement. And law enforcement wasn't part of this report that came out of how we do our evacuations. There's a few other things that weren't taken into account when it comes to this report as well, is when it comes, like Ryan was talking about, is the report on conditions of fire behavior and what it's doing. And there was nothing in that report that kind of mentioned that. Another thing I wanted to mention too is that it doesn't take into our process that we use. Like Patrick said, is that we use various techniques when it comes to traffic control points, contraflow, working with our mutual aid partners, if we're going to order, warning, or shelter in place. All these processes can skew a number when it comes to an evacuation. Also, one thing is when is someone's getting evacuated is when are they in that safe zone? And when you're evacuating and you use the last car leaving the Tahoe Basin and going to the state line, and when it gets to the state line, you're now safe, and that what stops the clock. Well, that again is a long time that people are completely out of danger. So that's one thing we also look at too, is where's the best place to get people to that safe zone and getting out of danger.
And I just would like to close out my section of this, and this is just for the community, and I just jotted down a couple things from all the Firewise communities that we've been speaking to, and just typically for this community up here, your community is very fire aware, your community is very fire wise, and your community up here is very, very informed. So with all of that, let us get in, let us get you guys out, and let us put the fire out.
The last I'd like to say that, again, we want to make sure that you are best informed too, is that we have Captain Josh Tyndall, we have Deputy Chief Jim Hudson. They're part of the incident management team for the state of California. And so with the CAL FIRE IMT teams. And again, if there's any questions that come up that you want that higher level of expertise when it comes to what they've handled statewide, when it comes to handling evacuations or fire behavior, they're also here to answer any of your questions. And then the last part I'd like to quickly mention, sorry, I gotta go back. On that report that came out is, when they say a no notice evacuation, that's just not our process that we go about doing it. We use realistic type scenarios when we do our training. On the left side is the report that came out, is that the purple section is basically the entire area that's gonna get evacuated at one time. And that's just not our process that we do. Again, with fire behavior and how it comes in is how we create those zones. And off to the right is kind of how we develop our zones based on fire behavior. On that bottom left might be the evacuation order. Those are the people that are immediately going to get affected by the fire. They need to get out. But then we start planning ahead to coming when the fire is going to get to certain trigger points that we get people ready. And then we also pre-plan, so that way when that time comes, when the fire department says, hey, we need to upgrade that zone, we do that. So it's a systematic evacuation. And this way it does limit the amount of traffic that goes on there, trying to limit the amount of people that are getting evacuated, because we want people to displace people if they don't have to be displaced. Yep. But anyways, thank you very much. I'll turn it over. Chris?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
To wrap up here, the staff part of the presentation, we have Patrick Dobbs.
Thank you. It is the same project as 2016, except the name changed to Palisades Tahoe. But some circumstances have changed, as we've discussed today. While it's the same project, there is a difference between what is legally required to readdress the previous CEQA errors and what the county is requiring of the project today. And so in wrapping up, I would like to focus on a few of the public benefits of the development agreement. And this is what you get with a specific plan. As I mentioned earlier, the zoning allows this project to effectively be built piecemeal or in silos. When you have the comprehensive plan like this, you get improvements and funding that go above and beyond a specific nexus to a project impact. This includes workforce housing for 386 new and replacement employees. That's concurrent with the first phase of lodging development. That's a $50+ million effort on behalf of the applicant. There's no in lieu fees. All of the housing will be constructed or converted. There's an additional $500,000 for regional housing initiatives. There's a regional initiative fund with $800,000 for environmental, and these figures are kind of at build out. They grow over time. But for environmental enhancements and restoration, open space acquisition, public trails, and safety improvements. Again, the West Valley Fire Station, Altair is going to dedicate the land, construct the station, staff it 24/7, and equip it. And then the Washishu Creek stream restoration, the channel widening, the sediment control basins, revegetation of habitation, and restoration and creation of wetlands, and improvement to the floodplain areas. As it relates to parks and recreation, the project will develop and dedicate 8.84 acres of active parkland, 8.84 acres of passive recreation areas, and 1.8 miles of recreational trails. There's additional $3.4 million to the County Park and Recreation Fund. Rich spoke on a number of the items in related to transportation and transit, but particularly this traffic management and parking plan. There's a new transit center, $2.3 million in countywide traffic fees, $85,000 up front for operating and capital expenses, $97,500 annually for transit operations, the $75,000 annual contribution for free fares on TART, and continued participation and support of the microtransit and business improvement district for the life of the project. Again, we've talked about the TRPA mobility fee. Although this is outside the basin, they are voluntarily paying a fee as though it was in the basin. And this would generate approximately $2 million for funding of Lake Tahoe Basin mobility improvements within the Placer County portion of the basin. The lodging fee is 2.5% on short-term stays less than 30 days. This will generate an annual estimated amount of $1 million to, again, fund and accelerate these VMT reduction projects. And again, as it relates to the Mountain Adventure Camp, there are provisions that would offer a discount and non-peak access privileges for full-time Eastern Placer County residents. A core concept of the community plan is this destination resort at the west end of the valley, where you would have this concentration of commercial activities and guest lodging and resort uses in this active resort atmosphere, really to draw around the year-round visitors. This is a logical expansion of the existing village. This will reduce pressure on residential neighborhoods that are currently used for short-term rentals. This will encourage further ski resort development with the goal of developing a destination resort in this range and mix of resort residential uses and expanded all-season recreation activities. Again, workforce housing for employees concurrent with the first phase. This will allow the additional commercial development will facilitate economic activity to stay within the valley and provide for a more sustainable recreation-based economy. This has potential to affect travel patterns and spread out that concentration of when people arrive and depart and away from peak times. Again, a number of capital improvements, transit funding to address these transportation challenges and reduce vehicle mile travel in Placer County and the basin. And there are enforceable and adaptive transportation and parking management strategies. Project exceeds day skier parking capacity called for in the Olympic Valley general plan throughout all phases of development. It includes construction and dedication of the West Valley Fire Station, including staffing and equipment, and comprehensive stream restoration. The project has been presented to the Olympic Valley MAC and other organizations numerous times over the past 12 years. In May of 2016, it was an action item for the Olympic Valley MAC, and they did recommend denial of the specific plan as proposed and suggested consideration of a scaled down project, approximately 50% of the project size. On September 7th, 2022, so a lot of that time this was in the courts, but we came back to the community on September 2022 for a joint Olympic Valley MAC and NITRAC meeting to, again, facilitate that community feedback and provide an overview of the trial court and appellate court decisions. And just a couple weeks ago, we had a virtual community meeting, again, focusing on these three major topic areas that seem to come up again and again: water supply, transportation and transit, and emergency preparedness and evacuation. Really with the goal, we understand it's a big record, and trying to help people provide direction and navigation to where they can find responses to address their concerns, and particularly in these master responses. On August 17th, 2024, so just a couple weeks ago, we again held a joint Olympic Valley MAC and North Tahoe Regional Advisory Council joint meeting. And the outcome of that is that the community supports a reduced density alternative. The water park did not align with community desires. They're interested in a more collaborative process to develop a scaled back alternative. Again, they have a 1983 community plan, and there's a desire to make some updates to that. But the concerns we heard were on these issues that we hear again and again: wildfire risk, traffic and congestion, economic pressures, evacuation delays, and whether funding would be adequate for the transportation and housing. We also heard from folks who own businesses in the valley saying it's really hard to operate during those shoulder seasons and looking for a more sustainable pathway forward. Ultimately, the Olympic Valley MAC voted unanimously 4 yes, 0 no, to recuse themselves to recommend that the Planning Commission advise the Board of Supervisors to deny the Village at Tahoe Village at Palisades Tahoe specific plan as proposed. And again, there's a request that the county and the applicant work with the community to develop a new reduced density alternative and conduct further CEQA environmental review for that community preferred option. The project was properly noticed. The site was properly posted. We have received a number of comments in recent weeks, and all of those public comments have been provided to you. The discussion and analysis in the staff report and the EIR outlines a focused and achievable vision, a framework of policies and catalyst elements, and implementation of all feasible mitigation measures to address both potential short-term and long-term conflicts to transform Palisades Tahoe Resort into one of the top all-season destination resorts in the country, consistent with the Placer County General Plan and the Olympic Valley General Plan and Land Use Ordinance. And for these reasons, staff is recommending approval and requests the following 8 actions from you. Adopt a resolution to certify the Village at Palisades Tahoe specific plan environmental impact report, that's attachment B, consisting of the 2016 draft and final EIRs, which are attachment B, exhibits 1 and 2, and the 2024 draft and final partially revised environmental impact reports, which is attachment B3 Exhibits 3 and 4. Prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, and adopt the findings of facts and statement of overriding considerations, which is an Attachment B, Exhibit 5, and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program in Attachment B, Exhibit 6, based on the findings contained in the resolution. Second action is to adopt a resolution in Attachment C to approve the Village at Palisades Tahoe specific plan. It's included as Attachment C, Exhibit 1, based on the findings contained in the resolution. Number 3 is to adopt an ordinance in Attachment D to approve the Village at Palisades Tahoe specific plan development standards and design guidelines. They're included in Attachment D as Exhibit 1, based on the findings contained in the ordinance, it should say up there. Number 4, adopt a resolution in Attachment E to amend the Olympic Valley General Plan by amending the land use diagram to incorporate the Village at Palisades Tahoe specific plan land use designation and add section, 6E7 related to emergency preparedness, supported by the findings in the resolution. Fifth action is to adopt a resolution or adopt an ordinance in Attachment F to rezone all acreage within the specific plan area from the current zoning designations to SPL BPTSP, that stands for Specific Plan, Village at Palisades Tahoe Specific Plan, based on the findings contained in the ordinance. Next is to adopt the Village at Palisades Tahoe Specific Plan Large Lot Vesting Tentative Subdivision Map that's included as Attachment G, supported by the findings in the staff report and subject to the conditions of approval, which are in Attachment H. Next is to adopt an ordinance, Attachment I, to approve the development agreement relative to the Village at Palisades Tahoe specific plan based on the findings contained in the ordinance. And the final action we request of you today is to adopt a resolution in Attachment J to approve the water supply assessment based on the findings. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes staff's presentation.
So, Commissioners,
Thank you.
before we wrap up staff presentation, Mr. Dobbs mentioned that there were a number of letters and public correspondence that came in leading up to this Planning Commission hearing. We did want to give an opportunity for Sean Bechta from Ascent Environmental to provide a response to one of those letters that came in just yesterday from Sierra Watch and the League to Save Lake Tahoe. So again, like to introduce Mr. Sean Bechta and have him provide a response before we turn it back over to the chair to answer questions from the commission.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Thanks, Patrick. Welcome, Sean. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Sean Bechta, Ascent Environmental. I've been the project manager for the CEQA document for this project since the beginning. So we did get this piece of new information yesterday, about 80 pages of comments and over 500 pages of attachments. I can't say that we comprehensively reviewed every page, every word, every cross-reference, but I can say that we have had multiple eyes on the material, and as Patrick brought up the theme that the same issues continue to come up. I think that that's what we found in what we saw, that the same issues were reiterated, and pointing out that from what we saw, we did not see anything in that new material that would cause us to change the conclusions, the impact decisions that we had in the EIR, or otherwise change anything that we have in the CEQA process. We don't see anything in it so far that calls into question the adequacy of the CEQA document that we prepared. Just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. If there's nothing else from staff, I'd like to bring it back to the commission.
Yes, that does conclude staff presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions for staff at this point?
Yeah, just one question for Chief Wissner for some additional clarification. When you talked about the initial response, just my understanding, my experience, if it's a high warning day, a high fire day, red flag day, at that initial report, you're going to have additional resources responding even before that first engine's on site to do an assessment. Is that correct?
Yes, for the area, we're going to have 6 engines rolling in with 6 engines, 2 dozers, 2 crews, 3 fixed wings, 2 helicopters coming. That's just normal. And then on top of a red flag warning for this area, like we just did this week, we'll bring 2 additional crews up, 2 dozers and extra engines, and pre-PO them in the area that's going to be targeted by weather.
Thank you.
Chief, one more question. Go ahead.
I had a question about shelter in place. Can you tell us a little bit about how that would be managed and how you would decide when you shelter in place, where that is, how that's managed, and by whom?
I'll bring the subject matter expert.
I thought it was you.
Well, shelter in place, it's one of the tools that we can use, but it's not our absolutely go-to in every situation.
Of course.
So like regarding the Village of Palisades project, one thing we might do, and this is also in conjunction working with our fire partners, is, some areas like the hotel might be considered, it's not our first priority, but might be considered as a shelter in place, but other areas within the woodland, line of the woodlands might get evacuated. So it just all kind of depends on that fire behavior of what we together feel is the safest decision to make for the community.
Sure, so if the fire's burning or moderating or burning in one area, we'll hold people from going into that area. Not necessarily a shelter in place, but we'll just hold everybody back, let the fire front go through, or let us get in and anchor, flank, and hold, and then allow people to go through. Again, that's a systematic, organized evacuation.
And then what about notifying tourists? Like myself, I'm not on a notification system. How does that work?
So one thing we actually, and hearing from the public doing numerous community events, is that's one concern, is how do we notify the transient population? We did develop the TahoeAlerts.com. That's one area, and then we're going to start putting that out to hotels and stuff like that when it comes to information, is if someone's touring and or vacationing, they want to get notifications about an emergency, they click it, or they go onto TahoeAlert.com, and it notifies them where they need to go and the appropriate agency within the Tahoe Basin of how to get those notifications. But also we have wireless alert notifications. We can do emergency alert that can do a big radius that covers every cell phone, in the area. So there's a lot of different techniques that we can do to notify everybody.
Thank you.
One more question.
Okay, I have a fire question, I guess. Yeah, we frequently hear about the word incident command, and we talk about incident commanders and unified command. And so maybe you could go into a little bit how this overall system really integrates with the evacuation and what those terms actually mean.
So the incident command is going to be one incident objectives that everybody's working under. So we're going to set what we call the box, our control objectives and our management objectives. And whether we're in unified command or incident command with one leader or a bunch of leaders, we have one playbook that we're going off of. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And then everybody in the system will only have one boss, and span of control and division of labor all fall underneath that incident command.
Okay, and so the incident command then is aware of what in terms of the fire, and how do they interface with the evacuation program?
That's one thing we do, that we call it kind of that truck to truck, and that's where we have the primary agencies that are dealing with the incident. We're together working almost like this. He's getting firsthand information on the fire behavior. He's giving it directly to us for law enforcement, which we then take it off their plate, and then we start working with our evacuation process. So it's a very fluid way of communication, but also we want to make sure that once we're in that unified command, especially for a lot of different areas that are getting affected, that we start working on the liaisons, that we have those liaisons with utility districts, school districts, and everything else that are connected with us. So that way, if we have something we need to direct to those specific people, that we have a point of contact right away.
Okay, so then when Patrick uses the word process in terms of evacuation, that's what you guys are talking about. Is that correct?
Correct. It's a process.
Okay.
So, and each situation's different, and each situation's got its different challenges, and we use the framework of the incident command system of ICS to work through each one of those incidents.
Okay, thank you.
One more question for myself. Anybody else?
Yes, I have a question.
You can go first. Go ahead.
I have a couple questions on the EIR, no fire or evacuation question.
If there's only fire, I want to get, because they're already here, then they'll come back.
No questions on that.
For fire.
No.
One question, fixed planes are probably coming from Mather, I would assume, to get here if there's something in the valley.
Grass Valley Air Attack Base is closest.
Closest. Also, we have all this extra water here. Is there places for helicopters to drop down, pick up water in the Palisades Valley or Olympic Valley to get water if it needs to be closer to help fight this fire sooner? Is that an option, or is that an option that could be built here?
The helicopter pilots find water everywhere.
Okay.
They
just
have a
double check.
knack for it, from people's backyards to Lake Tahoe.
Yeah, I've
They'll
seen it in
find
the swimming pool, so that's
Right
great.
in the swimming pool.
All right, thank you. No further questions for fire and police. Thank you, guys. Next questions. Amber, go
I
ahead.
have a couple questions. My questions are a couple on the EIR and then a couple from the staff presentation. So from the EIR, from a noise impact perspective, I know in reading the documentation, there was a feedback from the appellate court about these 50-foot sensors, and that the actual noise impacts extended much further beyond that. And so my question first, and I guess I can wait till you get up here. Can you hear me? Okay, all right. Are the noise impacts, so I think it was 4,800 feet in daytime would be the noise impacts by the project, and then 2,667 feet were determined to be the nighttime sort of range of noise impacts. So based on those noise impacts, were biological resource impacts evaluated either in the 2016 EIR or in this recirculated EIR?
Okay. So that is a question I can answer. So I'll say initially our whole management team from Ascent is here. So Gary followed me up. This is Gary Jacobs, the principal in charge on the project. This is a large, complex project. We had a division of labor. And so on noise in general, Gary covered that. So when I heard noise, Gary knew to come up. He specialized in that part of the analysis. I'll say also we have Sarah Henningsen, who is part of our management team and has expertise in some other areas in the EIR itself. But on biological resources, that is mine. So we looked at noise from the project on biological resources really from the entirety of the project and how far it went. So for example, wildlife noise, say a typical standard for nesting raptors, which is often the species that's most sensitive to noise, and you don't want that noise during the nesting season to result in nest abandonment, so you don't want mortality to chicks or eggs. The typical distance is 500 feet. So when you say this many thousand feet versus that many thousand feet, you've gone beyond the level of noise that would cause nest abandonment. We did look at the noise basically up to that 500 feet from any part of the project for raptors. Is that,
I guess I don't know the dimensions of the project, but this 4,800 feet daytime noise and 2,667 nighttime noise that I saw reference to, I'm assuming that extends far beyond 500 feet, and I am aware of the raptor nesting Migratory Bird Treaty Act, and it's part of my question. So when you say 500 feet, I guess I'm trying to understand what was evaluated from a biological resource impact, 500 feet, 50 feet, or these two sort of it sounds like the maximum range where there might be noise impacts.
So that, say for raptors, we're looking at the biology of the species and not so much the perceptible noise levels for human disturbance. So we actually, you could say we have a higher bar or a lower bar for human disturbance where people care. So what we're saying is the rule of thumb based on decades of observations of nesting raptors is that once the raptor is more than 500 feet from the source of disturbance, that the potential for nest abandonment is almost gone. The raptor doesn't really care. So we looked at 500 feet out from the outer boundaries of the project for the potential for raptor impact. So any noise generated by the project, if there was a raptor, say 600 feet, what the science tells us is that raptor is too far away from the construction activity for that activity to result in nest abandonment. Now, if your standard is, are we causing disruptions to people sleeping at night with their windows open, that potential is greater than 600 feet. And so that's why you have these other noise measurements. So my understanding of your source question, did our wildlife impacts assess the noise from the project out to those, thousands of feet? It depends on the sensitivity of the species. And so we looked at the biology of the species and assessed the ability of construction to cause a problem for that species. Then you could say that the most sensitive species that we assessed were Homo sapiens, and that all other species have less sensitivity to construction noise, and therefore that envelope of what we looked at for noise encompassed all the wildlife species that could be affected by the project.
So I could summarize by saying you're concluding that the entire impact analysis was done on every species identified in the area, whether it's the hare, raptors, songbirds, you name it, up to the 4,800 feet daytime noise disturbance and the 2,667 feet nighttime noise.
Yeah, let me add something to what Sean is saying. Gary Jacobs with Ascent. Glad to be here today. There was a bit of a misunderstanding with what our analysis said and how the court concluded that in the 2016 draft EIR, that we only looked 50 feet out from where the noise was occurring. The way that we derive noise is we look at published data related to construction, and it's always published at what would the noise level be 50 feet from where construction equipment occur. So we looked at that, but we extrapolated that out to various noise levels over distance. We took a very conservative approach. We didn't look at any intervening structures that could reduce noise. We didn't look at whether soft ground would absorb noise, even though we know that there is soft ground out there. So we took a very conservative approach. In the 2016 EIR, we did look at the full extent of noise. We looked species by species at what the effect would be on each of the sensitive species at the full extent to which noise would occur during the day and at night. So in the revision to the EIR, we reference back to what we had evaluated before because the noise didn't change.
Okay. So all of the impacts were assessed in 2016?
All were assessed in 2016, and we just refined the, we showed graphics in the new EIR that says the same thing we analyzed in 2016.
Okay. Anthony, I do have a couple other questions.
For these gentlemen or somebody else?
It may be for someone else. It's related to the EIR, and I tried to wrap my head around it, so I'll try to be as articulate as I possibly can. So the TRPA sort of boundaries and sort of policy guidance and context to what this project has to comply with as it relates to the thresholds and things like that to not impact Lake Tahoe, clarity, transparency, water quality, et cetera. The couple questions I have is the $2 million mobility fund voluntary contribution, how was that derived? Was it based on an assessment or analysis of we think there might be some impacts or indirect impacts because we're not in the basin? But how was that derived? And how do we know that it's enough to mitigate the impacts of this particular project?
So Commissioner Beckler, we're going to have Katie Jackson from Department of Public Works respond to that question.
Okay.
Could I provide just a precursor first related to the EIR? And this is why Katie is going to come up as, so for an environmental impact report, as you know, we're looking for the significant environmental effects. And so the impact mechanism that the court asked us to look at was the contribution or the vehicles from the project going into the Tahoe Basin. And so, you know, as an EIR preparer looking at the environmental effects, I always say no pun intended, we stay in our lane and we assess whether there's a significant effect. we did not determine any significant unavoidable effects or significant effects requiring mitigation related to this project's impacts on the Tahoe Basin. For us as EIR preparers, once we come to that less than significant conclusion, we do not call for mitigation and our part is done. Now we leave the realm of the environmental impact assessment CEQA analysis, and you've asked the question, how did that additional above and beyond get calculated? And so that's what Katie will speak to, but I did want to make that distinction between the CEQA impact analysis, our less than significant conclusion, therefore not requiring mitigation, and then this above and beyond outside of the CEQA process.
Okay, and just to clarify before Katie comes up, there is an impact, it's just less than significant, is that correct?
Correct.
Because I will have a follow-on question to that, but
yeah, so there are vehicles entering the Tahoe Basin. Those vehicles do have emissions. Those vehicles do grind up sediment, and we disclose that in the EIR. So there is a change in the environment resulting from the project, but for every environmental issue that we evaluate in the EIR, we have a significance threshold that must be crossed to have a significant impact. And so we said the change in the environment did not cross that threshold and cause a significant impact.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you.
Good morning, Katie Jackson, Engineering Manager with the Placer County Department of Public Works. I will say that we had multiple consultations with TRPA staff throughout the course of this project, and had a lot of conversation about, with the project being so close to the TRPA boundary, but of course outside the boundary. And so, like Sean said, there were considerations made for being so close, but not within the TRPA regulatory area. So specifically to your question, there was an agreement, a voluntary agreement for the project applicant to pay $2 million into the mobility mitigation fee program, which is owned and operated and run by TRPA. And that amount was based on the VMT contribution from the project to the basin. So they reviewed all of the VMT analysis that was associated with the project, including the peak winter Saturday, the annual average VMT into the basin, and then they equated that to, if that amount of trips were generated by a project in the basin, then that project would pay approximately $2 million into the mobility mitigation fee program. And so I just have a quote from the TRPA letter. They provided a letter that's in Appendix B of the partially revised final EIR. And there's a statement in there that says, this amount is a reasonable estimate of the mitigation fees that would be required for a similar in-basin project.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Sure. And then and Anthony, just bear with me. I read the 85-page document, so I do really have questions.
No, it's fine, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here.
So the follow-up question is, if there were deemed to be less than significant impacts, and Katie just described that the voluntary contribution was given because the project's not within the basin, understand that, and it was based on the emissions, nitrogen, particulates, all these types of things. And the TRPA and the Clean Water Act have sort of provisions over Lake Tahoe. It's a nationally recognized lake. In the 85-page document, there was this sort of nice framework. I'm a visual framework person. And it talked about, sorry, there's an echo.
Push it back, maybe.
Try that again. In that framework, it's like a decision tree, and I have it here, but obviously the public can't see it. But it's an anti-degradation flow chart, and the whole purpose of it, from what I could determine, is that it's really important to make sure we don't impact Lake Tahoe for many, many, hundreds of years to come. And it talks about, and I'd like you to help me understand this. It talks about, will the regulated action lower water quality? Yes or no? Is the water in ONRW Lake Tahoe is? Yes or no? And it has this decision tree. And so I guess what I'm trying to grapple is if there's a payment was made, even though it's not in the basin, so it was deemed there were impacts from basically traffic to Lake Tahoe in the basin. This decision tree talks about if there are impacts that would affect water quality, then you can't approve the project. Otherwise, it violates the Clean Water Act, which is obviously a federal umbrella. And so I don't know if I understand it correctly, but that was my interpretation of it. So if you could help me understand that.
You picked a good topic. I'm also a visual person, and amongst the 85 pages, that was one thing that I cued in on. So, like I said, I can't say that I'm 100% up to speed in everything in that 85 pages, but you picked the one of the things where I am. And so I did dig into that regulation and I think it's ONWR. And so I went back to the source materials on that regulation, and that regulation is specific to discharges to the water body. And so it is specific to a specific realm of ways of affecting the water body and putting things into the water body. So the VMT from any project does not qualify in the definition of a discharge. So in the very first, that law that is being referenced there is not applicable to the impact mechanism for this project. So whereas that chart appears to show that any adverse effect on water quality cannot be authorized, it's really specific to adverse effect to discharges. So putting sewage, putting water, pumping into the water body. And then it even has some exemptions for some discharges. So getting very specific. So for example, when you pressure test a new pipeline, you put liquid into it and put it, then you got to get rid of that water. There's an exemption for that you could put that in. So the short story is that chart, although interesting, is not applicable to this particular project in this particular instance. I would say also that chart, were it applicable, in that letter, they also identify the idea tries to make a nexus between climate change and adverse effects on water quality. If that were the case, then a project in Germany that's releasing GHG emissions and contributing to global climate change also could not be authorized because it could have an adverse water quality effect on Lake Tahoe. So that particular chart is not applicable and does not address the impact that this project could have as far as generating more vehicles going into the Tahoe Basin.
Okay, and the discharge, that one example wouldn't be the particulates from the rubber or from the tires. That's
Correct.
Not considered. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for
You're
that.
welcome.
I do have a couple of other questions still.
Commissioner
Anthony.
Beckler.
Yes.
If I could just take a moment, just to see if I can provide a higher level perspective and pull this issue all together. Alex Fish, Principal Planner. As Mr. Beckta said, he kind of went over the environmental thresholds analysis and how we evaluate that through the lens of compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. Ms. Jackson covered the consultation process that we undertook with the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency to determine how this fits into the scope of their regulatory structure. And in evaluating the issues here, and you did touch a bit on the TMDL, or the total maximum daily load that the regional board has set for the lake, recognizing the sensitivity of the resource and the regional context of this project and the regional significance of this project, Placer County has chosen to look at this in terms of, although it doesn't exceed an environmental threshold, it nonetheless is a very important policy issue. And because of the importance of that policy issue and because of the importance of this resource and asset to the region, The county has undertaken or endeavored with the project applicant to effectuate this voluntary agreement to pay the mobility fee as if the project were an in-basin project, effectively offsetting 100% of the projected VMT contribution that would be in the basin as a result of the project. And so while in terms of a CEQA determination, the county came to a less than significant determination, we chose to address it at a policy level. And so that's why you see it contextualized in the way that it is in the project presentation.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Alex.
You're welcome.
Anything else?
I do.
Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. I do a lot of research. Let's see here. I think they're probably maybe Patrick's type questions. And I know the county planning staff knows this because I asked them some questions already, but I'd like to ask it here just so others understand how this works, or maybe there's other open questions. But there's two things. The first is general plan time horizons are typically 20 plus years, right? And I know the county's going to be going through a general plan update here pretty soon. The Olympic Valley General Plan, aka Community Plan, in my mind, was done in the 80s, and the County General Plan, I think, was maybe done in 2000, 1990.
1993.
Okay, 1993. Knowing that, and I'm not at all talking about making opinions or anything about the project. I'm specifically looking to understand in a community plan or general plan of that date, one might surmise that things have changed quite a bit since 1983. And so the vision, the community input, the zoning, the land use, all of those things become factors in circulation when a general plan update's done, right? And so Patrick, in your opinion, or from your knowledge, what would be a couple of things that would change over 40 plus years that original general plan was done?
Thank you for the question. As you indicate, times change. Some things stay the same, some things change. But I mean, I think some of the changes are reflected in the updated provisions in the development agreement. So housing is a bigger deal than it was previously. I mean, the transportation challenges that we're seeing, those are a couple of the initial ones that come to mind. But it is obviously a very collaborative and forward-thinking process, and so I'd be speculating in terms of kind of, but again, the county was quite optimistic in terms of what they laid out and the vision that was set forth, and some of the feedback we're hearing from the community today is that something a little more, scaled back, it would be more desirable. So, I appreciate the opportunity to speculate on it, but this is an area where we would listen to the community. This is our plan and their plan to see the type of development and protections that we want to see moving forward. So
Okay.
I covered it.
Yeah, and then
Commissioner Beckler,
yes.
if I may just add, I do want to correct myself. The general plan was adopted in 1994, not 1993. Okay. So nevertheless, it is still an old
Yes.
document.
And then
as you mentioned, the county has just begun a process to update the county-wide general plan, which we do expect to take multiple years to update. As part of that process, we will be evaluating the community plans, and there will be decisions made by recommendations by the Planning Commission, decisions made by the board about the community plans, whether or not to keep the community plans,
Right.
roll them into the general plan, or create sub-area plans, or leave some community plans in place. So just wanted to provide that update as well.
Okay, thank you. And I'll have a couple of other comments after public comment, but it's more my my thoughts. So the last question, I think, Patrick, is in the alternatives analysis, there were a number of options evaluated. One of them termed RDA, Reduced Density Analysis. You and I've had conversations about this. It was deemed infeasible because it didn't meet some of the project objectives and it didn't, meet the economic IRR, return, which is a common financial measure. There was another community-provided alternative. I think it was termed the RSA, Reduced Size Alternative. Had some similarities to the RDA, except it tried to compress the footprint. It did reduce the number of units. It kept the mountain recreation facility, I think, the same. And I believe it did meet the IRR in some analysis that occurred. And so can you help me and the public understand why that alternative wasn't evaluated as another option as part of CEQA?
And thank you, Commissioner Beckler. Alex Fish again. I can address that. So in the 2016 EIR, we evaluated really two versions of a reduced density alternative. One of which was something Patrick already alluded to in the presentation. This was development under the existing Olympic Valley General Plan Land Use Ordinance that allows for this type of additional development in the resort base area, but occurring on a not under a master plan, right? Just under the community plan, actions of individual property owners, much as has been done now. And I don't think that's what you're asking about, but I did want to make sure that we touch on that because there's two versions. The one you're talking about, so we've got the reduced density alternative, this master planned reduced density alternative, and then there was a presentation by a group of private citizens on this RSA alternative that you've identified. We did actually have the fiscal consultant take a look at that, had evaluated that it would achieve some of the project's basic objectives. Where it failed was meeting the internal rate of return on the revenue generation, the cash flow analysis that was done for that project to make it feasible. It fell within a range of about, I want to say, 7 to 8% internal rate of return, where an internal rate of return for the project had been identified at 12 to 15% to attract the necessary risk, capital pool to fund the project. And then there was a sensitivity analysis to that evaluation that deemed that it could be a little bit higher, maybe 3% higher, up to 10%. So we did look at that with the fiscal consultant previously when it was brought through the process.
In looking at it, it was done, and I don't have the CEQA reference in front of me, but it was done in the context of a reasonable alternative, went through the same rigor of analysis that the other alternatives did, or was it an ad hoc analysis?
It was not incorporated directly into the EIR because it was subsequent to the completion of the final EIR, but we did evaluate it between the time of the Planning Commission hearing in 2016 and then between the Planning Commission and the board hearing. So we did not do a full incorporation of it into the EIR. The EIR was completed at that time, but we did nonetheless evaluate it. We did have Ascent Environmental also look at it for comparative impact analysis. So that was done on, outside of the, not directly incorporated into the EIR, but as a competitor, kind of they asked us to look at that, just as you've indicated.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further questions for staff? Go ahead.
Yeah, this might be a quick one. Let me see, there's a discussion in the development agreement about a 2.5% short-term lodging status charge. And so I just kind of wondered how this relates to, there's a 10% TOT that applies up here too, apparently. So how do the two charges come together, and how are they managed?
Yeah, thank you. Crystal Jacobson again with CEDRA. So the 2.5 is a new provision in this DA. It was not included in the former DA. So it's a 2.5% lodging fee on all short-term stays, lodging stays, as part of the project. And it is anticipated to generate about $1 million a year at build-out. So about $20 million, of funding, additional funding, which is, a substantial amount. And that is on top of current TOT dollars that we collect, current TBID dollars that are collected. So it is in addition to what is already being generated as part of the project. In terms of how that is managed, that's probably a more appropriate question for the development team. So I would punt to them for the management of those dollars.
Okay, so we'll wait until they make their presentation.
That's what I would
question
recommend,
again.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I've got a couple quick questions. Water assessment, if I can, they won't take long, and then also transportation. I don't think either will take long, just clarification. While you're walking, oh, there you go. You mentioned the 4.7% use. Is that on an average rainfall year, snow cap year? And that use is assumed at build-out?
That is full build-out of the project and non-project demand for the full valley at the 25-year build-out period. And like I mentioned, that's not just the known projects, but reasonably foreseeable and expected development within the valley.
Okay, but over the 25-year build-out?
Under the 25-year period. And the hydrology information, the precipitation information is based on historical averages for the watershed.
Thank you. And you also mentioned new wells that would come online, I assume. Who will build those? Who will be responsible for construction and maintenance of those?
That's a little bit outside my expertise, but I believe that it'll be a development agreement with the Olympic Valley PSD, and that they will probably take the lead in constructing, testing, operating new wells, and proving their capacity over a period of time that is amenable to them.
And the ongoing maintenance.
And I just want to confirm that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. And then a couple on traffic, real quick. Are you going to get to the mic, or?
Yes, I'm at the mic.
Oh, you're going to handle it?
I'm going to answer them, yes. Katie.
Transportation, okay. I thought it was Rich. So. Okay. Rich mentioned the annual reporting and monitoring of traffic use.
Yes.
On an ongoing basis. What kind of leverage, I assume in the DA, the county will have leverage for compliance, or what kind of compliance issues in the event they're out of compliance at the end of a monitoring period or annual review?
Yes, so they are required to provide an annual review each year, specifically about how their traffic management program is going, how the parking reservation program is going, what they did well in the past year, what didn't work so well, what they could correct on for the next year, and then they would also be required to implement those corrections and to improve the system over time. There are requirements, or there are triggers, thresholds that would require them to, just flipping to it, here we go. So in the DA, if they are found to not be, or if the annual report or any subsequent review reveals that the traffic threshold has been exceeded, and that traffic threshold again is basically the level of service or the level of congestion at the intersection of Olympic Valley Road and 89, as well as queuing at the northbound left on that same intersection. If those metrics have been exceeded for any annual review, then no certificate of occupancy shall be issued for any structure on the property if the permit applicant owns and controls any property subject to the agreement until the developer demonstrates to the county that all feasible traffic or parking management measures have been employed to meet the project's contribution to the exceedance of the traffic threshold. And that's a quote directly out of the development agreement.
DA, okay, thank you. And then Just quickly, I wanted to clarify, you mentioned the traffic fees generated would benefit the Olympic Valley traffic program. And then you also mentioned that it would benefit the region in general. There would be regional benefits as well outside the valley?
Yeah, so the applicant would pay what's called our traffic fee program, and that is actually a regional program, so it covers all of Eastern Placer County. It does include a couple of projects specific to Olympic Valley, but it really has that regional focus, and it has a focus of reducing VMT in the Eastern Placer region.
I just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do any other commissioners have any other questions at this time for staff? Okay, I think now we're moving on to applicant briefing. All right, I'll have to call the applicant up. We have a presentation from them as well.
Good morning, Commissioners, Co-Chair Dahlgren. I'm Brian Elliott, and I represent the applicant. Based upon the last hour and a half and where we're at on schedule, I think what we would like to do is just talk about one thing, pull one thing from our presentation and just ask that we can come back after public comment. There's been a lot of detail and being respectful of Chair DiMattei, a lot of redundancy. So I think it would probably be more productive and helpful if we were to come back on a rebuttal basis as appropriate. I would like to answer your question, Commissioner Johnson, on the TOT tax. The thought behind that roughly $1 million a year would be to keep it directed in the valley, in the basin region area. And so we're thinking about a board that would have the resort on it, probably TRPA, local community, so that it could be directed at very specific traffic, transit-related, and housing-related projects. So we haven't formed it yet, but the idea would be, it looks like TOT, but TOT goes to the county and then it's dispersed. This would actually be the same mechanism, but it would be retained by a local board that would then disperse it to needed items.
Thank you.
So the money goes to the county then?
No. I'm sorry to be confusing. So it's in addition to the TOT, so it's a transit occupancy tax, which is at 10%, would go to 12.5. But this portion would not go through those channels and be divided as the TOT is today. It would actually stay at the bequest of a board that would be created, and then that board would release it to whatever priority projects in the area of transit and housing that board seemed fit.
This would be a county-appointed board?
No, this would be, we think there would probably be county representation, but it would be a broad board with county, resort, probably TRPA. Haven't decided how many yet, but more of a broader board. Yeah, it's a separate nonprofit.
It's what, excuse me now?
It would be a separate nonprofit.
Oh, a nonprofit,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So you'd be forming that then?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay. Just one question. If I want to go to the last two slides, do I just click through it, or can you do that for me?
Wait, sorry, the applicant, you want us to take public comment first, and
Yeah,
then you want to give your presentation?
No, we just want to reserve the right at rebuttal. A lot of the presentation is redundant to what the county has presented in the Q&A. And so being respectful of Commissioner DiMattei's request we agree with the county presentation.
Gotcha. You want to
so I think it would be
fast
more
forward through
effective
your presentation.
that if there's any rebuttal necessary, we just have one piece of the presentation that we think is appropriate that happens now.
Gotcha.
We are working, we are working with our tech folks to flip to the last two slides.
One more back. That's perfect. So what I want to do is I want to bring up Dee Byrne, the president of Palisades Resort, and she's going to talk about Lot 8, which is the only sole commercial zoned, lot in the plan, and is the home of the Mountain Adventure Center. So Dee.
Thank you, Brian. Good morning, everyone, commissioners, staff, community. It's good to be with you today. Thank you for spending the day in Tahoe with us on this important application. I want to start just by recognizing how much effort has been put in on everyone's part to get to this point today. The resort, really, we're humbled, we're honored, and we really appreciate it. So thank you. It's not been easy. While I'm currently the outgoing resort president of Palisades Tahoe, I'm not going anywhere. I plan to continue to live here and be part of this community for a very long time, if not forever. The resort president position is one I've held for 3 years. However, I started working in the Valley in 2011 when I ran the ski school and ski team. I worked my way up to the top spot by caring deeply about our people, our community, and by accepting the responsibility of the stewardship of this beautiful place nature gave to all of us. I know this community and valley. I believe the local community respects me and values my integrity. I've always listened, and while not perfect, I've always put my best foot forward on behalf of our employees, our guests, and this community. This do nothing, stop everything, and delay approach simply is not in the best interest of this valley long term, or of Tahoe. Things are falling apart, and businesses in the village cannot survive. We need a viable, vibrant village, diverse base area offering, and updated infrastructure to meet the current winter demand and the summer demand that comes to this region that we cannot currently serve. We need beds, and we need enough of them to promote destination behavior. If we have more lodging for our guests, I believe it will actually reduce peak hour congestion. Contrarily, if we continue to operate like a day skier resort, the guest experience will suffer, and the local community will be greater impacted on our high attendance days. With all that said, what we don't need is a water park. And that's not a water park. I don't think it's productive to revisit how we got here, but we were careless in identifying every possible use for the facility. I water ski. Indoor water skiing? I don't think we need indoor water skiing. How do you even do that? It's crystal clear that the local community doesn't want a water park. Regardless of how it's been ill-defined by others over the years, resort management doesn't want it either. Now, I'm not sure how at this juncture, so far down the process road, this gets accomplished, but as one of my last official acts, I would like to leave a no water park plan to this community. Supervisor Gustafson encouraged all of us at the Municipal Advisory Council meeting recently to listen and be open-minded. At her urging, I would like to find a way in the proposed specific plan to narrow the definition of the Mountain Adventure Center and eliminate the water park-like program elements. My proposal is on the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Dee.
I have a question for her.
Hold on. Is that it from you guys? Any questions for the applicant from
Yeah.
us?
Oh,
Go ahead.
yeah, I want to get back to the water park. And just to clarify maybe my understanding, but this is a specific plan, large lot plan. And so the actual contents of the activities building that you're talking about, have those been finalized, or are you still going to finalize that? And when you do, does it come back to the community to get feedback as well as the commission for a use permit?
Commissioner Johnson, if I may, Chris Booley, the proposal that's on the screen there would be to make some revisions through the Planning Commission's recommendation to the board to strike certain uses that are contained in the proposed specific plan. My understanding is it's striking most of the proposed uses that, that have what's been discussed today and at other meetings as a water park type features, striking those from the specific plan so that they would not be uses that could be incorporated into that mountain adventure camp.
Okay, so the answer then would come later as far as what the contents are of the building?
The programming of it would come later. There would be a subsequent entitlement for the mountain adventure camp, but those uses that would be struck would not be able to be contained in the mountain adventure camp if that's the recommendation that the planning commission makes and the board ultimately adopts. There would be an action to, you know, as part of the staff recommendations that Mr. Dobbs went over. One of those is the adoption of the specific plan. And so based on this recommendation, if the planning commission so chooses, you could strike those uses from the specific plan with that recommendation.
Okay, and these are listed in our project, or?
They are listed in the attachment, which is the specific plan. The slide that they have up on the screen right now is a snippet from the specific plan.
Okay.
And so we will walk you through it when we get to that point, if that's what the commission so chooses.
Okay, yeah, I would appreciate that, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I think I fully understood exactly how you walk the way, through the pathway on that. I just want to make sure I do understand that, because I think it was an unfortunate inclusion in the site plan over the last couple of years. And to be able to come out here today and say, we'd like to rectify that and go with a lesser menu of opportunities in the future. So what I'd like to understand is I'm not sure who's going to make the motions later, if there are going to be motions, which specific element would be the one that would be modified? And it doesn't have to be now, maybe some direction if there are going to be motions, because I don't want to presuppose that anybody's going to do that. But at this point, I think it's gratifying to see over the years how this organization has listened to the community, reduced, and now at the last moment, with a very controversial element, taking that out, and I applaud them for that. And I'll just stop at that point. I think maybe, though, I would just add, perhaps at the point where a motion may be on the table, that would be the time to kind of give us a little bit of direction on how to achieve their offer. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that, Clayton Cook, counsel for the commission. Yes, when the recommendation time comes, we can certainly let you know how to include that in. This is an applicant proposal. They are bringing forward their application. If they wish to remove something, they certainly are allowed to do so. And that's certainly something that your commission can recommend. The list of uses that is up on the screen is actually also in the packet at page 383, if that's helpful. The definitions document is at page 490. And what they are proposing is to remove the identified uses that would be possible for that mountain adventure camp, specifically removing Action River, Lazy River, rafting, rope swings, wakeboarding, water games, water skiing, water slides, waterfalls, wave pool, wave rider, those uses.
Any other questions for staff or for the applicant? Go ahead, Amber.
With, just to clarify, removing these uses doesn't change the size of the building, correct? It's just the use of the building?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
And I have a question for Clayton. If we do make that motion and we do remove the applicant's requested items, if this goes back to Rich's question, does that mean they can't come back and ask for a conditional use permit for those?
Right, they would be unable to obtain a use permit for them. If they wanted to include those in, they would have to come back and request a specific plan amendment.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Anybody else? No more questions for the applicant? Any final?
Yeah, I do have one last one.
Let's go ahead.
Following up on the commissioner's question about the size of the building, taking those uses out has nothing to do with the size as you responded. And can you describe what the size, the benefit of the size that you have of the structure in place now, and what kind of changes would be occasioned if you somehow were compelled to reduce the size of that building?
Yeah, nothing has been designed yet, excuse me, for the building. The building, and I don't know what year this was, but the building was originally 108 feet tall. And at that height, it was taller than the adjacent buildings around it. So it was reduced to 96 feet at its highest, and it was also terraced, as you can see on the right, with the purple. I think that's 72 feet, 74 feet, and then it goes to 80 feet, and then it goes to 96. If you reference on the left, you can see Building 9 is 96, where it's 96 feet for Lot 8, as well as Building 4. So the adjacent buildings around it are very much in keeping with the height and size of the building at present. And so if you were to take additional height off of it without program, we're not sure what we're doing other than simply reducing the size. But then you would have aesthetically this building in the middle that's lower than the buildings around it. And there was a lot of care taken in with the existing buildings where those levels match, and then things terrace up and terrace down. So I think it's just a bit premature to go after that. There are a lot of uses in this building. It's the only single commercial site in the plan. And so we're not sure. It needs to be more than just an activity center. There's back of house, other things like that in it. So until it's drawn, we're not sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Another question? No more questions? So from my understanding, the height of the building will be the same height. If a building over here is 86, because of the topography, it'll all match and nothing's gonna look like a bunch of zigzag cities topographies, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions myself. If we're done with the applicant, it is 11:30. I am right on schedule. Thank you to them. I am going to have us break for lunch and be back here. It'll be at 12 o'clock right on the dot, and we will then come back to public comment. We'll go through public comment, and then we'll deliberate and ask more questions ourselves. So thank you guys for your patience. Can I have your attention? I'd like to call this meeting back to order, please. If you could all have a seat. Thank you. Welcome back. I'd like to refer to Chris Vahuli. He has some comments along with Alex Fish.
Yeah, thank you, Chair DiMattei. Just before we get into public comment, just appreciate staff having an opportunity to make two clarifying points from the comments that were made earlier. The first clarifying point that I'd like to make is during the comments made by Mr. Taylor as it relates to water supply, it was in regards to slide 30 that was pulled up while he was delivering his remarks. He referenced the low water year as being 2020, 2021. The actual low water year, as it's correctly reflected on the slide, is 2001. So wanted to note that point. In addition to that, want to give an opportunity to Alex Fish to make some clarifying statements as to the alternative proposal that was mentioned during his remarks and the timing of that alternative proposal being considered.
Perfect.
Alex?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pahuli. I was reminded after the break for lunch, Mr. Stepner, who was involved as an interested party in the project last time and had represented a group of individuals under his organization, the Friends of Olympic Valley, and presenting a version of a reduced density alternative. I had misremembered and provided incorrect information into the record as to the timing of the introduction of the Friends proposal for an alternative analysis. That was actually only introduced at the 2016 board hearing, not at the Planning Commission hearing, as I incorrectly stated. I think I was misremembering, obviously, some of the details there. Mr. Stepner also reminded me that the financial analysis of that alternative is something that he has undertaken on behalf of the presentation of that. And so I believe when he is ready to present comments on the project, he will be addressing those issues to make sure that that is clear. So,
Great, thank you. I'd also defer now to our clerks, and they're going to kind of go over the agenda of how we're going to proceed with public comment.
Thank you, Chair. So we are going to handle public comment. We're going to take everyone in the room first, and then we will move to Zoom. Any Zoom callers, please start raising your hands if you are interested. For the room, we will call you up by the group card that you received up front. If you are interested in making comment, please head up front and grab a number card so we can call you up. Once all public comment has finalized, we will take a quick break. And then when we come back, that'll allow staff to answer any questions that were raised during the public comment period and the applicant if they wish.
Great, thank you. To clarify, there was somebody who wanted to talk and she went and got a card. Erica, I think you got card number 3. I believe that's for groups, correct? That's not that you'll be the third person, so sorry to misinform you on that. So, you know, I thought, wow, that was fast. So it will be a while before we get to you. So again, if you need to go home, go to work, obviously, and call in, please do that so we can get your comments on record. Okay, we will start. Who is, go ahead, I'll let you call them up.
Group 1, if you could please all stand up, line up, and you can place your card numbers on the podium when you're finished.
You know, again, I want to reiterate, you guys have 2 minutes. I will hold you to 2 minutes. And again, if, you know, to get through this and be very considerate to your neighbors, if you wanted to say, hey, I agree, and I've had people ask me this already, and we will take your name and address where you live, and we'll continue on so we can get through this. So thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is David Stepner, and I'm the chairman of the Olympic Valley MAC. After 7 hours, on August 17th of 2024, the OVMAC heard public input on the Village of Palisades specific plan and revised final EIR. After 7 hours of public input and county response, the OVMAC members discussed their views and voted 4-0 to approve the following motion. Number 1, to deny the project with a message to Placer County and the applicant that 1, the community is overwhelmingly against this plan. 2, the county and applicants are encouraged to evaluate a reduced size project different than originally submitted, including a reduced size max. 3, the community wants collaborative input on this revised plan. By the way, this was pretty much the motion that was passed in 2016. The main factor for this motion, besides reflecting our constituents' sentiment, was that the county is obligated to recirculate a draft DIR under CEQA guidelines 15088.5, which requires a recirculation if, quote, a feasible project alternative or mitigation measure considerably different from others previously analyzed would clearly lessen the environmental impacts of the project, but the project's proponents declined to adopt it, end quote. To this last point, the master response states, quote, no feasible alternatives have been recommended that would avoid a significant impact wherein the applicant has refused to adopt an alternative, end quote. The 2016 EIR reduced density alternative was designed to fail. It only had half the room count, but it was saddled with 85% of the full project's infrastructure because of its design. That's my 2 minutes?
David, thank you. Appreciate that.
Chairman DiMattei, Commissioners, I am Wayne Nader. I served on the Planning Commission during the time this came through in 2016. And at that time, I spent a lot of time with the applicant and with those in opposition to it. Spent a lot of time with staff and obviously the staff's material. I ultimately made a decision to vote against the project at the time. I've been reviewing it. What is obviously has come back now, and I would probably I would take the same position again. I would deny the project. I want to focus on one thing that stood out to me at the time and still continues is the fire risk. Obviously, I have a fire background. In an ideal situation, you don't want just one exit point, and unfortunately, that's the case in the Olympic Valley. The risks are too high, not so much as you go out on Olympic Valley Road, but when you hit 89. And 89 is as restrictive as it is already. And then when you consider the funnel point, which is known as the mouse hole, trying to get emergency vehicles through that area as well as trying to get vehicles out is going to be a real challenge. So I'm concerned about evacuation. I'm concerned about the shelter in place, which as a fire personnel, that's your last option because it holds the highest risk. And so that's a concern that I have. And so really a lot of the decision I made back in 16 was related to that. There were other concerns that I had, but there isn't really time to address that. What I want to leave you with is that when I was on the Planning Commission, I always listened very closely to the Planning Commission, or excuse me, to the MACs, because they're the people that live in their community. They know their community. They know what the implications are to their community. And so I always weighed that very
Time's
heavily.
up. Thank you, Wayne. I appreciate your comments. Just a note, when that yellow light comes on, if you could see it, you have 1 minute left, just for reference. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks. Good afternoon. Thanks for spending a little time with us here. My name is Tom Fighton. I'm both a longtime community member and an employee of Palisades Tahoe. Some people will think that because of place of work, I'm biased for this project, which of course I am. But perhaps not for the reason you may think. I'm not biased because of where I get my paycheck. I'm biased because I've had the fortunate experience of being able to look at it through a factual lens. I believe that robust discussion is crucial for any significant community decision. However, tactics that get employed by organizations in this area opposing this development and others are specifically intended to limit the ability for our community to evaluate a project based on the facts. These groups have consistently used fear-mongering, exaggeration, hyperbole to stifle meaningful dialogue. And let me be clear, their approach isn't just misleading, it's actively detrimental to our community's ability to engage in balanced and thoughtful, productive discourse. Takes, for instance, the persistent characterization of this project as Vegas-style development. It will destroy our community. It's a train wreck. This rhetoric grossly misrepresents the actual proposal. The plan, which largely repurposes an existing asphalt parking lot, includes incredible thoughtful elements, including workforce housing, needed transit funding, environmental restoration. By framing the discussion in such extreme terms, organizations make it very difficult for our community to objectively assess the merits and drawbacks of a plan. 20 seconds. Perhaps most concerning is how these tactics discourage community engagement. When every proposal is met with a doomsday prediction, it creates an atmosphere of hostility that silences moderate voices. Many of our neighbors who might otherwise offer valuable insights are reluctant to speak up, and I hear from these folks all the time. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Bricker. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Shute, Mahaly, and Weinberger. I represent both Sierra Watch and the League to Save Lake Tahoe, also known as Keep Tahoe Blue, in this endeavor. I have worked on this project since the very beginning. I was the lead attorney on the litigation through the Court of Appeal, which has brought us back here today. I'm also primary author of the 85-page document you recently received, and also the 80-page document before that on the revised draft EIR. I have obviously a lot to say about the questions that were raised today about my letter and other things. I asked for more time to be able to take questions from the commissioners to make sure that you all had up-to-date information. I was told that was not possible, and also not possible to take questions from you all. But I am here today, offer my time. I'll be in the hallway if anybody has any questions. But with my one remaining minute, I just wanted to highlight a few things. One is res judicata, which you've heard a lot about. And I think that the EIR is very misleading in the fact that all we're here about today are the very specific errors that the Court of Appeal found, and that is absolutely incorrect. All of the approvals for this project have been rescinded, including the development agreement. There are absolutely no development rights from this applicant. You all have full authority to deny this project should you so choose, and you absolutely must and should demand the most up-to-date information on all topics, including those that have significantly changed since 2016, of which there are many. Second, on the point of the Tahoe Basin impacts, which I think has gotten very short shrift today, as the county's environmental consultant said, that is based on a threshold of significance. And here, the threshold used is whether or not it will violate TRPA standards. You've heard that the $2 million payment is specifically a significant impact identified by
Amy,
TRPA.
your time is up. I'm
Okay,
sorry. Thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Van Landingham, and I'm the president of the board of Sierra Watch. Our organization works to secure lasting conservation for our treasured mountain places and give voice to people participating in this process. This is not 2016, it's 2024. What you're presenting to us is like me going out and buying a 2016 Buick and then telling everybody it's the latest model. That's just not true. There is frustration and even fury about Alterra and the county insulting our intelligence, really, on bringing the same disastrous proposal. This is an argument over what is possible versus what is best for our communities. That's what this is all about. As you saw in the public comments from the draft EIR, opposition to this project has exploded, and it's even going to grow from here. So what I'd like to say is that we at Sierra Watch confirm and approve and endorse MAC's request that you deny this project for the reasons they have outlined to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt O'Grady. I'm a resident of Placer County, and I love the Sierra Nevada, especially the Tahoe region. The Denver-based Altera have committed the egregious act of reintroducing a carbon copy of their plan for outrageous overdevelopment of Olympic Valley. Okay, they've just decided to nix the water park and replace it with something else that we don't know about yet. I'll grant them that much. It is still the same plan. And this is a miscarriage of justice, and it is an enormous waste of time for county staff, for all of you on the Planning Commission, for the Board of Supervisors, and for we, the people. Shame on them. I urge you to recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they reject this proposal in the strongest possible language. Instead, the board should recommend to Altera that they engage in meaningful community dialogue to come up with a new and reasonable plan for development in Olympic Valley. That plan should garner broad-based community support with priorities of affordable workforce housing, habitat conservation, and public safety. Do the right thing and recommend rejection of this affront to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Hi, my name's Steve Burke. I'm actually a resident of Olympic Valley. I don't go to the MAC because they rejected all my other development proposals. I'm in strong favor of this project. Dee Byrne has been a great partner for me personally of Olympic Valley. We asked for traffic controls, she implemented them. We asked for microtransit, she implemented them. We asked for a swimming pool. I lap swim in Truckee. I have to drive 20 minutes there and back. I exercise in Tahoe City. It's right there. She's given us a pool. All the residents, how good can that be, right? All the tax revenues, what is it? Tens of millions of dollars being poured right directly into this area. What does that give us? It gives us better schools, better roads, better lifestyle. We get amenities. We can actually go out to eat in Olympic Valley without having to drive any place. My mileage driven, if this thing goes, is 0. No one needs to drive to Olympic Valley. They can fly into Reno, Uber to Olympic Valley, and never drive again. Please approve this. I think I talked about good neighbors. The amenities, the training center is outstanding. We've been asking for it. World-class athletes will train here. That's what we want. That's the Olympic spirit. That's what Olympic Valley is known for. They breed Olympic athletes. Let's see, what else? I mentioned the tax benefits are great. I want to echo this gentleman's comment that we need robust community discussion. We don't need polarizing discussion. I really appreciate these guys over in Placer County. They make sure everything is level. All the facts are there. The development is clear. They go through every single detail to keep us honest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Matt Peterson, and I've lived in Placer County for more than a decade. I'm a proud father, community member, and now an employee of Palisades Tahoe. Before I started working at the resort, I was like many others, skeptical. I read the salacious headlines about the Village of Palisades Tahoe specific plan on social media and didn't give it much more thought. Frankly, I was concerned about what the development might mean for this beautiful valley. But over the last 2 years, I've taken the time to educate myself on the specifics of the plan and the extensive community input behind it. What I've come to realize is that this project offers tremendous value, not just for the resort, but for Olympic Valley and the broader Tahoe region. It tackles crucial issues like employee housing, infrastructure, while prioritizing environmental stewardship through restoration projects like the Washishu Creek. Now I'm a proponent of this plan because I believe it helps secure a future for our community. Tahoe deserves to move forward responsibly and thoughtfully, and I believe this plan achieves that balance. I urge you to consider the benefits of this long-term health of our valley. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Matt.
Group 2, if you could please line up to give your comments.
Okay, thanks. Hi, my name is Laura Norman, and I'm a property owner and resident of Alpine Meadows since 1997, and I was here 8 years ago for almost the same meeting. My real concern is that the evaluation and discussion of this project is centered exclusively around Olympic Valley, but the impact goes way beyond that. As a resident of Alpine Meadows, I have significant concerns about the presentation on emergency preparedness. The map you showed didn't even show Alpine Meadows, and yet we are going to be involved in the same traffic, the same emergency as everything in Olympic Valley. Our community, next valley over, is continuing to grow. We have new homes, we have new full-time residents, especially since COVID. Did you guys account for that? Is this program creating, this proposal creating additional risk for my family and my community in order to satisfy Altera's greed? I would also like to point out that the presentation didn't even say how long the evacuation would take. So this proposal has basin-wide implications. And frankly, it's insane to think that this many more cars are not going to have an impact on Lake Tahoe. And so Tahoe is a treasure. Let's take care of it. Let's steward it. I would also like to address Mr. Watts' comment that the applicant has worked well with the community. I think it's pretty obvious by how many people are here that the community input has not really been taken in this process. So throwing us a bone by taking away the water park, that's great, but it doesn't address all these other issues. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Martha Sellers. I'm a neighbor and property owner. I live, like Laura, one valley over for nearly the last 2 decades. I represent my neighbor who couldn't get here. She's been here for 50 years in the same valley. My focus is on the evacuation issues, and the words that jump out at me are significant, unavoidable impact. And that's what we're looking at 89. So before we do all this, I've got the screenshots from Google Maps in the summer, in fire season, when it's 90 minutes from Alpine Meadows Road to Truckee. I was telling my kid this. She's like, what would a 4-hour evacuation be? That's not so bad. I said, no, that's only to get to Truckee. And that's not the highest numbers that people have put out. But before any of this happens, without a fire, we often, people here in this room have experienced 90 minutes to get to Truckee. So number one concern, significant and unavoidable. The other piece is that I think all the worker housing, I'm a YIMBY, in fire-safe places, we need to be building in California. But worker housing needs to be stated on a net basis. You don't say we're adding 300 when you're taking away 100. And so let's just, let's just be flat out about how much worker housing we're providing, because that is a great idea. That's a terrific piece. Thank you for taking into account our concerns about safety, getting to the doctor, getting to the hospital, and evacuation.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Ed Henneveld. I welcome you, and thanks for the opportunity to comment. I stayed up till midnight last night writing about my gravest concern, which was the water park. There's a lot of other concerns I have, but green lighting that 10-story water slide theme park just was a nightmare to me, and I asked the applicant, I've written articles to the paper saying, let's not have this, let's add more certainty about this concern, this great controversy, and I appreciate what just came down with this offering by Brian and Dee. Thank you for at least offering a step in the right direction. With that, I still have a lot of reservations about this project. I guess I'll have to save them for the Board of Supervisors because my big argument has been deflated a bit. We'll see if we can make this happen. I hope you do that, take that action that adds this recommendation and some of these possible nightmare scenarios.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mike Martin. I stand before you both as an employee of Palisades Tahoe and as the board chair for the Mountaineer Transit Company, a nonprofit that since 2018 has provided on-demand microtransit service to Olympic Valley. That idea has since spawned to Truckee and the broader Tahoe Basin through local governments, offering over 1.5 million rides and reducing vehicle congestion and vehicle miles traveled on our roadways, funded by visitor-paid fees. I'm also a community-focused problem solver. When our region and the ski industry faced unprecedented growth, I helped implement the Palisades Tahoe parking reservation system. While that change has certainly sparked its fair share of debate, it's effectively changing behavior and preventing gridlock during our peak visitation periods. Beyond those roles, I'm also a full-time year-round resident of Placer County, and I'm deeply concerned about the fear surrounding the Village of Palisades Tahoe specific plan. Some fear is justified, but much of it is rooted in misconceptions. As humans, we're wired to resist change, but without it, progress is never made. What's missing from the conversation about this project is the significant progress it will bring. This development brings with it an estimated $25 million in annual tax revenues, an essential recurring contribution that can transform Olympic Valley and greater Placer County. These funds will address pressing needs like workforce housing, growth of local businesses, enhanced community services such as roads, public transportation, public safety, parks, teacher and first responder jobs, and even desired community amenities like free concerts and events. This plan isn't about building a water park or a water slide, as you've heard today. It's about laying the foundation for a vibrant, resilient, and prosperous future for everyone, residents, tourists, and employees alike. We have a chance to come together as a community, make a meaningful progress to an otherwise asphalt landscape, and collaboratively shape the future of our community. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mike.
Good morning, or I guess afternoon now. My name is Holland Rudolph, and my background is in watershed ecology. I was born and raised in Truckee, and have lived here most of my life. I worked for Alpine Meadows just shy of a decade before the merge with Squaw Valley, and after. I've watched the Tahoe Basin change substantially, but this project promotes irresponsible growth. I urge Placer County to reject this EIR. When this EIR was written, California had not been in a 3-year drought. No icon passes were sold. COVID hadn't changed how people worked remote. This plan is almost unchanged from when it had been rejected earlier this year and in 2016, and it is irresponsible to accept this plan. I urge Placer to reject this due to its overuse of out-of-date water quality models, data from 2016, and unknown climate change impacts. Please take into account the amount of letters and involvement our community has been outspoken about against this project. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on a project that will significantly impact future generations.
Thank you, Holly.
Is it possible to get a copy of the east parcel up there before my time starts?
No. Sorry.
That's okay. I'd like to speak specifically about the east parcel where my home and others are. I wish I didn't have to stand up here and fight for my rights, but I do. They want to put the shipping and receiving facility for this huge development 100 feet from my home. From my neighbors' homes, from my living room window, my bedroom window, 100 feet. That is absolutely obscene. The Raptors get 500 feet, but we get 100 feet. Imagine the constant beep, beep, beeping, daytime deliveries and off-peak hours up to the mountain, 24/7 noise. Go home today, all of you, and look out your windows and imagine listening to that 24/7, 365. It would make anyone crazy. Placer County wrote the noise ordinances for all citizens. It is 200 feet for daytime noise abatement and 300 feet for nighttime noise abatement. Why is 100 feet even remotely acceptable? It's outrageous. This is way beyond a significant effect, and it'll ruin our homes and our livelihoods. Who's going to ensure that the sound level on our property lines doesn't exceed 50 decibels for daytime and 60 decibels for noise if it's transportation or commercial? Because that's what it is. In view of the threat of near constant nuisance noise and in excess of these standards, these ordinances should be strictly enforced. Their mitigation in the EIR is not existent. You wrote these ordinances for all the citizens, not just Palisades Tahoe, and these are our rights. I'm begging all of you to represent all of us and require that they uphold the noise abatement ordinances. And Palisades Tahoe, I don't even know who to look to. You should, given the intense opposition, you should want to be a good neighbor and create a smidgen of goodwill and follow the rules that were written to protect all of us. This is achievable. We want the noise ordinances enforced, and we want the 300 feet that is our right at the east parcel. Thank you all so much for your consideration.
Before you sit down, can I get your name and your address to your house, please, so I can put that in my notes?
Yes, can I tell you privately?
You come up to me afterwards.
I will come at.
Thank you.
Tell you.
No problem, thank you. Go ahead.
Hi.
Sorry.
I'm Judy Bruner, and I've been a homeowner in Alpine Meadows for the past 25 years. I've made comments on this project beginning in 2016, as have many others here, and Altera and Placer County have failed to listen to the repeated negative feedback from the Tahoe community about the scope and the scale of this project. The vast majority of users of the Palisades Tahoe Resort are focused on skiing and hiking in a beautiful mountain environment. They are not interested in a mountain adventure center or extensive commercial development that turns Olympic Valley into a big city. The building of a 90,000 square foot mountain adventure center, even without action rivers, but with arcades, bowling, movies, rock climbing walls, and more, is out of character with the beautiful Lake Tahoe area. People come to Lake Tahoe to enjoy the great outdoors, not the great indoors. If they want to enjoy arcades and bowling and movies and rock climbing indoors, they can do that in any major city. They don't need to come to Olympic Valley to do that. Given the overwhelming negative response from the public on this project, and particularly the Mountain Adventure Center, I believe it would be an insult to democracy for our county supervisors to approve this project as currently scoped. I'm not saying there shouldn't be some development, but as currently scoped. Beyond the destruction of what makes Tahoe environment special to its users, the proposed village at Palisades will result in significant impact to water usage, 63% up, Lake Tahoe water quality and clarity, construction noise over a 25-year period, and increased evacuation risk in the event of a fire in Olympic Valley, which is sure to happen at some point in time.
Thank you. Your time. Can I get your name again, please? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Judy Bruner.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Fred Ilfeld, and I'm a member of the Friends of Olympic Valley. Hopefully you've had a chance to review the materials we sent you about the need for the applicant to redo the reduced density alternative plan for the village. We have shown that this plan is incorrectly constructed, burdened with excessive costs, and consequently not financially viable. CEQA requires the applicant to submit an economic analysis of a smaller alternative village, but the applicant's plan does not achieve a desired 12 to 15% internal rate of return. However, the applicant's CEQA plan of a smaller expansion is badly envisioned because the infrastructure costs are almost the same as if the entire village had been built. It simply eliminates buildings while maintains the geographic footprint of the larger village, and it includes unnecessary expensive parking structures. A smaller village plan can have a much lower cost structure and achieve the applicant's desired financial return by first eliminating the costly parking structures and using surface parking to meet the required parking capacity, and second, repositioning all buildings to be concentrated within the village core, accomplishing more space for the surface parking and eliminating unnecessary infrastructure. Applying these two recommendations could spawn a high-quality, smaller, and less environmentally impactful village while still producing the developer's target financial return. Alex Frisch's estimate that our plan was 8% is untrue. That is not true. We ask you to deny the village expansion plan and recommend that the supervisors require the applicant, working in collaboration with the community, to redo the CEQA alternative economic analysis, including a cost-efficient, reduced density alternative.
Thank you, Fred.
Group 3, can you please line up?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Planning Commission. My name is Gavin Feiger. I am the Policy Director at the League to Save Lake Tahoe, better known as Keep Tahoe Blue, our slogan and our mission. So we're strongly opposed to this project. You probably have picked up on that. We have been since 2012 when it was first talked about. Simply, it'll do the opposite of keeping Tahoe blue. With all due respect to the county and consultants who have a client to answer to, you are being misled on a number of things, and we made that all clear in our letter. One of the main things, our main focus points or have the most issues is traffic and water quality. So, are there some benefits to this project? Sure, but throwing money at it, and especially small amounts of money as laid out in the development agreement, are not it. So for example, the $2 million to TRPA, that's not what's required for mitigation in Tahoe. That's the one-time fee. You also have to reduce your project impacts down to specific levels. This could not, just because we're a few miles, well, we're in Tahoe now, but the project's just a few miles this way, it simply couldn't be built, or it would have to be mitigated down to the level where it would not have impacts to Tahoe, and that's exactly what we're looking for. As far as being outstanding natural resource water, that is correct. Tahoe does get special protections. We don't agree with Ascent's claims that DMT and runoff from roads affect water quality and count as a discharge, but kind of see how that works out in the end. We offered alternatives. The League, we've been involved in this since 2012. We've offered alternatives and solutions. A reduced size project that's been talked about a lot today. Also a phased project with milestones along the way. Make sure that you're meeting the goals as laid out in the planning documents. It's hard to respond to everything in 2 minutes, when you guys have 2.5 hours to justify the project to the community. But we did submit a letter that goes into a lot of detail. I know it's a lot to read, but so is 1,000 pages that we got, a week ago. The decision does lie with the county. That's very clear. So it's up to you as part of this, as planning commissioners, to do the right thing.
Thank you, Matt. Gavin, your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name's Bill Hudson. I work at Palisades Tahoe. I'm a board member of the Olympic Valley Public Service District. As a resident of Olympic Valley for 56 years, I've been lucky enough to enjoy the recreation opportunities as much or more than most anyone. Our meadow, framed so closely by the towering peaks and surrounded by streams, forests, granite, and lakes, truly is a uniquely beautiful mountain environment. Unfortunately, we don't have the infrastructure to sustainably access the surrounding nature. This project does not plan for an increase in the number of daily users at peak times. Rather, it will develop the transportation, food service, and for some, the lodging needs that allow people to enjoy the mountains. Whether hiking the 3,000 feet vertical to the top of Granite Chief, or making the first turns of your life on the 80 vertical feet of Snow Ventures ski lift. The purpose isn't to provide recreation. Rather, this project transforms a parking lot, allowing for access to the adventure beyond. Let's fix some past mistakes, including a trench that replaced a large part of Washishu Creek dug in the 1950s. The project has been extremely well thought out. The compromises have been made, the environmental diligence sound. The community and residents deserve progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Hello, my name is Rafe Miller. I'm a 51-year resident of North Lake Tahoe. Altera's current development plan for Olympic Valley is a clear manifestation of corporate greed. To make more money for its investors, Altera's development rebukes the significant concerns of the overwhelming majority of the people that live in and all the people who love Olympic Valley. In the desire to make more money, Altera would forever negatively impact the environment and quality of life in the valley. Adding more traffic to a miserably failing road system is unbelievable. Planning Commission members and Placer County supervisors, have you ever experienced taking hours to get from Olympic Valley to Truckee on a busy ski day? With climate change accelerating, recent forest fires started in the foothills, burned over the crest of the Sierras and down to the Tahoe Basin. Planning Commission members and Placer County supervisors, how would you feel with one way out of the valley, totally gridlocked, and being told to shelter in place with your family in your car in the village parking lot as a firestorm rages through the valley? Half of the Canadian Rocky Mountain resort town of Jasper burned down last July. Do you think Altera cares about the aesthetics of the valley? As you drive in the valley, you will see a huge mass of condos and an adventure center. Remember, it's all about selling real estate and making more money for the investors. Who would do this to this beautiful valley? Altera would, because it is owned by a private equity firm, KSL, whose whole mission is to make as much money as possible and sell the project down the road. How invested is KSL in the Olympic Valley environment and its people? Not at all. Placer County Supervisors and Planning Commission, do you represent the people of Placer who overwhelmingly hate this project?
Raf, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Or do
Thank
you represent
Raf,
the
I'm sorry, your time
investors
is
and
up.
corporate greed of Altera?
To Raf, I'm going to ask you one more time. You're taking up somebody else's time. Excuse me? I'm not being a jerk. I'm trying to be polite to everybody else who's sitting here who I can give equal time to. Because he won't listen. What am I supposed to do? Let everybody talk? I'm going to stop right now, and we're going to go back to where we are. Please continue. I know this lady has been very polite and very patient. She's got to get to work. So please, Erica, go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Erica Vadis. I have about a decade of experience in environmental research and policy at Stanford, Harvard, and Cal Poly. I would like to call for the need for additional analysis and point to the inadequate quantification and pricing of local economic and environmental impacts. First of all, impacts of the local economy. If we conservatively estimate about 1,000 people in the community, say they lose about 2 hours a week due to traffic, late to work, lost wages, estimate $20 an hour, that's about, and estimate about half the year they're dealing with this, that's about $960,000 a year. If we 4x times that, considering the 24,000 people living in North Lake Tahoe and Truckee, we get 10-year estimates that range from $9.6 million to $76.8 million. We also need to better understand what is decreasing livability and threatening the economic vibrancy of this region, and I'd wager that's not a lack of luxury condos and bowling alleys. I think we also need to better understand the impacts of sustainability. There's been a focus on air quality in the recent EIR, yet we still need to consider greenhouse gas emissions. There are an estimated 46,000 metric tons of CO2 a year for the project, equivalent to about 10,000 passenger cars. Visual, a line of cars stretching from Auburn to Truckee over 10 years, Sacramento to Salt Lake City. To put this in economic terms, social cost of carbon estimates total damages of each metric ton of carbon, $40 to $50 a metric ton of carbon. That's 10-year estimates of $18 million to $46 million. With these conservative estimates, taking into account just these costs, we're looking at 10-year estimates of $28 million to $123 million of real costs realized by real people, including community members. Now listen, this is very back of the envelope. It's hard to disentangle the local environmental impacts, the local economic impacts, but I think we do need more research. And we're also not taking into account the quantification and pricing of impacts to wildlife, impacts to health from loss of sleep due to noise, impacts to water quality and lake clarity, and then how do you even quantify the loss of life due to failed wildfire evacuations? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Erica. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Call me. You're welcome. Thank you. Give me 1 second, please. Go ahead. Sorry.
Hey, everybody. I want to begin by thanking the members of the Planning Commission.
Can I get your
and
name first, please?
Yeah, my name's Katie Hover-Smoot.
Thank you.
And I want to thank members of the Planning Commission and staff for being here today. I serve on the Olympic Valley Public Service District Board, and while I'm here as a member of the public, I know staff has spent a significant amount of time with the project, which can sometimes make public comment feel ill-informed or frustrating. But trust me, we're frustrated too. I sincerely doubt anyone in this room would tell you that they are unilaterally opposed to development. I at least welcome it. Development that adds affordable and achievable housing, development that allows us to compete with places like Aspen, development that balances economic growth and conservation are some of my favorite things. This development is not that. More egregiously, it doesn't fit the goals outlined in Placer County's own tourism master plan, which was developed in 2015. A document that is significantly newer than the 1983 Squaw Valley General Plan, I might add. The Tourism Master Plan's #1 objective, and this is a direct quote, is to make North Lake Tahoe the capital for outdoor recreation and the premier location for high-altitude human-powered sport events. Its second objective is to invest in our art, cultural, and historic amenities. I love these objectives. They fit our community, but the applicant's proposal does not advance them. In lieu of outdoor recreation, they propose an indoor adventure center. In lieu of human-powered sporting events, they propose bingo parlors, bowling alleys, and a gaming arcade. In lieu of investing in historic and cultural facilities, they propose tearing down architecturally relevant buildings. And in lieu of performing arts venues, they propose luxury condos. Here's the real issue with this proposal. It isn't an investment in our region or our future. It's
Katie,
an
your
investment
time
in
is up. I'm
theirs.
sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Andrew Hayes, and I am a homeowner in Olympic Valley. You know, as members of a planning commission, I appreciate what a difficult job you face, the weight of responsibility that comes along with determining what might be appropriate or inappropriate, to enter communities that you may not personally call home and be faced with the question, is this right? Is this a fit? Because it's not a simple task. You can't just give developers 100% of the things they want 100% of the time, or 100% of what the public wants, or environmental organizations. You must strike a balance. But when there's no easy formula, how do we decide what that balance is? It's impossible to ignore the disparity here today of what the county recommends versus what the public is here saying. Doesn't the county represent us? I think what we're faced with today is a slam dunk. The data is clear. The Municipal Advisory Council voted unanimously to deny the proposal. The public has let its position be known. How many letters have been written to the county in opposition of this project? How many have supported it? By people who don't work for Palisades Tahoe. How many people we hear from today on a Thursday morning? Look at this room. I'm sure when you hold meetings in Roseville or Auburn or Granite Bay, you're faced with just as many people passionate about the places they call home. But I want you to think about the fact that Roseville has a population of 140,000 people. Olympic Valley has 1,000 full-time residents. What you see here today aren't a bunch of well-organized NIMBYs. What you see here today isn't a vocal minority. What we have here is the diverse group of individuals who make up our community, and we're speaking loud and clear. We're not saying not in my backyard. We're not saying nothing in my backyard. We're saying not this in our backyard. This is simply not what we want the future of our community to look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Susan Bennett. I am a strange character, but like many in this room. I have been living in this valley, Olympic Valley, for 40 years, 38 years as a homeowner. I want to say that I have just recently, in my past, visited many places in the world that I have never had the opportunity to do so. I've been to Chambéry, France, and seen their valley completely covered with houses and buildings. and have no beautiful thing like our meadow. We had to fight for that against what is now, what used to be Resort at Scott Creek and is now Everline. And we did save our meadow. But I also remember when Squaw Valley, which is now Palisades Tahoe, was a dust bowl in the summer. No, not summer, spring, summer, fall. And I'm just saying that there has been benefits, very big benefits, to having improvements to our community. I did start as a swimming instructor lifeguard in my own little community of Jackson, California. And I am a ski instructor at Palisades. So I have a big plate, but I'm just saying that I think with the proper guidance that we could have something like a pool that we could afford to go to, and pools that we could soak our bones in, but it's got to be affordable for the locals. And I am very worried about the fact that, of evacuations during an emergency. I thought that it was very bad that Everline didn't allow us to have a road out on the other side of the valley. I know it wouldn't have solved everything, but it might have helped in an emergency. I think that I've seen a lot of things go by, and I do know that there are people that are trying to do.
Thank you, Susan. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Hester, and I've lived in Tahoe City for over 45 years. I'm currently the owner or partner. My daughter's taking over our businesses of Mind Play, which is the toy store in the Village Palisades, as well as Geared for Games in Tahoe City. We've owned Geared for Games for over 27 years, and we started with that. Were able to purchase Mind Play in the Valley about 12 years ago. My store in Squaw Valley cannot stand on its own 2 feet. Spring, summer, fall, we could just close the doors. I have to pay my employees to sit there. This proposal, I believe, will help the entire valley and their economic vitality. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jen Rosser. I grew up at Lake Tahoe. My family and I lived in North Star and then Olympic Valley. I spent many years in Olympic Valley hiking, skiing, and riding my horse in the mountains between Alpine and Palisades. Sometimes we would ride to the end of the meadow, then leave our horses to wander back to eating grass so we could walk across the meadow and go see a movie. Even as a kid, I thought the parking lot was ugly and in stark contrast to the beauty of the meadow and the mountains. Since that time, I have traveled to ski resorts in Europe and across the US. There are many villages at the base of ski resort mountains that complement the beauty of the mountains and work for the community. The current village is not one of those. The village feels dead to me most of the year. I don't know how local businesses can survive with just a few summer festivals and then a ski season. It's not a true mountain village with enough restaurants, cafes, services, and housing to encourage people to spend more time in the village. I realize more people coming to Tahoe creates more environmental problems. So how do we deal with more people? Do we put a gate at Donner Summit and limit the number of people allowed in? Does that gate prevent Tahoe locals from going down the hill to visit the Bay Area? There are simply too many people. We need to figure out how to manage them and their cars. I believe density focused in areas with existing infrastructure and amenities that attract those people to where development is where it needs to happen, rather than sprawling development where people must drive for everything. The village at Palisades now does not have enough there to encourage people to stay and get out of their cars. Sure, people will still want to see Truckee and the lake, but rather than traveling out of the valley every day after skiing, they will stay if there are more options in the village. If the village stays like it is now, it will continue to be the ugly large parking lot I walked across as a kid. It will continue to attract visitors who leave at the end of the day because there are not enough options for housing, restaurants, and services. People are coming to Tahoe whether Palisades builds 1 more square foot or not.
Jen, your time is up.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mark Bloom. I'm a resident of Truckee, California for 27 years, also an employee of Patagonia. And interestingly, Patagonia has I'm not speaking as a representative of the company, but we have a store in the village and also are a major financial backer of Sierra Watch. This is how, I think you can tell by the color of my shirt where I stand on this, but a lot of people who have spoken before me have been really eloquent about the issues with the plan. I only have a couple. One, I have a college science degree that I don't use, but when I looked at the presentation as to the water supply, it looked like someone had conveniently drawn a 65% line underneath where it needed to be. Honestly, that looks like it really needs a lot more analysis. It doesn't look valid. You have the power to send these things back for further analysis, and I would encourage you to do that. I also want to thank our representatives here of the fire department, sheriffs. Thank you for your service to our community. With all due respect to you, we're talking about a no warning incident. We're talking about a mega fire. We're talking about things that you unfortunately are not speaking to. This happened at the Caldor fire in South Lake Tahoe. I've encouraged you to look at what happened. They issued a mandatory warning, and Highway 50 and Kingsbury Grade, as you may already know, they were gridlocked for hours. That's just a warning sign that you should take heed and think about what you're doing here. That's just a couple of comments about the signs. I want to return to my employer, Patagonia, is known for its environmental stance. I think the motto of the company, if I recall exactly, is we're in business to save the home planet. But we also have had a long-standing goal, which is build the best product. And everybody is here.
Mark Scarry, your time is up, but thank you.
Look for a better product.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners and staff. My name is Sophia Heydrich. I'm the Advocacy Director for Mountain Area Preservation. Thank you for being here today and taking a listen to all of our comments. I echo many of the concerns that have come before you about evacuation and public safety, but I want to focus my couple of minutes on workforce housing. We are glad to see that Placer County is holding Alterra to the requirement of providing housing for 386 employees, which includes half of their new full-time equivalent employees, as well as replacement housing for the 99 beds that are going to be removed. That is the requirement, and honestly, it should be the bare minimum amount of workforce housing to provide. We encourage Alterra to do more. I think they have an obligation to do more. They employ thousands of seasonal employees, and they are bringing in thousands of new employees. It's only about 600 full-time equivalents, but that equals thousands of actual workers, thousands of actual people. Providing housing for more of those employees will improve the quality of life for their staff and for the community, and will also reduce project impacts like vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions and congestion from bringing employees outside and into the valley. Another key point is that right now the project includes housing for between 250 and 300 employees on the east parcel, but the other 86 to 126 beds will be provided off-site, either through new construction or the conversion of existing units, and both of those are problematic. In terms of new construction off-site, we know the housing would be in Eastern Placer, but we don't know where it would be. We don't know exactly how much it would be, and those project impacts have not been analyzed as part of this environmental review. That's an issue. The conversion of existing units deed restricted to employee housing for Palisades is also a huge issue because it means you're drawing down from a very limited housing supply to support this project. Eastern Placer County, like much of California, is in a severe housing crisis. 65% of the homes in Eastern Placer County sit vacant most of the year, and that's compared to 16% in the rest of Placer County. So residents here are competing with vacation rentals and second homeowners, and instead of helping to solve the housing crisis, Alterra is adding thousands of new employees, providing housing for a minimal amount of them, and potentially drawing down from existing housing stock to support their project.
I'm sorry. I know you can't see the light, but
I can't.
your time's up.
It's only going to further exacerbate issues.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
More housing.
I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Group 4, can you please line up?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Placer County Planning Commissioners. Alexis Aller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. Thank you for the time today. There are 3 significant issues with the proposal in front of you. It continues to lack alignment with number 1, the mountain character and culture that we all love. Number 2, the unique environment. And number 3, and most important, the community. As a stakeholder who has participated in this process since 2012, it is so unfortunate to be back at this dais discussing the same stale proposal for Olympic Valley and the region. Now the environmental threats are more catastrophic, with climate change, wildfire uncertainty, year-round clogging of our limited infrastructure with cars from outside the basin, and increased tourism to the point of over-tourism, and much more development in the pipeline, which is at odds with community plans, visions, and smart growth principles. It's a scary time for Truckee Tahoe, making your role in reviewing this massive 25-year construction project even more important to the citizens, youth, seniors, and workforce of Tahoe. Getting redevelopment done right is critical to the health and well-being of more than just Altera's pro forma. It's ensuring appropriate development for the Olympic Valley community over the next 100+ years. Being a good neighbor includes long-range planning to protect the health of the environment, our unique mountain species, water quality, and public safety, planning for an evacuation, not catastrophic mitigation plans focused on shelter in place. This is a last resort. Officials have said Tahoe is a fire-wise community. Yes, us locals are aware of living with fire. Tourists are not. Now we need a fire-wise proposal. Another unfortunate fact from this public process is the lack of leadership by Placer County to help guide the applicant to a project that does not tip the scales. Leadership in the planning division can help promote projects that adhere to community plans, CEQA, mitigation, and avoid 10+ year planning processes and litigation. Comments today are no different than they were in 2015 and 2016, yet the environmental threats and stakes for the community are now much higher. This is the same proposal in a different decade. I ask you to reject the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexa.
Hi, I'm Greg Horvath.
Thanks, Greg.
I'm confused. Which version of the plan are we commenting on? Who is representing whom? Why are Placer County representatives presenting this development plan and not Altera? Was the water park just one big decoy to distract public sentiment and energy? Brian Elliott's comments earlier about a cross-agency effort to work on transit and a nonprofit board to oversee that effort were welcome. Dee's final hour removal of key water park features were also welcome. Thank you for incorporating community feedback. Unfortunately, these last-minute changes suggested were not good examples of fostering robust community discussion. Let's see those changes and the associated feedback in a formulated plan on the caliber of what was originally presented today. It is simply too easy to highlight how poorly put together this plan is, and the way Altera has handled this process erodes community trust. I'm not sure of the timing of these last-minute changes today were presented out of incompetence or intentional distraction. Either way, they are concerning. We need a right-sized solution. As a Truckee resident, I would love to spend more time in Olympic Valley in the summer. The characterization of people as having a do-nothing, stop-everything approach is inaccurate. In fact, you just heard members of the board of Sierra Watch and numerous community members encourage you to listen to the MAC's recommendations, which included a right-sized solution and plan for Olympic Valley. We need a vibrant village, and we've heard some amazing suggestions from commenters on what that could look like. Mr. Dobbs said earlier, quote, "This is a logical expansion of the existing village." An expansion of the existing village is logical. This plan is not.
Thank you, Greg.
Hello, how y'all doing? My name is Danny Hoy. I'll be brief and uneloquent. I live in Olympic Valley and raising my two daughters there on Sandy Way. Way too close of an earshot to 25 years of construction. I implore you to reject this proposal based on all the things all these people have told you today that live in the community. The community is your constituency, not a Denver equity firm. I'm an employee at Palisades Tahoe as well. I'm a ski coach. It's not that good of a job. I don't make enough money to live here with it. I have 3 other jobs to augment the way too low a salary to live in their community that Altera provides. I've had 4 new bosses in 5 years, 3 new presidents, and as many. So if you want to talk about long-term staff retention, confidence in this organization to actually complete this 25-year project, I ask you to look no further than High Camp and how the facilities that it already has are being treated. And to end on kind of a funny note, but a sad one as well, we were all told this as children. You cannot have any new toys until you could take care of the toys you already have. I have zero confidence in this organization completing this 25-year project, and I implore you to remember that we, the community, are a constituency, not Altera. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Danny.
Hi, my name is Kyle Cruzet. I'm a Palisades employee, and today I'm speaking on behalf of Michael Gross, our Vice President of Operations, who couldn't be here today. His words, my name is Michael Gross. I've lived in the Truckee Tahoe area and worked at Palisades Tahoe since 1995. From 1997 to 2001, I managed the ticketing department, reporting daily lift ticket sales, not including season pass visits, and revenue to Alex Cushing directly. During that time, Saturdays saw day lift ticket sales between 12 and 14,000. With peak days reaching 16,000. It was not unusual for Alex to say, "Did you hear that, Nan? We did over 14,000, that's damn good." I'll never forget the time we hit 17,500 day tickets on MLK Saturday. I could hear Alex yelling from the Blue House when I gave him the numbers. Back then, we aggressively managed parking and traffic, parking cars so close that you could barely open doors. If you had a hatchback, we squeezed you in and made you climb out of the back. Today, even with visitation around 10,000, the traffic hasn't changed. Delayed egress from the valley, leaving at 6 or 7 o'clock at night in the 90s was typical. Any time before then resulted in a commute that was 4 times as long. Pre-COVID, our drive-up market from Reno, Sacramento, and the Bay Area, now 15,000 of those people live within 10 miles of the ski resort. They all come one to a car, coupled with employees and weekend visitors from the Bay Area. We're seeing more cars on the road, but not more skiers on the weekends. Traffic delays are also compounded by the lack of beds in the valley. Responsible tourism means building the beds and amenities where people recreate so they can stay out of their cars, reducing traffic congestion and environmental impact. By creating more beds where people ski, we reduce traffic on the roads, especially from outlying areas. This also frees up housing in those communities, housing that locals who provide the services and experiences for guests need and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Patrick Lacey, and as a Palisades Tahoe employee and a resident of Alpine Meadows, I've seen our community struggle with change. Like many of you, I cherish this breathtaking natural beauty of this place we all call home. But let's be honest, our community is stuck in time. We're facing a housing crisis that's driving out the middle class. Our infrastructure is aging, and we're still grappling with the unpredictability of seasonal economy. It's time for a change, and this plan tackles these issues head on. One of the most compelling aspects of this proposed development is that 90% of it would take place on an existing asphalt parking lot. This offers us a unique opportunity to revitalize our community without significantly impacting undeveloped land. We can transform these underutilized spaces into a vibrant area that serve both our residents, visitors, and while preserving this beautiful natural beauty that all surrounds us. The plan's impact goes far beyond repurposing parking lots. It includes significant investments in our community's infrastructure. In addition to a new fire station, more firefighters, and $5 million in parks and recreation investment will greatly enhance our quality of life and safety. The annual commitment to regional transit also addresses our long-standing transportation challenges. These are tangible improvements that our community desperately needs. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Christina Hill, and I'm a former TRPA planner and been a planning consultant for over 40 years in the Tahoe Basin, full-time resident. Today I'm representing the Tahoe area group of the Sierra Club. Our concerns are as follows, and I'm submitting written comment as well. Number one, the project will add 3,300 new vehicle trips per day. That is way too many now. I mean, that's just unacceptable. It will pose major fire evacuation risks for which shelter-in-place mitigations are unacceptable. What if the fire starts on the east side of the valley and closes off the road? What are people to do? The Mountain Adventure Center is an inappropriate use for the mountain environment The valley must not be turned into a theme park, and scarce water resources shouldn't be wasted on this frivolous idea. The Municipal Advisory Committee voted unanimously against it because the community is overwhelmingly opposed to it. The proposal needs to scale down the project considerably and involve the community in its revised plans. On behalf of the Sierra Club, I ask you to vote to recommend that the Board of Supervisors deny this project and that is better suited for an urban environment, not our beloved, fragile Olympic Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Hi, my name is Donna Reed. No one is considering our night sky. We are losing an asset that people are leaving their areas they live to see. I hate public speaking. Have you seen all the building in Reno creeping up that hill? Placer County, you're still gonna get your tax dollars, no matter what the amount is you want or you think you're gonna lack from this project. They're coming in droves. We want a plan, but we're not considering the impacts of our community, the sound, the people, just right here. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Alterra, with all their money, and not putting it into just listening to this community. Our night sky, we're losing it. You can just go to the lake right now. Reno is blowing up. We live here, and people come here just for the night sky. Let's save that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it for live? How many do we have online? We'll start now. If you are online, I'll reiterate now, please have your hand up. Once we get to number 7, we will close public comment. Thank you.
Keith, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Keith Pop. I'm a 24-year homeowner in Olympic Valley. 8 years ago, I asked that your organization please recommend in favorable approval of this project. I know to be done for our resort community to compete and thrive in the future, there must be investment. And we need to move ahead with an investor we have come to know and seem to be reasonable. You agreed and you approved. And then came litigation and hyperbole. Despite that huge setback, Alterra proceeded to invest in our resort. A new red dog river with improved access to terrain worthy of World Cup competition. The base-to-base gondola connect our great mountains and create seamless access to 6,000 acres of iconic big mountain ski terrain. Expanded snowmaking for more dependable ski experience given the vagaries of climate change. Collaboration with resort lodging providers such as My Palisades Tahoe Lodge to innovate free on-demand microtransit called Mountaineer, which will become a model emulated throughout North Lake Tahoe. And all the while, the base area has suffered from lack of investment. Much needed employee housing commitments have been put on hold. Small businesses have struggled to survive. Year-round community benefits and amenities intended to encourage and support a prosperous and thriving resort have been sidelined. Our world-class mountains deserve better. So I now ask you again, please recommend in favor of this project. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Catherine, please unmute your mic and give your comments. Catherine, are you able to unmute your mic?
I think I did I?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Catherine Reese, my husband and I, we are owners at Squaw Valley Lodge. I also serve as the vice president of the the Squaw Valley Lodge. I'm so sorry, Palisades Tahoe, forgive me, I keep trying to make the transition. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what Keith and others have said in support of the project, but we've been working on this project for a long time. The project is almost 60% less of what was allowable. The kinds of mitigation that's been offered, which have been enumerated by many, I can't imagine any community rationally leaving that on the table and walking away from it. We are a giant parking lot. I'd just like to reiterate that it's really time for this village to be finished and for us to be turned into the world-class mountain-based village commensurate with the world-class mountain that we have. I frankly feel that Alterra has gone to great lengths to try to address so many of our concerns. I think the water has been studied to death, and I think that the kinds of things that we can look forward to in this community should not be abandoned given that they are before us now. So I would urge you to vote yes for this project.
Thank you.
Michael, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Michael Caravetta. I've owned a home in Olympic Valley since 1996. I was one of the two authors that created the Friends of Olympic Valley 2016 alternative plan that challenged the applicant's alternative density plan that was included in the EIR. I'm sorry I cannot attend in person today as I just had some surgery. Alex stated today that the county reviewed our plan and determined it did not achieve the required IRR. I don't understand how we can make this statement as we did not submit the plan to the county until November 14th, 1 day before the supervisor's meeting. And if the county did in fact make this analysis, it has never been made part of the public record. That itself is problematic. I challenge the Planning Commission to have Alex provide more detail on the county's analysis of the Friends of Olympic Valley alternative plan. Our community deserves that the Planning Commission require the applicant to produce a viable alternative density plan as required by CEQA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Russell, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yeah, hi, this is Russell Polson calling, or speaking. You know, I've listened for 12 years back and forth here. A lot of my friends and neighbors are there in the audience wearing purple today. My response is the same as before. If you really want to go back to poor planning, you can go back to the days when we had no lodging here in Squaw Valley, and it took 3 hours to get to Squaw Valley from Tahoe City, which was where everybody stayed. With every consecutive development that's taken place here in the valley, that the traffic problem has reduced, not increased. So I think it just goes to logic. If the heads are on beds here in the valley, they're not asses in seats and cars on the roadway. So the traffic patterns change dramatically every time there's a development here, and those numbers go down, not up. So I speak for the community businesses here that thrive on a vibrant community ski area, and speak in full favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell.
Nicole, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Nicole Miller. I have served on the North Tahoe Regional Advisory Council since 2015 and been a resident of North Tahoe for 15 years, and I'm a lifelong Placer County resident. I work in wildfire mitigation and have an environmental science background. So I'm going to reiterate the points that were already brought up related to evacuation and wildfire concerns. I pointed this out at the Olympic Valley MAC meeting. There's a CAL FIRE program called the CAL FIRE Subdivision Review Program that reviews subdivisions across California for evacuation route safety. And this study was done in Olympic Valley. In 2022, the evaluation was done. Unfortunately, I just found it a month ago or so, so I wasn't able to submit this as a comment on the draft DIR, otherwise I would have. But essentially, the report states that there is insufficient evacuation route safety for Olympic Valley, and CAL FIRE recommends that ideally a second route be created, which we all know is not actually a viable option. So throwing thousands more people into the valley only makes that issue worse. Second point is the mitigation fees part of this project. It's great to have more money available to try to solve our problems, like our transportation challenges, our housing challenges. But I would question and challenge why Altera feels the need to set up a new nonprofit to handle a lot of those dollars. We already have the Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Authority, which is a nonprofit that works collaboratively to provide transportation solutions and has existed for a while. We also already have the Truckee Tahoe Workforce Housing Authority that exists as a nonprofit that works to solve our housing issues. So I would question why, other than the efforts that they want to control how those dollars are spent, why there would need to be a new nonprofit set up to try to seek those solutions when we already have community organizations that exist addressing those issues, and would recommend that funding be given to those existing nonprofit organizations. And finally, I just want to say that I'm not against redevelopment in the valley in general. It's obviously desperately needed when we have wide swaths of asphalt parking lots that are underutilized, but would just reiterate that a smaller density project with less catastrophic impacts to our community would be preferred, and I urge the Planning Commission to really consider.
Sorry, your time is up.
And a less dense option.
Nicole, thank you. Sorry about that.
Trish, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Yes, hi. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak. I run the Tahoe Area ALS MND Research Library on Facebook. I would urge all of you to go there. I wrote a very long passage on this upcoming meeting, and I don't want to bore you with everything in there. I will tell you that we did find dangerous neurotoxins and nerve and liver toxins in Washishu Creek last fall. High levels of microcystin and VMAA and ATX. I won't read you the full graph. It will be available shortly. But normally I speak on the topic of cyanotoxins, but I'm actually going to address wildfire. I'm affiliated with Sierra Brooks. You all know about the bear fire that's going on right now. And I will tell you this, they had no early warning system for their community members. They were dependent on watch duty and everything else on the sheriff's department. So by the time that fire started, it was 30 to 40 acres and grew to 3,000 and still growing. It was a matter of like 3 or 4 hours. And so when the sheriff's department and finally told everybody to evacuate, they had minutes instead of hours because of a poor early warning system. This was verified to me by several of the agencies. And that fire moved fast. There were 40-mile-an-hour winds. If that happened in this valley, nobody would stand a chance. That fire would reach across from one side of the valley to another in a matter of seconds. Anybody sheltering in place, or depending on how big that fire would be, nobody would live. There would be no oxygen. There would be intense heat. It would be a fiasco. You would never get out from under the lawsuits that would be filed on behalf of these people who would die from this wildfire. And you know what? You all know this. You live in Tahoe. It's not even a matter of if, it's when.
Thank you, Trish. Your time is up. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Jerry, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi, thank you. This is Cherry Spriggs, and I am the Executive Director with the Placer Business Alliance. We are an organization that advocates on behalf of the county's 8 largest economic and employment sectors: agriculture, forestry, construction, finance, healthcare, social assistance, manufacturing, retail, tourism, all the things. This is the North Lake's single largest economic opportunity since the Olympics. There is no sustained economy, parks, trails, workforce housing, or any of these other elements that comprise a distinctive world-class destination if this is not approved. The industry is watching this unfold. If we don't do this, the truth is no other organization, entity will see North Lake Tahoe as a viable investment, and that's just the truth. Who loses out? It's not actually Alterra, it's the local economy, it's residents. That's who loses out the most, because we have an organization that's willing to come in and make these investments so that the locals within the community that are there and the residents don't have to pass sales tax measures and other sort of funding mechanisms to pay for these things. So thank you for your time today, and we really hope that you do approve this project.
Thank you, Cherry.
Jeff, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Franz. I'm the Executive Director of Creekside Charter. Creekside is a public school and the only public school in Olympic Valley. We serve 235 local students in grades TK through 8th grade. While our campus is located on Palisades land, I am not an employee of Palisades and report directly to our own board. Today you are hearing from both sides regarding this issue, and there are several valid points. Throughout this emotional battle over the last several years, there is a tangent narrative that Palisades is only concerned with the bottom line and does not care about the community. Creekside has received 10 years of free land use and is a major community partner of Palisades. In addition to free land, they have continually supported our employees, campus needs through benefits of our staff, auction items, and the use of their buildings for school events. This company cares about the youth in Tahoe, and for a decade has continued to show this. I'd ask this commission to look at the track record and generosity that Palisades has shown our school, as well as other community organizations. And as we teach our students, the foundation of behavior is the best predictor of future behavior. The track record and commitment to our school will undoubtedly continue as Palisades' track record of community support is ever present. As the build-out occurs, our campus will shift and move, but we look forward to educating mountain youth in a beautiful place and teach these students the history and importance these mountains can play in our life and the importance of natural environment plays in educating our youth. Furthermore, we believe that Alterra and Palisades will continue to place the community as part of their development, as they have for a very long time. Their growth means even more support for the nonprofits they already give to. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Before we get to the next caller, if there's anybody online that has not raised their hand, this is your last chance to raise your hand. I believe we have 3 more callers online, and we'll get through those 3. Is that correct? 4, 5. Done. Final number. Okay, thanks. Go ahead, sir. Ma'am, whoever's next.
Chris, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Was that Krista?
Chris?
Chris?
It just says Chris. You're up. Go.
Okay, well, I'll go.
Thank you.
My question relates to future pumping from the groundwater by the applicant to make snow. It's not really a secret that ski resorts everywhere are extremely concerned about their access to water and water rights going forward, because to them it's kind of an existential question. If they can't pump water to make snow in a changing climate, they're kind of in a bad situation. And I specifically had some questions related to, this is in the master response, water supply as a changed condition, and it's on page 3.1-29. It's where the document attempts to explain what the importance of a 65% saturated thickness is. And I'll read the sentence that I have the question about. The WSA uses the criteria that average saturated thickness in the western municipal well field wells existing and proposed new may not fall below 65% for more than 3 consecutive months or more than 4 times total over the entire simulation period. Does this mean that it may fall below 65% for 3 consecutive months? And how far below 65% saturation thickness may it fall? And then does the 4 times total over the entire simulation period apply to that? And also, what does the entire simulation period refer to? Is that the 2040 number, or what is the number to which this criteria would apply? And then what happens after that? What happens when this entire simulation period is over? May they then pump more? Is there any safeguard in place to prevent almost unlimited pumping at some point out of these now, I think, 9 wells? It's hard to talk about this after 2 wet years in a row, but as our governor says, don't get used to it. So, well, he did. So what protections are there? I don't really understand I sort of understand what 65% saturated thickness, it means 65% of the maximum capacity. But how much does this allow them to pump below the 65% for 3 months? Suppose there's a dry fall, November, December, January. Can they pump down to 20% during those 3 months to make snow? It takes, I know this now, between 180,000 and
Chris, your time is up. Thank you.
of water. Okay,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
thank you.
Kate, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Kate Hull, and I encourage everyone to think about the middle ground. So Alterra's talked about what I would describe as kind of 2 shiny new baubles today. They talked about changing the rec center to eliminate the water park element, and then they talked about this new tax, which quite frankly really sounds like a veiled bribe. You know, they're going to set up a nonprofit, they're going to put supervisors on the board of the nonprofit. When the reality is that these are kind of those classic distraction techniques to try to distract from those deep-seated issues with the current proposal. So many people, a clear majority of those who aren't employed by Alterra or who don't sort of receive free perks from Alterra have brought up issues with noise, with water, with pollution. And I'm a longtime resident of Tahoe City, and for me, the biggest issue is: do we need development? Absolutely. Do we need more workforce housing? Absolutely. Would it be great to have the hideous parking lot gone or changed? Absolutely. But we can't focus on maximizing profits for Alterra when the safety of us, when the safety of individuals living in the horribly combustible wildfire zone that is Olympic Valley and is North Tahoe, we can't think about maximizing Alterra's profits. I don't want to shelter in place and end up charring in place, and I know no one else does. And this is about what I highly encourage the commission to do, is to think about how do we create a middle ground? The current proposal is just not safe for residents, and it doesn't address environmental issues. So how do we encourage them to go back and create something that produces economic development while still keeping us safe?
Thank you, Kate.
Philip, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Yeah, hello, this is Phil Gillenfar. I was in the middle of another meeting and I wanted to make sure that I spoke up in favor of the project. I grew up in this area for 65 years, enjoying the valley and the mountains and the lake, still live here. I've been an architect for over 30 years in the area, and also was part of the Resort Association a number of years ago when we really had hoped that we would have redevelopment that would occur. Things like redevelopment in Tahoe City, which seems to have just stopped in a spiral of nothing. And so you have this large vacant piece of land that really hasn't changed. You have a large parking lots in the valley, et cetera. But over the years, we've worked on master plans, we've worked on ordinances and development codes that create guidance for design. And as an architect, that's what we rely on. And I really feel like, you know, this team, I've looked and watched over the last 10, 12 years the development, morphing through the process, and really following the Placer County vision and the master plan. And I feel like, you know, at some point, someone has to ask the question, you know, how much is this developer willing to make adjustments when he's trying to meet, or they're trying to meet, the goals and policies of the master plan? And I feel like this development addresses numerous benefits for the area, addresses numerous issues that we currently have in the valley with large swaths of asphalt, blighted conditions economically for businesses, et cetera. And I really feel like this project addresses those. I appreciate the comment earlier about the maintaining the activity zone, because if you think of a family coming here to Lake Tahoe and to ski at the resort, and all of a sudden we have an East KT Day, I guess is what we call it now, or you have a large rain event, where do you take your family for the day? Back to your hotel room? Or can you go to an activity center? When we were growing up, the Polsons, et cetera.
Thank you,
we would
Phil.
go to the,
Phil, your time is up.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yep, thanks.
Thank you.
No problem. Yep.
Laura, please unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi there, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Laura Krieger, and I am not a member of the community, but rather a frequent visitor during winters and summers. And I definitely encourage you to listen to the community. I think in particular, the comments about the safety of the people that live there, live in Olympic Valley, Alpine Meadows, all of Placer County. But where I think I can maybe shed a little light or have a unique perspective is that of the tourists, the visitors that would hopefully be attracted by this mega development. And what I can say is that this is not a resort I have any interest in visiting. And I have been so lucky to have spent a lot of time visiting Lake Tahoe. I've also been lucky enough to visit world-class destinations around the world. And the plan, 90,000 square feet building in this beautiful valley, it strikes me as insane. It strikes me as insane from a business perspective, let alone from a community and development perspective. It's from a different era. Like, that's not how people want to travel anymore. I think COVID shows that people want to get outdoors. They want to be hiking and biking and horseback riding. I mean, there's so many wonderful things about North Lake Tahoe, and what makes North Lake Tahoe beautiful is the natural environment, not movie theaters and bowling alleys. So really encourage the planning department to keep North Lake Tahoe as a premier destination, and to continue to see the future and to take inspiration from other resorts and other world-class destinations that are able to have activities for the whole family without building huge buildings that are going to be a scar on this landscape for decades to come.
Thank you.
Patricia, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Patricia Orr, and I'm a resident of Kings Beach. I was raised in Roseville here in Placer County, who hopped on a bus each weekend to Alpine and Squaw. From the 4th grade until now I've retired today, I've loved Olympic Valley and the outdoors. I'm supportive development of the parking lot, expansion of the village, but I want the right type of development. My ask is that you deny this plan as everyone has requested today, and that you work with the developer to improve their commitments in many areas. For the time, I want to focus on workforce housing and the support of the infrastructure beyond the Olympic Valley this project will put strain. While we talk about the tourists, and I want to really raise to the impact of the employees and the seasonal workers that this community will have to actually home for this project to succeed. Placer County has looked at economic development and housing as one, and that plan like this should never move forward without housing improved, because it will create more challenges. The employee housing provided just isn't enough. Currently, most of Palisades housing is outside of the valley. Palisades workers are doubling up. I actually house for them each season. Last week in the room you were today, Placer County presented that the eastern Placer County area already has a gap of 8,200 housing. Did you know that 18% of that were seasonal workers? We cannot even to house 1,440 seasonal workers that are brought into the North Tahoe area today in eastern Placer County. Let's not talk about Truckee and North Star. My Kings Beach community is exploding.
Patricia, your
every
time is up.
season.
I'm sorry. Thank you, though, for your comments.
Steve, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Diana Yale. I'm a longtime Truckee Tahoe resident. I'd like to address fire behavior. I know it's been addressed multiple times, but it needs to be said over and over. A shelter in place order during a wildland fire can be extremely dangerous, and it's important that we really know why, and I think we all know why. Wildfires spread rapidly, often driven by strong winds, dry conditions. Directions can change unexpectedly. We're seeing this in real time right now in other fires in the state. This makes staying in place during a fire risky because you might find yourself surrounded by flames or thick smoke, which can be as deadly as the fire itself. Smoke inhalation can cause suffocation within minutes, and intense heat from fires can raise temperatures to levels that are unbearable, even inside buildings. Structures can ignite from embers carried by wind and trapping those who have sought shelter inside. Additionally, toxic gases released during a fire, such as carbon monoxide and other chemicals, can overwhelm ventilation systems, making the air inside a structure hazardous to breathe. And even with doors and windows sealed, structures aren't fireproof and materials can combust under extreme heat. This makes it very dangerous to assume that any structure will provide adequate protection in a shelter-in-place situation. Carrying the weight of knowing that our inaction contributed to the loss of life is a burden no one should have to bear. Evacuation, that is a sugar-coated word and a joke. Sugar-coated word and a joke, especially when we look at other fires in the state. Please strongly consider the potential for people trapped and the loss of life and potentially blood on our hands. Please deny this current proposal, especially considering the shelter in place that is currently one of the big concerns that the majority of
Thank
people—
you, Diana, your time is up. I'm sorry. Thank you. I believe that concludes all of our speakers. I'm going to defer to staff to see how much time they're going to need to get all of your questions gathered and answered, so we can come back and address everything that you guys have asked for.
Chair DiMattei, staff would request a 20-minute recess.
Okay,
or
we'll
break.
take a 20-minute recess. It's, say, 1:48. We'll come back at 2:10. Thank you. I'm going to have Chris Fahuli speak, and then we're going to have the applicant address all the questions first. Thank you. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, was just going to mention that. Thank you, Chair DiMattei. Just wanted to mention that before staff provides our responses to the questions that came up during public comment, I'm going to first ask the applicant to provide their responses. They asked for that opportunity earlier in the meeting.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. I'm just going to cover 3 issues, and then obviously we'll be available for any Q&A you all might have. And I wanted to start with the smaller project. We've heard a lot about that. I'm going to let staff handle the smaller project alternatives and the more technical CEQA side. But what I wanted to do, I was doing some research, and what's about the only in-market competitive set would be North Star. And there's been some things said about this project being the largest ever in the region. And I just wanted to remind us all of North Star, which is actually twice the size of our proposed plan at 1,800 units on half of the skiable acreage. They have about 3,000 skiable acres. We have 6 inclusive of Alpine and the Olympic Valley side. So when we think about size, what's critical is balance between your capacity on your mountain and what your base area can provide, both with amenities, infrastructure, and everything else. And that is where the Olympic Valley or Palisades Tahoe is woefully short. Just in that example, North Star is about a 0.5 unit per skiable acre, and we're 0.14. And so, and again, it's one example. If you look at the EPS report, and I'm sure staff will reference it, Steamboat, Vail, a lot of the destination resorts are 2 to 3 to 4 times on that unit per skiable acre metric compared to where we are today, or even where we'll be at build out. The other thing to note is going back to the Squaw Valley General Plan, Community Plan, they talked about overnight stays. And as I think Patrick pointed out, maybe a bit aggressive in their thinking, but the plan talks about 11,000 to 12,000 overnight stays as a goal to achieve year-round destination. We're right now just under 4,000 overnight stays, and with the plan, we think we'll be somewhere about 7,500. So again, just another metric to measure against how do you define a viable year-round destination resort. Just one of the couple of metrics that kind of go into the EPS study. The other thing I want to talk about is this 25 years of construction. As much as I've tried to explain it in a variety of different creative ways, I want to use North Star again as an example. So in early 2000s, they got approval for 1,800 units. They had 450 units in their village area, and the balance of 1350, was up in the mountain. So they've basically been approved and building for about 21 years, and about 1/3 of their plan is in place. Real estate cycles are about every 4 to 6 years. And so in a 20 to 25 year study period, you will likely have anywhere from 4 to 5 real estate events, most bad, but some good. They experienced the 2008 financial crisis, and COVID probably most notable in that period of time. And I'm not saying that's the standard that one should think in 21 years in Olympic Valley that only 1/3 of the project will be developed, but it's much more likely for something like that to happen. It's not 25 years of construction. So that was just another real-time example in market that I wanted to reference. I want to close on housing. We all know housing is a massive issue, and it's not just here, it's everywhere. And probably one of the most disappointing consequences of not being able to move forward in 2016 is the east parcel is still vacant. And there is no doubt in my mind that if we would have been approved in 2016, that parcel would have at least 300 beds on it today, because the resort needs it. So rather than think about it in terms of it's not enough, so do nothing, it does clearly exceed the county requirement, what we're proposing to do, and some of the changes that we made at the request of staff with this plan. And I want to reiterate them. Some of it's been said, but I kind of want to put it in one conversation because housing kind of keeps coming in. So 386 beds, that's correct. 99 are replacement beds for ones that exist today. That's the totality of what will be delivered. Where we exceed the requirement, 75% of those minimum will be on site. There's no in lieu fees. We've agreed to build the beds or buy the beds and deed restrict them, so they'll be beds forever. Those and a $500,000 regional contribution to housing, throughout the region. So that's a heck of a step forward. Will it solve the problem? No. Should we do more? I don't know, but we probably will. I'll give you an example in Winter Park, where we just opened our workforce housing there. We delivered 320 beds in 16 months. We spent $64 million to do it. Every employee has a door for privacy. And so I think the point and the caller from the school really resonated. We may not be perfect, but we try. And if we can get something across the line and get this thing moving, I can't stand here today and promise more, but what I can promise is we are doing more than the county required, and we agreed to do it all in the first phase. And those are pretty big commitments to get the ball rolling. And we probably would build more. I was just talking to Chip, but as you heard from one of the homeowners adjacent to it, they're not real thrilled it's going there. And so the idea that we try to pop another story on there would probably be a nightmare. But the fact of the matter is we've made the commitment. We exceed the county requirement. We want to get started. It's a need of the business. And hopefully we can get a positive recommendation today and a Board of Supervisor approval and no litigation so we can get started. So those are the three issues I wanted to address.
Thank you, Brian.
Can I recycle?
Hold on 1 second. We're going to let staff talk first, and then we're
Well, I
going
need to
to
recycle on one of his comments, if I could.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I misunderstood a little bit. You said you're going to be up to a one-third in 21 years?
The North Star project, yes. They have built or constructed 1/3 of their 1,800 units over the past 21 years. And so I was using that as an example.
Oh, so that's not your
No, what happens, Supervisor or Commissioner Johnson, we have a 25-year study period. Those are goalposts. And some folks in the community think that for 25 straight years, construction traffic's going to be going up and down the road. That's the way it's been positioned by some and understood by some. And I've tried to explain that 25 years is a study period. It's not continuous construction. And I came across the North Star example to say, here's one in market. This is typical of a master plan development where, it takes time. You have to weather the storm with real estate cycles and what have you. And so I just thought that was a good example and much more representative of what's likely to happen in Olympic Valley.
Okay, I think so. I guess what I'm kind of fishing for in my mind is, what's your target, or where are you headed with this? Are you going to be beyond 25 years to complete this?
I think the likelihood of that is probably yes. It's so dependent upon real estate cycle and being able to acquire capital, and because we are an operating company, we're not a developer. We choose to spend our capital on things like restaurants and ski lifts and retail. We would rather someone build these condos because value to an operating company and a ski company is the person sleeping in the bed, not necessarily the profit on the bed. And also that allows you to build more as if other people are building using their capital. So it's a very complicated formula with respect to delivering beds. We just want the beds. We don't want to develop the beds unless we have to.
Okay, so you don't have a definite target that you're headed for? It's just...
No, because it will be market will dictate it. If interest rates go up, there's all kinds of factors that come into affecting real estate, especially in secondary markets. I think that the North Star example is one that's more typical. If you had to take an example and say, what do you think? Will we be able to build out 1/3 in 21 years? Well, hopefully we won't have a 2008 financial crisis. That was a pretty severe setback for the real estate industry. And the pandemic also was a whole nother can of worms. So arguably, they're probably a little farther behind. But we don't know the answer.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Brian.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you again, Commissioners. Chris Pahuli, Planning Director. I wanted to start by just thanking all of the members of the public, all of the members that all of the people that we had speaking today, both in person as well as that phoned in through the Zoom call. In terms of staff responses, we're going to organize our responses thematically. We have different speakers to cover. Much like we did during the staff presentation, we have different speakers to cover the various topics. I'm going to give you a quick outline of how we have it organized, and then call up the first speaker. We have it organized into 5 thematic areas. We have wildfire and evacuation questions that came up during the public comment period. We have Chief Hudson and Captain Tyndall that are going to respond to those questions that came up. We're then going to move on to a number of questions that came up about noise as well as lighting or dark sky. We have Sean Beckta from Ascent that's going to cover that. We also have had questions, quite a bit of questions as it relates to the reduced project proposal, and we have Alex Fish that'll cover that topic. We'll then move on to water supply questions that came up, provide some clarification there. That'll be Chad Taylor, who spoke earlier from Todd Engineering or Todd Groundwater. Transportation will be covered by Katie Jackson. And then lastly, there were some questions that came up that probably are most linked to the development agreement and providing some clarification as it relates to the development agreement. And we will have Crystal Jacobson cover that. So what I'm hoping is that the commissioners can hold off on questions until we get through all of the speakers responding to those issues that came up, and then we can make folks available once again for further questions from the commission. So with that, I'd like to bring up Chief Hudson and Captain Tyndall to talk about the wildfire and evacuation questions.
Thank you, Chris. Welcome, guys. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. Jim Hudson, Deputy Chief for the CAL FIRE Nevada Yuba Placer Unit. And I know there was a lot of concerns and questions today that we've been monitoring and hearing regarding wildfire and evacuations. I think with some general comments, we can be able to answer some of those and really explain and go through our process when it comes to evacuations. So obviously in some of the fire seasons we've seen in the last 10 years, evacuation and wildfire is obviously a major concern. I will say that our goal is to not evacuate anybody. And specific to the Tahoe region, we have an excellent record of fire suppression. The best plan is to suppress it early and often before it reaches 10 acres. That is our goal as an agency as CAL FIRE. We have been very successful of that in the Tahoe Basin and the Truckee area over the last 20 years. Specific to Tahoe, there's been only a couple fires that have gotten over 5 acres in that time frame. So it really comes down to suppression. But there are those times where there may be a need to evacuate or provide direction. We have evacuation warnings and we have evacuation orders. Typically, early on in a fire, now let me go back to something that Lieutenant Connors and Chief Wesner were talking about this morning, unified command. So we have jurisdictional authorities in California. CAL FIRE has a jurisdictional authority to suppress wildland fires within state responsibility area. And with law enforcement, specifically the Placer County Sheriff, they have the jurisdictional authority and responsibility to conduct orderly evacuations that are coordinated alongside fire. So going back to unified command, and I know you've heard that a lot today, it's not just a term that we use that we're going to get together on the scene of an incident and make decisions. We have a robust system within Placer County. The sheriff's officers or deputies and their leadership get notifications of all our fires, and it's instantaneous response. It's not just the fire engines and the command officers going up. They're going on initial dispatch. 9 times out of 10, there's no need for them to even affect any kind of warnings or even discuss anything with the public, but we're there assessing the situation. So that assessment starts from initial dispatch, and we're monitoring the situation, and we can make recommendations at the command post. Most of the time, the fire is just suppressed. You hear about 1% of the fires probably that we have in this area because we suppress them and they don't require the movement of people and don't make the media. But there are those ones that do pose a threat. And some of the terms that we've heard today, whether it's shelter in place or mass movement of people, there's reasons behind that. Every time there's an ignition, there's no set determination on what form of evacuation or warning we're going to issue. It's dictated by the situation. We make the recommendations based on the fire behavior, and we prepare for that. Just today, as we've been sitting here, there's winds predicted, and as a unit, we've mobilized some more equipment up here just for that. Hopefully they're not needed, but they are here. We had extra equipment up here for the Bear Fire when it broke on a couple days ago, and they were able to respond. We've got our normal response up here, but we will supplement as necessary. So I say that to assure the folks that in the crowd that had some questions today and great comments that we are always preparing, and we will double our efforts and double our resources in certain areas depending on if there's a known threat such as a red flag. So as we move through today and we talk about the evacuations, there's been a lot of concerns. And what we talk about, usually when we're talking about something that's going to be a shelter in place or a rapid warning or a short notification, I won't say no notification, that's on the incipient stages of a fire, very new. Typically on a micro scale, it starts that way, maybe be a street, might be a couple streets, might be a subdivision. Obviously, a lot of concerns about those mega fires we've talked to. With emerging technologies that we have as an agency and across the state of California, that we are predicting and preparing for those, right? So if you look at the Caldor fire, those orders and warnings in South Lake Tahoe were given between 24 and 36 hours in advance notice of the fire actually reaching the basin. So I say that to assure you that we are always practicing an abundance of caution based on the conditions that we're dealt with. Even if you go back to the mosquito fire a couple of years ago that originated in Forest Hill, we were monitoring the situation and we had decision points or management action points. If it gets here, how are we going to address a situation or evacuations or a firefight on the west shore of Tahoe? So we are thinking long-term downstream, and we are giving that information to the sheriff's office and doing it collectively. And it is all information-based, it's intelligent-based, based as we make those decisions. So I just want to assure that it's coordinated, and we've got a very strong track record of success. If you look at the mosquito fire again, 11,000 people were evacuated out of Forest Hill, which is a one-way in, one-way out community along Forest Hill Road in under 4 hours. So when we get that ignition, we are thinking about if we have to move people, how long is it going to take? And we are taking those steps basically from the initial dispatch. Probably won't get there. 99% of the time it doesn't get there, but we're planning for it. So. And I'll turn it over to Josh on the specifics of the evacuations.
Good afternoon, Josh Schinel. I'm a captain with the Placer County Sheriff's Office. I'm the commander of our Field Services Division on the West Slope. I'm also a law enforcement liaison officer for CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 5, which I also serve with Chief Hudson on it. Just a little background on that. You're wondering what a cop's doing on a fire team, incident management team. There's 6 teams throughout the state, and comprised of people from all throughout local fire and CAL FIRE as well. And then we also have local law enforcement officers, a small contingency. So basically what we do whenever there's a big incident, I will liaison with the local law enforcement about evacuation and repopulation efforts. Been on multiple incidents with Chief Hudson throughout the state. Larger fires, more complex fires, some fires that were relatively an easy lift in terms of evacuation, repopulation, road closures, messaging, and things of that nature. So I just kind of want to share, hearing some of the themes that I've heard, try and maybe give some context from my small perspective on this. Our 2016 versus 2024 this year. We are more prepared now. The good news is, as far as the sheriff's office for evacuations, than we were in 2016 with the technology. Our PLEA relationship. PLEA is Placer Law Enforcement Agencies. It's all of our mutual aid agencies within the county. We also have strong relationships in our region. There are 7 law enforcement regions throughout the state. We are in Region 4. The Placer County is in Region 4, and that's through Office of Emergency Services. So if we need additional resources at 2 a.m., we put it out through our OES mutual aid coordinator, which is the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office for our region, and we get the world, whatever we want. So to say You may look at our staffing profile at 2 a.m. and say you have 4 deputies on or 8 deputies on in the county, but it's the totality of our whole region that we have available to us, driving time from wherever that El Dorado deputy is coming from, or that Nevada County Sheriff's deputies come, or that Roseville PD officer is coming from. So just give some context for that. Additionally, where we're better prepared is communication capabilities, integrated radio systems, regional notifications. Robust regional notification systems that my partner Ty talked about earlier, and then messaging efforts through social media, through our fire community meetings, and getting the message out as well. So additionally, another component is established and prepared Office of Emergency Services. With the Board of Supervisors' support, we were able to put in Lieutenant Connors and Chief Wessner to bolster the Office of Emergency Management for Placer County, which entails building more relationships with our cooperators as far as infrastructure, PG&E, water, et cetera, Caltrans, DPW, our other PLEA partners, nonprofits, county partners such as Health and Human Services, Animal Control, all of the partners that are going to be involved if there's evacuation. So all of that's in place. We're better prepared in 2024 than we were in 2016, so good news for that. As far as just kind of touching on some of the themes that I've heard earlier, and Chief Hudson did a great job on touching on it as well, is like a no-notice event, I guess. I don't refer to that in my 27 years in law enforcement. It's more of a reactive event is what we refer to it as. And specifically, where there's no notice. I would argue that there is notification, as Chief Hudson talked about, red flag warnings, weather reports, fire behavior reports, fire fuel reports that we get shared with us. They'll let us know what's going on, and we have access to the same reports. And then we post that out to the community to heads up. If it's mid-July and 100 degrees out, fire probability is probably pretty higher than December on Christmas Day or something like that. So a little bit's common sense, but we do have a process in place for that as well. The other thing I want to touch on is shelter in place. I have personally never done a shelter in place as my go-to. And when I say my go-to, I mean the sheriff's deputies and all the fires, whether it's in West Placer County or up here, the river fire or anything like that. Many times that is a notification to, hey, can you just stay off the roads, please? Because we have a fire going on. It's not affecting you right now, but we just need to get some resources there. So to have that be your go-to, it's not our go-to, and I think it was cited in some literature, probably that I don't think that I read. I know it was in a report recently that I did read, but that is not our go-to. Our go-to is getting information from our partners, establishing how big we need it to go, taking into consideration residential, the residential makeup of that area or the business makeup of that area, any schools that are in session, any senior living facilities, because that could take extra time. So those are the factors that we take into place. And if we do not need to evacuate anybody, we won't. But if we do, we'll put an evacuation order, and then we'll start projecting already. As soon as we put out that order, we're already looking at what place we need to put under a warning. So in 2019, the Office of Emergency Services for the state put out some standardized terms, and if you know this already, go ahead and stop me, but basically an evacuation order is just a legal order from the sheriff or law enforcement to evacuate immediately. There's immediate threat, so we're asking you to evacuate immediately. You can refuse that order, but if you, once you leave your property, you're not allowed to come back on that property. The other term that they established was a warning. That is something where you're not in immediate danger, but there's a potential danger. So that is a notification for you to start to pre-plan. If you have large animals, medication, medical needs that it might take you a little bit longer to get out, we will put you under an evacuation warning. And then again, the shelter in place is something that more is just, you're not in immediate danger, you're not going to be under an order or a warning. We may put you shelter in place just to kind of, hey, don't go out to the lake today because something might be going on, right? But we rarely use that. We more use that for law enforcement functions, a barricaded subject, an active shooter or something like that, where we just want people to stay indoors. So hopefully that clears that up. And then Chief Hudson already talked about some of the successes we've had with Mosquito, the fire, and the Caldor as well. Somebody did talk about the Sierra fire, the bear fire that's going right now in Sierra with no warning systems. Hopefully I touched on that in the beginning, that Placer County, best select our partners in Sierra, and we'll be there to support them, but we're not Sierra County. So, and with that, I thank you, and I'd take any questions.
Okay, so next, sorry, Chair
No, go ahead.
DiMattei.
Sorry. It's all
Next
yours.
up, we have Sean Beckta to talk about noise and lighting.
All right, thank you. I bring up this big document because this is the original draft EIR. So this is the analysis that we did prior, and I could see why people had questions about noise and lighting, as that was an area where the court found no deficiencies, gave us no direction to change anything, considered the analysis appropriate and legally adequate. So we did not add noise and lighting or have anything directly, well, I should say construction noise we did, but not operational noise. And the questions that I heard were primarily around the shipping and receiving near the employee housing on the east parcel, and concerns about housing nearby. We did address that in the original EIR and provided mitigation measures, that these mitigation measures would continue to be applied to the project were it to be approved, and the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan adopted. And so there is a requirement for loading docks as well as parking structures that prior to authorization, the applicant provide a noise study validating that the county's noise standards will be met for nearby housing and other sensitive receptors. And there are various mechanisms to reduce noise to those adjacent properties. So for example, the initial design of the shipping and receiving facility that we have in the EIR has the actual building between the loading dock and the housing. Buildings make excellent noise stopping facilities. So there are mechanisms to make sure that that noise standard can be met, that from parking lots and loading docks that the county's standards can be implemented. There's code enforcement. So assuming that the nearby sensitive receptor does not believe that the standard is being met, there's the ongoing opportunity to contact noise enforcement, and there's the mitigation monitoring and reporting program associated with every EIR, which provides an additional legal mechanism for the county to make sure that the mitigation measure and the success criteria of that measure can be held up, and make sure that the applicant, whoever's in charge of that facility at the time, has to follow through on that mitigation requirement. Similarly, on night, and particularly night sky, we did identify that as an issue and analyzed it in the original EIR, and found that yes, the project will generate light, but that there are standards in both the specific plan that would be adopted that would reduce light emissions, and the project and the all improvement plan shall be developed. An improvement plan, shall be developed that includes a detailed lighting and photometric plan. So there will be an opportunity for the county staff to see each proposal as it comes in for development associated with the project, and that lighting and photometric plan meets the requirements of the specific plan and any county standards. That's what I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. So next up, we have Alex Fish. He'll be speaking about the reduced project proposal.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, everybody. Alex Fish, Principal Planner with the Planning Services Division. So just want to start off, apologies to Mr. Stepner and Mr. Carabetta for misremembering the sequence. I did have an opportunity to discuss with David Stepner briefly the reduced density alternative during one of the breaks, and he did remind me that we did in fact receive that just before the board hearing. So I again apologize for mischaracterizing the timing of that as being longer than it was. But here's what is important in terms of the county's evaluation of alternatives for this project. We had a total of 6 alternatives that looked at various scenarios for development or other specific impacts relating to traffic impacts, for example, because we had a widened Olympic Valley Road alternative in there. We had two reduced density alternatives in the project, as I had described earlier, and those reduced density alternatives did identify ways that the alternative was scoped to effectively identify impacts of the project that would be reduced, lessened, mitigated under those alternatives. And we had a full evaluation of those things in the EIR. And the Friends of Olympic Valley proposal was also raised during the decision-making process along with those alternatives, and it was presented for the Board of Supervisors' consideration. And it was, again, as we go through this new process, it has been raised anew and was provided as comments on our revised draft EIR. And the county did respond in the final EIR and reiterated some of the prior findings of that, and I'll go into that in just a moment in terms of the Friends' specific reduced density alternative. But first I want to address the reduced density alternatives that the county evaluated. And what it found was that the proposal, while it did meet some of the project's basic objectives and it would reduce impacts, it didn't meet the fundamental objectives of the project to create a world-class North American resort that would have enough resort bed base to be competitive with its peers. And more fundamentally to that alternatives analysis was that there were lesser benefits associated with it in terms of it not having as full of a restoration effort on Washishu Creek, and that is a legacy impact of the preparation for the 1960 Winter Olympics. When that creek was channelized in part, another part of it is actually undergrounded in a culvert, and the project would do a full restoration of that. That reduced density alternative would also result in approximately half the employee housing, workforce housing, and this being a resort-based area, and we've heard a lot today about the importance of workforce housing and really moving the needle on providing additional opportunities that are in Valley, that are proximate to the work area, that reduce other impacts such as VMT from travel into the Valley to move those workers from one place to another. And it may not bear the cost of the West Valley Fire Station. And again, this is a critical resource to the safety and protection of this community now and into the future. And so those things were evaluated, they were disclosed, they are also included in the findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations that was presented previously in 2016. Those are also, there's updated findings of fact that are presented and are part of your report packets today. But speaking specifically to the version of that reduced density alternative that the Friends presented, it was substantially similar to the two versions that the county had proposed. It was not fundamentally different. And a couple of things that stick out is it did not specifically identify where impacts would be lessened. And it didn't specify how it would meet the project objectives with enough specificity that was able to be fully evaluated. For those reasons, it did not meet the base level requirements of an alternative to be considered in a CEQA analysis. And as a result, the Board of Supervisors in 2016, they declined to take up that request to evaluate that. They did not consider it further in taking their action on the project. And so in terms of this renewed effort going through the hearing process again, that same proposal has been brought forward. And I think that we're fundamentally in a similar position to where those questions and issues are still fundamental to its evaluation of its ability to achieve the project objectives, reduce project impacts, and be feasible, because those three things are necessary for meeting the CEQA criteria.
Yep. And if I may just add a little bit to that in terms of what happened with that proposal and the board's action on it. That proposal and the financial portion of it were in front of the board in 2016 before the board made the decision to approve this project. As part of the litigation on this project, the county's selection of alternatives was one of the things challenged by Sierra Watch. And it was in the trial court decided that the county's evaluation of the alternatives was proper and upheld that analysis. Sierra Watch did not bring that forward in the appeal. So that matter is now decided from a legal perspective on the alternatives. And that's not anything that's new information in front of your commission now. And I did just want to touch on one thing with respect to res judicata too, because I think it's important. There were some comments made about how since the project approvals were rescinded, that now this entire project is before your commission and this entire project is at play for purposes of that legal analysis. And that's just not correct. Res judicata has been discussed multiple times today, and it's basically the idea that once items have been brought in a lawsuit and the court has resolved those, that then they can't be brought again against the same parties. And specifically, there is a CEQA case, a 2019 case, Ione Valley Land, Air, and Water Defense Alliance versus County of Amador, where the petitioner made a similar argument, basically that since the public entity, that the County of Amador, had rescinded its approvals as it was required to do by the court, that therefore that made the entire EIR at play and all of the analysis at play. And the court squarely said, this argument fails because whether the EIR has been decertified does not alter the fact that the sufficiency of a component of the EIR has been litigated and resolved. That case was a 3rd District Court of Appeal case, which is the district that covers this area. So that is clear from case law that those items that have already been decided by the court are no longer at issue here. And that comes up with respect to the lighting issues, operational noise, and the ones that have already been decided. There are 4 main topics that are at play that the Court of Appeal that did say that the county needed to provide further analysis for, and those are included in the revised EIR. But the other items have already been resolved through the courts.
Great, thank you for clearing that up.
Okay, next up we have Chad Taylor to speak to the questions that came up regarding water supply.
Thank you, Commissioners. Chad Taylor, Todd Groundwater again. I heard a few questions on water supply. They mostly dealt with the sufficiency of supply criteria that I mentioned, that 65% saturated thickness threshold, the associated graph I showed when I presented earlier. The questions first dealt with whether or not that was a well-reasoned threshold for sufficiency of supply, or whether it was applied after the fact. It did look very convenient. However, the team, the water supply assessment team gathered by the PSD, did do a fair bit of work to develop that criteria that was based on scientific literature and local conditions and operational considerations for the PSD. Many basins, I might nerd out here for a minute about groundwater, hope you don't mind. Many basins in California use a volumetric approach to evaluate whether or not there's adequate water for a project or new development or future growth in general. This basin, because of its small size, the large watershed, and the highly dynamic nature of precipitation, runoff, and recharge that flows through the basin, makes that volumetric approach inappropriate. It's simply too dependent upon when demand occurs through an annual cycle. So instead, this team of experts that the PSD brought together developed a water level based criteria. And that criteria was based on historical water levels in the valley, monitored and measured by the Public Service District, operational considerations that they've used in existing wells historically to maintain sufficient supply for dry periods of the year throughout the history, the recent, at that time, history of operations of their well field. And then also some relevant peer-reviewed literature coming from a respected source. That source actually said you should probably avoid in relatively shallow alluvial aquifers, which is what this is, dewatering an aquifer more than 2/3. We doubled that criteria. We said we want to maintain 2/3 of saturation, not 2/3 of dewatering. So we are doing twice as well as the literature would lead us to believe is sufficient. We think that's important because the PSD has witnessed similar conditions being successful in their existing wells. There was also a question about how that threshold was applied. That threshold really only applies to the model simulated results for the historical period, the historical hydrology that we applied in the model. So that's precipitation and stream flow simulated through a computer model of the groundwater system. And that tells us at relatively fine resolution what the expected water levels are at different operational scenarios through a period of time represented by that historical hydrology. It doesn't apply to the future. The PSD, to my knowledge, is not planning to apply this 65% saturated thickness criteria to future operations. We did allow for, in the definition of the criteria, falling below 65% a few times during a year or a few times, 4 times total over the model simulation period, that 25-year period from 1991 through 2014. But that didn't happen. As you saw in the graph, the average saturated thickness never fell below that criteria. So the question about how far below you can go never came up because we never went below in that planning evaluation. It's a reasonable misunderstanding. It's a complicated topic, and I apologize for having to go into so much detail about it. Hopefully this is understandable. So I want to hit the rest of my notes. The last question that I heard about water supply was about snowmaking. There was a question about whether or not additional snowmaking for the resort might change this water supply evaluation in the future. The resort made a statement during development of the water supply sufficiency analysis that they would not develop new water supply for snowmaking in the valley, so from the groundwater basin. A lot of the snowmaking water that the resort currently uses and has historically used comes from on-mountain wells. These are fractured wells completed in fractured granite. It's a very different hydrologic system, hydrogeologic system. It's not connected to the groundwater basin that I showed in that map that you saw. So hydraulically, there's no connection between those two. There is a little bit of water that's used from the valley floor, but they said they won't increase that use in the future from that source. So we held that number constant for the future analyses. I will note that in theory, snowmaking, water use for snowmaking that is placed on the mountain within the watershed then melts and has an opportunity to recharge that same resource in the future. We didn't make any assumptions about how much that would change the scenario, but just theoretically, there's maybe no net change or limited net change as a result of snowmaking. I think that's all the questions about water supply. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Katie Jackson on transportation.
Good afternoon. As Krista said, my name is Katie Jackson. I'm an engineering manager with the Placer County Department of Public Works. I did want to address the just general concern over increases in traffic volumes associated with the project, as well as there was one specific statement that was brought up. Somebody said that if the project were located in the basin, they would not just have to pay their TRPA mobility mitigation fee, but they would also have to reduce their VMT through mitigation strategies. And so to address both those comments, I want to go through the list of VMT reducing strategies that are already associated with this project. These come from things like the project description, mitigation measures, requirements from county code, as well as the development agreement. And we already talked about a lot of these things earlier in the presentation earlier in the day, so I'll go through it briefly, and then if you have any questions, happy to answer those. But there are 6 categories of VMT reduction strategies, and this project hits on all 6. So In the land use category, the project provides a better mix of uses, and it provides higher density development. It also provides employee housing in the valley. In the category of improving the bike network, the project would bring 2 new shared use path segments, as well as bike lanes internal to the plan area, bike parking at major activity centers and trailheads. As in the category of improving the pedestrian network, we heard earlier there will be new sidewalks and paths, as well as the 2 shared use paths within the project footprint. In the category of improving transit facilities and operations, the project is bringing a new transit center to the village. They'll continue the on-demand shuttle service called Mountaineer. They have ongoing transit funding, that's regional transit, not just in the valley, but regional transit through establishment of a community facilities district or a zone of benefit. They're also providing ongoing transit funding through the DA agreement, as well as a one-time capital contribution to transit through the DA agreement. In the category of trip reduction programs, which is also just a fancy term for discouraging single occupancy vehicles, the strategies include establishing a transportation coordinator position to guide employees to carpool, transit, shuttle options, providing an employee shuttle to and from the east parcel. They have the parking reservation system on all peak days, preferential parking for carpoolers, as well as the transportation management plan. And the final category is, of course, funding for regional projects that reduce VMT, and the project's doing a variety of things that we already talked about, including payment of the countywide traffic fee program. That fee program funds regional projects all throughout the eastern Placer area, including traffic operations, bike and ped projects, transit projects, parking management, as well as safety projects. They're also voluntarily paying the mobility mitigation fee, which is which would be used to implement VMT reducing projects in the basins in particular, as well as the lodging fee. Again, going towards VMT reducing projects. And last one was the transit zone of benefit, but I already mentioned that. So a lot of different funding programs that would go towards regional improvements, as well as project-specific improvements in Olympic Valley itself.
So last step on staff's end before we hand it back to the commission to ask further questions and clarifications, we have Crystal Jacobson, who will speak to providing some clarification on the development agreement provisions and then provide a wrap-up.
Thanks, Chris, and members of the commission. Again, I'm Crystal Jacobson with CEDRA. I just want to touch on the DA and kind of summarize sort of the change between what was before the board and approved in 2016 and what's here today, and then provide some closing remarks from our team. So we always require a development agreement with specific plans, as you likely know. We have done that with all of our specific plans here in the county. And the purpose really is to strengthen the planning process. The DA set forth the obligations of the project. So it's really a commitment, right? And a contract between the county and the developer. It enables the county to really negotiate with the developer on various concessions, really aimed at benefiting the public, right? So you have a project of this size, and you use the DA as a tool, really, to set forth those obligations and ensure that the obligations are benefiting the community and the public. So I kind of want to just touch on what those are. So this DA is different, as I mentioned, and I want to just say, in light of the comment that we have received and the significant input, right, that we've heard on this current proposal, we have worked to ensure that this DA is different. So while we've heard from a lot of folks today that, this is the same project as in 2016, I disagree with that. I think it's a different project, and it's different because there are a lot more public benefits coming out of the project that have been negotiated and that are set forth in the DA. Just to name a few. On the traffic and transportation side, which Katie just mentioned, over the initial 20-year term of the DA, the developer is essentially under contract to pay over $5 million, close to $6 million in fees to fund transit services and transportation network capital improvements in Eastern Placer County. So those are earmarked for Eastern Placer County, benefiting the local community. A lot of those, as Katie mentioned, they're capital improvements that are planned for reducing VMT, reducing congestion, and frankly, improving the conditions and the concerns that we heard today from the community. So those are investments that go straight into the Tahoe community. In addition, the payment of the TRPA mobility fee, generating approximately $2 million of funding for Lake Tahoe Basin mobility improvements over the project build-out. That is a change. The initial DA back in 2016 had a fee paid to TRPA of about $440,000. So that has been increased to $2 million. Those dollars go to projects in the basin that benefit our local residents. So they are earmarked for projects that would be in the Tahoe Basin portion of Placer County, directly benefiting Placer County residents here in Tahoe. I want to also mention, back to the, it's called a Palisades Tahoe Regional Transit and Housing Fund Partnership. That's the entity that would sort of oversee those funds. That is the management of it, as you heard from the development team, isn't, the specifics of that isn't known yet. But in section 3.22 of the DA, what you'll see is that when that partnership is formed, it is to be approved by the board. So there's a future opportunity to weigh in on what does that partnership look like? How are those funds managed? The details will be ironed out through that process. I also want to just point out the fee of the 2.5% lodging fee on all future short-term lodging stays. That is estimated to generate about $1 million or so annually and about $20 million over the life of the project. That is also new. That was not included in 2016. So again, while the project description hasn't changed, I would say the public benefits that are coming out of this project and through the DA here have changed. There are other safeguards that we've included in the DA that weren't in there before. Memorializing the traffic management and parking plan with a county mandated annual and 5-year traffic reporting. We built in these safeguards in response to comments that we have heard from the community. So those are new. In addition, continued participation in support of the Mountaineer program. You heard a lot of people talk about that. That is a program that gets a lot of participation for folks, for shuttling people back and forth to the ski resort. They have also committed to the microtransit and business improvement districts. Those are new provisions as well. So again, those are provisions aimed at really sort of memorializing their commitment and securing, again, that obligation. Moving on to housing, some different, one of the changes there's, the obligation is for 386 beds or so, 99 of those are replacement. The developer is agreeing to build those up front in the first phase of their development. I mean, that is, I don't know if you all know a lot about specific plans, but that is kind of unheard of. So that's a big commitment. They are putting investment directly into the community right up front. So I see that as a difference and something that was not included in the 2016 plan. In addition, there are other housing contributions in addition to what is required. So they're going above and beyond. There's a payment of $500,000 that goes to regional housing initiatives again, dedicated in Eastern Placer County, benefiting the residents here in Tahoe. There are a number of others. I did want to point out on the Mountain Adventure Camp, there's a new provision in the DA as well that provides a discount to locals. So you heard people talk about how they want to they want a community pool and they want access, right, to a recreational community center. They have offered up a discount to locals, and that is memorialized in this DA. It was not in the former DA. Again, as I see it, that's another public benefit coming out of this project. There are others. I did want to point out the park and recreational improvements have also changed to the tune of an increase of about $1 million, more, almost $1 million more in park and recreational fees. Those also go to fund park dedication fee area that's local here. So it includes the communities of Olympic Valley, Alpine Meadows, and residences along the Truckee River corridor. So those dollars, again, have been increased. They're more than what you saw in 2016, and they're going directly to benefit the residents here, like very locally, right here in, well, not right here, sorry, in Olympic Valley, again, Alpine Meadows, and the residences along the Truckee River corridor. So I feel very confident, I think our team does too, that this new DA really does respond to the concerns, and it is different than it was in 2016. So with that, I just want to provide some closing remarks. I want to first just acknowledge again that we understand there's a lot of emotion and sentiment around the development. There's always emotion around land use changes, but you know, our team has to follow a process related to project review and project entitlement review and an environmental review. And so we feel that we have followed that process. We do believe the environmental analysis presented before your commission today is sound as outlined here today, before, the questions that we've answered, and happy to answer more. They're also outlined in the CEQA findings that you're gonna find in your staff report package there. And that it addresses the deficiencies outlined by the court. So we feel confident in that. We also, you know, want to say that underscore on the project entitlement side, we believe that is also solid, not just because of the contributions to, in the DA, the changes there, but also, again, this project is reduced from what was formally, you know, initially submitted, right? So it is a reduced project. Now, it's not that reduced scale alternative that is in the EIR that was found to be infeasible and not meet the project objectives. But what is presented is smaller in scale than what was initially proposed to county staff. And that was in response to community input. It's also, as you heard today, considerably less dense than what was anticipated in the community plan. So we're talking about a project that it's not building out to the full extent of what was anticipated in the community plan. Even though that community plan is old, right? There are allowances there in terms of density, and this comes in below that. So again, I just want to reiterate that I think we all believe that the project is different than it was in 2016. I also want to point out, you know, with redevelopment, and this is a redevelopment project, right? You're talking about you heard a lot about this parking lot, this paved parking lot. This is a proposal to redevelop that. With redevelopment comes, you know, investment and environmental gain, right? You don't get improvements without redevelopment, typically. In land development, that's what we see. And so I just want to, you know, while there's always fear around redevelopment, there's fear around development in general, but with it comes those improvements. And I do believe that our team has worked hard to ensure that this package before your commission today responds to community concerns and provides more public benefit than it did in 2016. So with that, I just want to thank you again for your time and for your consideration of staff's recommendation, and we can certainly answer any more questions that you might have.
Thank you, Crystal. I appreciate that. Anything else from staff?
Nothing else to staff. We'll turn it back to the chair to ask additional questions.
All right, I will turn it over to the rest of the commissioners here. We can go into questions and deliberations on this project. So does anybody have questions for staff?
I have a couple.
Go ahead.
Okay, back to the development agreement. The court really focused in on the TART, Tahoe Regional Transportation, I guess, agency, or where it is, and what they were using the money for. And so just a little bit fuzzy on that. I think I see it in the document that really this is a free access to for employees to the transportation system. But exactly how did we address that particular issue from the court?
So the court did raise an issue with respect to a transit mitigation measure that the court felt was, I guess, vague. And in the revised EIR, that mitigation measure was evaluated and modified to eliminate the vagueness. So the revised EIR did deal with that issue. The DA provision does include a provision with TRPA for that roughly $2 million, but that's separate from the transit issue that was raised by the court. The answer to that issue is in the revised EIR with respect to a modified mitigation measure.
And so the issues that you're talking about in the development agreement that were changes are in response to this particular court item?
So no, they weren't in response to the court action. The changes, so the court doesn't, the court only identified what was deficient with respect to the environmental analysis. So any of the issues that respond to the court's questions are in the revised EIR. The development agreement is, I guess, more of a policy document in that it discusses, it includes the provisions that the county would be asking for in order to provide a recommendation of support and approve the project.
Okay, so I guess I could go to the EIR, but maybe you could help me out in terms of what specific actions that we're taking.
And again, Rich Moorhead with Public Works, maybe I can help with that. What the court found is we have CSA formations that help fund transit operations, and they found there wasn't enough specificity in that mitigation measure on how that would be done. So that's been bolstered. In addition to that, there is a CSA formation that was done in the valley, and that's an attachment as well. So it shows all the details of exactly how those get formed and how they get used. So there's more specificity with the CSA and how it gets formed and used, essentially, and that was bolstered in this environmental document.
Okay.
And if I could just add to that, it's revised mitigation measure 9-7, and specifically the revision included provisions talking about establishment of 30-minute headways as a measuring stick for purposes of those improvements.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Maybe another question is, now there's a fire station that's going to be the responsibility of the applicant. And the applicant apparently is responsible for the construction of the fire station as well as the acquisition of an engine to put in it, apparently, and maybe some funding for the employees of it. But is that funding all coming from the developer, or how is that going to be funded specifically?
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. So this was a kind of a multi-agency coordination effort between the county and the Olympic Valley Public Services District, which includes the fire department, to look at this issue. And so what the county has done is incorporate the provisions that you just laid out, that the project, which, obviously the project applicant was consulted, part of those discussions, would be required to dedicate land, fund the design and the construction, staffing, and equipping of that station. But during the evaluation of a specific plan, we can't get down to the level of specificity that's necessary to really detail out all of those requirements. And so we incorporated provisions into the county's approval of the development agreement to require that the applicant enter a DA with the PSD, and they do have a DA process. That's something that that they undertake, and they'll also, take care of other points of business in that. So we've outlined the requirements at a very high level in terms of the programming and requirements of the specific plan, obligation to provide that facility and the staffing and services, and it will be up to the project proponent and the PSD to work through the details in that subsequent development agreement negotiation between those parties.
Okay, you're talking about a PSD. I don't know if I know exactly
Sorry,
what that is.
my apologies. Shouldn't use acronyms. Public Services District, the Olympic Valley Public Services
And so
District.
the funding actually could be a private,
It will
public-
all be private funding. I want to make that very clear. Yes, it's all
private?
All private
Okay.
funding from the developer.
Okay, okay, thank you. Let me see, I may have some more questions too, but we'll go on to other people if they have questions.
Just a real quick one. I'm a little cloudy when we refer to, and let me back up. First, thank you for walking through the development agreement. That was very helpful. There's a term of art that's used frequently, fees. And they're not like 218 fees, these are like kind of voluntary agreement fees, or I'm just not sure how this is imposed.
Yes, these are not Proposition 218 fees. These are not Mitigation Fee Act fees. These are fees imposed by the development agreement. So they would have their own triggers, timing, and obligations as set forth in the agreement.
I have a question for Mr. Fish. About the alternative analysis that was submitted, you said it wasn't significantly different in scope, but it wasn't specific enough to be considered. Did I get that right?
That's correct. So in terms of, and I may need to call upon our EIR consultant if we need to get into more detail. But the fundamental purpose of EIR alternatives or project alternatives is to identify a range of project alternatives that would obtain most of the basic project objectives while reducing one or more significant impacts, and that it is physically and legally feasible. And so in terms of how we evaluate those things, there is a necessity to get to a certain level of specificity on how those impacts would be targeted to specifically, identifiably, measurably reduce impacts, one or more significant impacts of the project.
And there weren't enough of those?
There was not enough detail.
Okay. Okay. And so the findings of overriding consideration, that was just not, that was determined?
So the findings of overriding consideration deal specifically in the alternatives analyses that the county undertook.
Okay. Got it. Got it. Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question to Robin's? So in the alternatives analysis, if you guys can educate me on the process. So if a community member or group puts forward an alternative, it's up to them to come up with the same level of detail and rigor that would have to pass through a paid consultant team to be considered a feasible alternative. That's what I'm hearing, and I don't know if that's legally how it works, so that would be helpful to understand.
I think I hit the right thing. Okay. Gary Jacobs, Ascent Environmental. So the process for doing alternatives is spelled out in the CEQA guidelines. We're supposed to look at a reasonable range of alternatives. And specifically, it means not every single alternative, and there's a case law behind that. When we are looking at a reasonable range, the question is how many alternatives does that mean? The first Attorney General that practiced under CEQA, Nick Yost, used to say 4. Is that really right? We don't know. But what we look at is a range of alternatives that is, a reasonable range that covers the range that you need for decision-making on a project. That, in some projects, could be 4. Sometimes it's 2, if there are a few impacts. Here we looked at 6 different alternatives. If somebody comes up with an alternative that is substantially similar to what we evaluated, which is the case here, when we, as Alex described, we already have an alternative. We have 2 alternatives in the EIR, the reduced density alternatives, that looked at similar issues that would be addressed in the alternative raised by the person who brought it forward. Now the question is, what kind of specificity does somebody need to bring forward an alternative? There's no real guidance in CEQA about what kind of specificity needs to be brought forward. What we do as the advisors to the county is we look at whether an alternative is raised that is substantially different from others that were raised, and whether it would illustrate different findings in terms of impacts. But first it has to pass through the feasibility screen. What does that mean? We look at whether it meets the objectives of the project as a first level, and then we look at other issues that could result. Now, ultimately, it's the decision maker that determines whether something is or is not feasible, but whether a project meets objectives is the first screen that we use to determine whether it's feasible. So in this case, because the alternative was a reduced density alternative, substantially similar to what we looked at before, we looked at reduced density alternatives, we looked at a range of alternatives, we didn't endeavor to look at this one at additional detail.
And I apologize for like really bearing down on this one, but it's super important to me, and I think what I've heard from other people in the public. In the RDA, which is one of the options in CEQA that was evaluated, is it true that it was not deemed feasible? One of the reasons was economics. It did not meet the hurdle rate of the applicant for the IRR. Is that true?
I can't speak to all the reasons why it was found infeasible because I don't recall the specific findings, but.
Yeah, I can help with that. Yes, so that reduced density alternative that was evaluated in 2016 was ultimately rejected on multiple grounds, some being that it didn't meet the policy goals and objectives of the project. The other one also was that it was not economically feasible. Essentially that, there wasn't a big enough rate of return to make it worthwhile.
Yeah. So with that, Clayton, thank you. Back to what you were saying, it has to meet the project objectives, which is the first pass. So isn't one of the project objectives the IRR and the economic feasibility? I mean, I do business cases all the time, and so that's the first thing you always look at. So is the IRR not considered that first pass of CEQA? Because it would seem to me that if it was, it would have been rejected as a feasible alternative in the EIR.
So CEQA alternative or objectives are different than and also the same as business objectives. So there are a variety of objectives that are stated in the EIR associated with this project, and we could go through what they are, but it's consistency with the general plan, it's meeting certain objectives the developer has for the project, and it's also county objectives that the county would like to see met with the project. That's how all CEQA documents are really configured, is to look at a variety of objectives. I think there are 8 or 10 or so here. An alternative has to attain most of the basic objectives of the project, not all. So if it doesn't attain some, we still look at it. Ultimately, it's really up to the decision maker, you and the Board of Supervisors, to look at whether or not it's determined to be feasible. And the feasibility is based on a variety of issues: economic, environmental, job creation, attaining objectives of the project. There's a lot of different things that you're able to look at to determine whether or not an alternative is feasible.
Okay, and then I just want to add one thing, and I promise I'll drop this issue for now, is the difference is my understanding, what I looked in the RSA, which was that community generated option, that it was different in that it had scaled back infrastructure. I want to say 65% versus the RDA was like 80% or 75 or something to that effect. It also had a scaled back the mountain recreation center, which was one of the things the community's been talking about, not just the water park. So it's pretty different there, and it has less units and then less impact. So how do you quantify different, I guess?
Right. You're asking really good questions. Again, we go back to a reasonable range. So we're often presented with variations that are across the board. A lot of alternative recommendations came up in the process of this project too. So we were looking at a range that you can use to make decisions on the project. That doesn't mean that we're going to hit every single alternative. That doesn't mean also that you can't consider an alternative that is raised by the public that the EIR did not exactly address. You can use the EIR information to make findings, to have staff make findings as to whether there are significant impacts, if that's an alternative that you want to adopt. So the EIR provides information that you can use to make decisions on the project, to accept it, reject it, or look at a variation to that project. The alternatives analysis is providing a range of alternatives that you can look at if you want to choose one of them and the impacts associated with each. But it doesn't address every single alternative that could come up. It's intended to provide information that if you want to select an alternative that is maybe different, the EIR may have the information in it to address that. It may not. We'd have to go back and look at it. But that's kind of the process that's used.
Okay, thanks.
If I could just add a little bit to that as well. The analysis that the court would look at and that you would look at under CEQA is whether an alternative is considerably different from one of the ones that was previously evaluated. And ultimately, in 2016, the board did decide to move forward with the project proposal, which the action in itself was a rejection of the proposal that Friends of Olympic Valley had provided. That analysis was upheld, but it was, I guess there is an element of discretion to that determination of what's considerably different. And the board ultimately did decide that that alternative wasn't considerably different and therefore moved forward with the project in 2016.
No other questions?
Yeah, well, go ahead if you want.
No, I'll wait till you're done. Go ahead.
I guess this is for the applicant, and I guess what I'm puzzling over is there was a metric that one of the people that commented got up when Mr. Cushing was in charge of the ski area, where he was looking for 14,000 people to show up in a day, and if he had that amount, he was happy. But now we're talking about a destination resort, and maybe in a bigger scale without a lot of detail. You know, what's the distinction that we're looking for here? What are we really after in terms of a destination resort?
We're looking for the guests to spend more, not ski more.
For what?
To spend more, not ski more. So we want the guests staying there, paying for lodging. We want the guests there staying there and buying dinner. We want the guests there waking up and buying breakfast. That's the difference between a destination guest value versus kind of a day skier value. A day skier value will come ski, maybe they buy a bottle of water, maybe they buy some food and they leave. A destination stays and pays lodging, food, and all the other things of the amenities that are around it because they're not leaving.
So the metric on the mountain, do you have one that you're looking for?
No, this is not based upon growth. The mountain's not growing and the parking's not growing. This is about getting more, I say wallet capture. Be crazy. And, you know, it's getting more wallet capture out of the guest. A destination guest is a lot more valuable than a day skier guest because they stay and spend more. It's really just as simple as that.
I guess, okay, well, there's a couple things here.
Okay.
I mean, I heard that you're interested in skiing and what's going on in the mountain. And on the base areas, of course, you're trying to provide for that destination resort opportunity, which is an economic value. And I understand that, but I guess when you compare with Squaw Valley with what it used to be, or Palisade with what it used to be and what you want it to be, you know, I mean, I can remember driving up Interstate 80 when I wasn't going skiing necessarily, but when you got up towards, well, on the other side of the pass, when you were on the other side of the pass, the traffic was stopped, basically trying to get into the various ski areas on ski days. And so, obviously to me, it seems like if you have a destination resort, those people you're going to have less people jammed up on the freeway to get here in time to go skiing. But is that part of your objective?
Oh, yeah, that's correct. I mean, we think it is a mitigant to peak hour because if you have a place to stay, you're now either arriving the night before or you may get there later in the morning because you have a place and you check in and then you ski part day and now you're not rushed to leave. Yeah. So that the behavior of the guest changes dramatically when they have a lodging unit there, and it's not all about arriving at the same time or leaving at the same time. So the answer is yes to that.
Okay.
We didn't quantify that, but
Yeah,
the
those seem like
behavior
great.
is there.
I mean, that's a good benefit that I see
Yeah.
for the community up here, actually, to have people stay in Palisade and Olympic Valley versus driving up and plugging up the freeways and trying to get there fast.
Yeah.
But now, in terms of the benefits that you're gonna have on the mountain, what are you looking for to change with regards to the mountain?
Well, the mountain, this is a base area plan, so our main objective is to get a viable village where the restaurants and the retail are surviving year-round. I think you heard a couple of comments along those lines. I don't know what the number is today. Dee can speak to it maybe, but I believe over half of the village, we are the landlord and the tenant because we have to be, because their tenants can't survive. So mission critical number one is to get a viable year-round village with enough amenities, and what you need to support that is the bed base so that people are staying there. They're not just all arriving and all leaving at the same time.
Okay, I think so. I guess I heard you earlier say that your main interest is in ski lifts and skiing.
Our
And so-
preference, right, I mean, if our preference to spend our capital on amenities and the recreation aspect, we're less interested in making a profit on a condo, right? Because it's very capital intensive. So
Right.
if we've only got so much capital to spend, we would rather someone else spend it developing the bed because we would like to spend it on the amenity. Because we get the value of the person sleeping in the bed. Sure, there's profit to be made on selling real estate, but there's much more profit to be made by a more valuable guest if you're a ski operator.
Okay.
Okay?
One more thing with Commissioner Johnson. I think what Michael, in his numbers and talking about working with Alex, our founder, in
Yeah.
the past, was that visitation hasn't grown on weekends. We're still seeing those same numbers that the resort was hosting back in the day. And so what we're not endeavoring to increase visitation on our peak days. We're endeavoring to smooth that out. We need more visitation on midweek, and we need more what we call length of stay. So people staying with us more days.
Okay.
Does that help?
That
So
makes sense.
Michael, our VP of Mountain Operations, whose
Yeah.
statement was read earlier, has worked in the resort essentially his entire career, and he ran ticket operations, and he literally used to report those ticket counts to Alex daily.
Okay,
So,
that
that
helps
help?
me because what it explains is, if your primary objective is skiing that's going on, this helps you out in that regard, and that's what you're trying to do. So that's really what I was asking.
Yeah, that's our core economic engine is ticket sales, food and beverage, retail rental, so on and so forth.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Sorry, I cannot have anybody from the audience come up. With that, first I'd like to thank staff, the Palisades, the community, Sarah Watch for giving us the insight of what's happening in your community, and we respect everybody's opinions on what's happening here. My concerns have always been the environment, not only for the environment itself, but the economic environment for the people. I drove through here yesterday, I've been coming here for a long time. It doesn't seem like a lot of people can make a lot of money here, and I think if you can't survive here, that's a problem. So I think all my questions have been answered, especially water, having a lot of water background. These guys did a great job for telling us that, and there is probably an oversupply of water, and I wish we could capture that and use it some more. So for me, all my stuff has been answered throughout the day. So at this point, if we have any more deliberations, we can do it. If not, then I would ask for a motion going forward.
Can we do deliberations, Anthony,
Yeah.
before we make motions?
No, that's what I just said.
Okay, okay.
I mean, their questions will lead into deliberations, so we can deliberate this right now and then go into a motion. But if there's no other questions or deliberations, then we'll go to a motion.
Okay.
So go ahead.
George?
Yeah, just first, me for disclosure, I just wanted to point out that, looking through the 6,000 or 7,000 pages of information, there's a lot of pictures and tables and figures, but it's kind of hard to conceptualize what that really means. So last week I decided to come up, and I've been here many times before, but I thought to come up and specifically focus on the project and look around. And when I got here, I decided to call, I had the email from the applicant, and I called their phone number, and they invited me in to give me some information. I was kind of hoping I could see large-scale pictures on the wall and give me a better conceptualize of what's going on. But, and I met with Dee Byrne, and she offered to give me a walking tour of the facility, just kind of give me this idea of, what's going away, what's adding, how does it fit into the current landscape, and those types of things. So it gave me a better feel for what that looked like to see it firsthand. Actually did a round trip on the gondola, so got a lot of aerial photos that I could refer to after the fact too. So it just gave me that opportunity to get some additional information. Just want to disclose that we had that meeting.
For purposes of deliberation, in terms of moving this forward, I might suggest that maybe each commissioner provides their input and thoughts on the project and proposals, and then make a motion after that.
We'll start with you, Amber. That way I know how much longer we'll be. I was kidding.
It's good being thorough on such a big project like this.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
So I wanted to say I spent a lot of time on this project in the last several weeks. I did meet with Brian. He gave me a really nice walkthrough. I also met with David Stemper. I came up here last Friday. I actually did a little hike on my own, went up to Granite Chief Wilderness. I've hiked there before. And I was able to walk through the site to see where things were. And so on one hand, just from the project perspective, I totally understand the need to redevelop it. I got coffee at the coffee shop. I'm like, there's really nothing around here. So I definitely understand that, absolutely. And definitely see everyone's talking about the parking lot. So I definitely see it as an opportunity for redevelopment and boosting business and all of that. So it makes complete sense from that perspective. The more I looked into it though, and the challenge I started having is that, having served on the Granite Bay MAC for many years, it always is hard. It was always hard for me when you knew the community members really closely and intimately. You knew your area. You would give feedback and make recommendations, and then it would come up through the Planning Commission, and it would, it'd go the opposite direction. So at the same time that I think that it's a great opportunity for redevelopment, I also really have a hard time not taking into account the community feedback. And it's obvious that the community is okay doing something. What those specifics are, I'm not sure. I don't know that we'll solve here today. But that's where I've really struggled. The project itself, I think, if you put this project down in Western Placer County, I would be applauding it. It's within the zoning constraints that, thank you to the planning staff for doing all these negotiations on the development agreement. I've never seen that in a Placer County project ever. And so those things are amazing and really do provide significant benefit. At the same time, it's just really difficult for me from my conscience perspective and my experience to completely sort of ignore the legitimate valid concerns that people are bringing up on something scaled back. And again, I don't know if that's something that can ever be achieved. I'm not sure. But those are kind of my sort of thoughts on the project overall. And on the EIR itself, because I know we have to vote on both, I think that planning team has done an amazing job addressing all the comments. I read the master comments. I read the document last night. The way I thought about this last night for the EIR is that the information that came in from the organizations, it was kind of like a ballot initiative. So the county had their supporting arguments for the ballot initiative, and then there was this alternate view that came in, and I tried to digest this in a day while I work. It was difficult, but what came to mind to me after reviewing that is, even though I know that it's been stated that, you know, there's not impacts to Lake Tahoe, it doesn't affect the Clean Water Act, we've got all this solved, I still have doubt in my mind, honestly, that these things are actually completely solved and fully analyzed. And so those are my comments at this point.
Cool, thank you, Amber.
Yep.
Just down the line here. I guess ditto wouldn't be appropriate. Yeah, like we've all done over the last days, weeks, and months. A lot of review time, a lot of time going back and forth, really trying to understand the depth and the breadth of the scope of the project and what it means to the community, as well as what it means to the greater community in Placer County as a whole. You know, I'm also from the west side. I'm the Lincoln, I spent 22 years on the Lincoln MAC. We saw projects like Bickford Ranch. There was 2,000 acres, 1,800 homes. That was approved in 2000, and they just broke ground last year. So that's how long that program, and that's because of economic situations. Other projects. So, you know, it's really trying to understand, and I live close to Bickford, so I was impacted also. But trying to understand, again, how it's impacting the community and what the pros and the cons are. You know, I've took a little simpler approach in my discussion here, is looking at the 3 items that I think were the primary situations, you know, fire mitigation, public safety, specifically evacuations. I think the CAL FIRE team and the Sheriff's Office gave a great representation of what their plan, their strategies, their philosophies are, and how they would address those types of things. And I think it's met I was a volunteer firefighter for many years, so I've been to some of those scenarios. So I understand what those impacts are and how it affects. Actually was blocked out of my property many years ago for a fire that was coming down. Came up and the CHP said, nope, can't go in. So, you know, I've kind of seen on a small scale that firsthand. Transportation, traffic, you know, understanding those differences between the 2 opinions is obviously complex. You know, does peak hour traffic go up or does it go down based on the development in those peak times? So housing, I think all the aspects, and we just went through the rezoning, so we're very familiar with housing, low-income housing, workforce housing, and meeting those demands. And I think this project does that. So, you know, that's kind of my thinking at this point.
My turn?
Yes, ma'am.
Coming into this, my biggest concern in the area that I was focused on, because I have some professional experience as emergency evacuation and preparedness and planning, a lot of my questions got answered before I got in today, and many more got answered today in the meeting. So again, I'm never going to be 100%. I don't know that anybody's ever going to be 100% sure or comfortable, but I am more comfortable that the planning and the staffing and the mutual aid and the incident command and uniform command are robust enough that I can be more comfortable. And to dovetail on what Amber said about the community, and you know, this is your community, you live here, it's also their business, their land, and their right to develop within the guidelines and zoning. And we didn't hear from the whole community. We heard from a lot of detractors. We heard from some supporters. There's a lot more people out there we didn't hear from. So I'm not convinced that it's, as the MAC person had said, the MAC chair had said, that it's the overwhelming opinion of the community. I don't know that, and I can't know that, right? So I feel like a lot of my questions have been answered. I feel like I've never done so much homework in my life. I never want to do it again. But I applaud Rich has been here. Commissioner Johnson has been here in 2016. He was already a part of this process. And I know some of our staff were here also as 2016. This has just been a very long, drawn-out process. And I'm comfortable after today and after all of this information that I can make an informed decision.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the major issue has been the evacuation issue that's come up, and personally, I think that's addressed. You know, I do have pretty good experience in fire management type activities. I spent a career that is involved in that quite a bit. But I think the people that have, the folks that talked today, the sheriff and fire folks that have talked today really have explained how the situation has really advanced over the years, and they've reached a point where I think we need to trust in the fact that the incident management teams come in when it's necessary. You know, usually it's not, like they said, but when it's necessary, they come in. And we need to trust in the fact that they're going to make the decisions that are necessary. And of course, you know, fire is a volatile thing. There's always a risk involved with it, but we do have very skilled people that are dealing with it. And so I'm pretty comfortable with the fact that Squaw Valley or the Olympic Valley is really well protected. And let me see, as far as the rest of the issues go, you know, I guess I've been here for a long time. It's been a long process. And I've seen a lot of changes since the very beginning that was presented. And I think that the applicants have really done a very good job of coming forward with the project, as well as it's been very carefully reviewed by our staff. And so I'm supportive of what's going on here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was appointed to the east of the crest position earlier this year. And when this was moving towards us, I was very apprehensive that I would need to do a good analysis, need to understand the community, but also need to put it in the perspective of Lake Tahoe, East Placer County, and all its beautiful environs aren't just the captive of the folks who live here, even though I share in living in East Placer County in Tahoe Vista for the last decade and a half, and we just finished building a new place adjacent to property that's just went on the market for $29 million, which has got me a little apprehensive there. I have a background that goes beyond being a homeowner and beyond caring about how the rest of the state and the nation will benefit from the improvements that are made in this by virtue of this project. I spent half a dozen years in the state legislature, and my particular assignment was a state budget on transportation, but also resources. So I spent 6 years helping build the budget for the Tahoe Conservancy, for TERPA, and other related environmental organizations. So I have a fairly good background, and I feel like the project that we are looking at today, were it not to go forward, I fear a downward spiral that would pursue that. Would be to the detriment of the resort triangle, detriment to all the folks who live around here. And so I'm very comfortable after going through step by step in the materials we've had available. Today's presentations, both sides of the equation, help me get a better feel for the strengths of the proposal. So I'm feeling very comfortable now that we have a solid proposal in front of us. And I'm more impressed with, as was cited earlier, the development agreement process that is that's part of what we're going to be dealing with today. I think there's a lot of triggers, a lot of guarantees that'll help protect the local citizens, as well as make opportunities for visitors to avail themselves of this fantastic facility. So thank you.
I'll begin with a sincere thank you to staff and consultants, sheriffs, fire, that educated all of us here today, I think, on some of the outstanding issues. I compiled everything I have into hopefully one-page quick notes here. My bellwether items are there compelling changes that have occurred in the last 8 years, and I do not see those other than many positive benefits that have been provided by the applicant. I'm comfortable the EIR 4 or 5, or the 5 items that were appealed some time ago have been addressed, and I'm comfortable that those have been mitigated. A couple of things I heard today were finding a reasonable balance and that the applicant is engaged or disengaged from the opponent's perspective. I do not find that to be true. I've been in this arena before, not in the ski resort industry, but in the development side of things. This applicant could have played the political game and got 4 votes on this dais here and 3 votes on the Board of Supervisors and stuck to their guns and stuck to the original plan. And they have reduced it considerably, the scope of the plan, and yet provided, I'm looking at a list of community benefits that are substantial. So with that said, I'm prepared. I don't know if Anthony's got comments, but notwithstanding further comments, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Thank you, guys, gentlemen, ladies. Again, a few things that I was probably going to tend to deliberate, but I think the applicant already put these in force. Was workforce housing, and I think some of the traffic issues were addressed as far as I'm concerned. It would be great to have Highway 89 improved a little bit, even for local residents, but that's going to come at a cost, and maybe that something that gets more developed and we get more tax revenue generated here, that will happen for the community. But without a development, we're not going to get that, and we see that happening in the other parts of Placer County where we have to go now increase taxes to widen our roads. So there's always going to be a concern as we grow and our families move here and visit here and come and ski here or come here and go to the lake. The housing was very important. I'm glad that they're putting that forward because the people who work here, and I talk to them when I ski here, they got to drive to Truckee, they got to drive to Reno. They pay $1,000 a month to live in 400 square feet is ridiculous. Nobody's going to want to come to work here, and the fact that they're doing that for their employees is great. What else? Well, you guys pretty much answered all my stuff. And, as far as property owners, they bought this property. It was already zoned for what the project is today. They're not doing anything out of context of what the land use is already there for, and they're using land that's just kind of sitting there and doesn't really look appealing to our community. So thank you for that. I don't know. Other than that, I'm good to make a decision. So I will ask for a motion.
So when it comes to motions, there's an inclination to move forward with the staff recommendation that's provided. Since Mr. Dobbs already read those recommendations into the record, you would not need to repeat them. You could simply just refer to item 1 or 2, 3, 4, etc. We did discuss that the applicant had made some revisions to the proposal for the Mountain Adventure Camp. That would be in item 2. So once you get to item 2, if you're going forward with the staff recommendations, then we can explain what the applicant recommendation was and how that item would be modified.
So we would put this into the modification or into this page here.
Right, if there is an interest in that, yes, we would modify item number 2 to include the edits that the applicant proposed.
Okay.
I move we recommend to the Board of Supervisors item number 1.
I second that.
I have a first and a second. A roll call, please.
Runtine?
Yes.
Watts?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Dahlgren?
Yes.
Alves?
Yes.
Speckler? Abstain? DiMattei?
Yes.
I further move that we recommend item 2, subject to the errata.
Yeah, before we move to item 2, I believe there is a slide, if we could advance the deck to show that. And the reason I wanted to include this slide is the applicant proposal, we heard some comments that it was a little bit unclear as to what was contained on the slide just because of the level of detail. So my thought for this was to include it on this slide, but then also read it in again so the commissioners are aware of what would be edited. And this is on table 3-3. It would be to remove out the uses of simulated skydiving, skate park, BMX park and course, action river, lazy river, rafting, stand-up paddleboard, wakeboarding, water games, water skiing, water slides, waterfalls, wave pool, and wave rider. And then to make similar edits to the definitions section, specifically removing those uses that were identified from the definition section. And then the motion itself would be to make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to adopt a resolution, attachment C, to approve the Village at Palisades Tahoe specific plan, attachment C, exhibit 1, based on the findings contained in the resolution, modified to limit the allowable uses for the Mountain Adventure Camp as identified in the applicant's proposal. So that would be the motion.
I would move that we approve item 2 as stated by council.
The first.
Oh, I second that.
And recommend to supervisors.
I second that.
The first and a second, a roll call, please.
Runtine?
Yes.
Watts?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Dahlgren?
Yes.
Alves?
Yes.
Beckler? No. DiMattei?
Yes.
I further move, we recommend to the Board of Supervisors, item number 3.
Have a first, can I have a second, please?
Yes, I second that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, first and a second, roll call, please.
Runtine?
Yes.
Watts?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Dahlgren?
Yes.
Alves?
Yes.
Beckler? No. DiMattei?
Yes.
I further move recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to adopt item number 4.
And I second that as well.
The first and a second, get a roll call, please.
Runtine?
Yes.
Watts?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Dahlgren?
Yes.
Alves?
Yes.
Beckler? No. DiMattei?
Yes.
Further move, we recommend to the Board of Supervisors to adopt item 5.
I second that.
The first and a second, a roll call, please.
Runtine?
Yes.
Watts?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Dahlgren?
Yes.
Alves?
Yes.
Beckler? No. DiMattei?
Yes.
Further move, we recommend to the Board of Supervisors item 6.
Can you advance a slide, please?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
First.
Second.
The motion's pending.
Yes.
And I second it.
Have a first and a second, get a roll call, please.
Runtine?
Yes.
Watts?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Dahlgren?
Yes.
Alves?
Yes.
Beckler? No. DiMattei?
Yes.
I further recommend to the, we recommend to the Board of Supervisors to adopt item 7.
And I second that.
Have a first and a second, roll call, please.
Runtine?
Yes.
Watts?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Dahlgren?
Yes.
Alves?
Yes.
Beckler? No. DiMattei?
Yes.
I further move that we recommend to the Board of Supervisors to adopt item 8.
I second that as well.
A first and a second, a roll call, please.
Runtine?
Yes.
Watts?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Dahlgren?
Yes.
Alves?
Yes.
Beckler? No. DiMattei?
Yes. Okay. I believe that concludes our subject for today, so I'm going to adjourn this meeting. Thank you all for coming.